game changers.
It's about competition,
Pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K!
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby!
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Whatever happened to the showstopper will never know. Oh, wow, what a paranoia from Ion. Gonna come for him, and it's not a game. No respect. Valor through the smoke, and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic base from above. A bit awkward for Timo. Has to get off that line.
We'll be ready for
we'll be ready for lowers. We need to stop playing so tense.
E a Winthrop, cara, fez bom jogo, mano. Quase consegue voltar nesse mapa da Biz. Foi no detalhe, foi por muito pouco.
I love this experience. I've been to only collegiate lands. I've never been to any tier 2 lands, but this is my first tier 2 experience LAN, and I love it. Riot is treating us right, and the stage is immaculate. Like it's so fun playing on stage. So.
E a jogada acertada da Winthrop funciona bem demais.
A experiência do Ascension é muito da hora, campeonatos no Brasil, né? Ainda mais com a torcida, todo mundo aí junto, acompanhando a gente. Apesar da gente ser o único time brasileiro, é um campeonato muito da hora. Cara, eu tenho orgulho do meu time por conta que é todo mundo na mesma página querendo mostrar que a gente consegue ser muito mais do que aquilo que dizem pra gente, tá ligado?
O Conan leva 3 no round. Recalda 4K. Só falta mais Ace do Conan. Last possession. Check the clock. The moment you've been dreaming, give it all you got.
The feeling hasn't changed. Like even when we played groups, you know, it's we see it step by step, and not really like closer and closer. It's more like step by step. Step by step is a new like challenge and like a new objective we have is to win that very specific game.
Se prepara, passa essa paranoia no último tiro! TSM vem pro 2-0 nessa série!
Blood, sweat, tears, all I give.
No, it's hard because we don't give up. We fight for everyone, and we have like 5 selfless players, which makes it really hard to really find the gaps and stuff. Everyone knows what to do in that very specific round to make it a winnable round or a round that doesn't slip away.
Back to back to back, back. Now I ain't playing with 'em. Pick up, it's the last. I ain't staying with 'em.
No final, a Envy atropela e vence a série 2-1.
It's great. Winning this tournament is like #1 achievement of my whole career. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
E aí o Exter já leva 3 no round, o Conan sobra sozinho, 4K do Exter.
We can get beaten, but when our like individual like weird play styles like fuse together, like it just creates such a weird atmosphere for the enemy team.
But the playoff bracket has begun, and today we're going to see teams fighting for their life and teams trying to secure themselves into the grand finals. Welcome, everyone, to VCT Ascension Americas. Ash, going into this competition, I mean, it's a spot at VCT Americas on the line for very deserving teams and a competition that I don't know which way this could shake up.
It's pretty insane. There's such a variety of storylines as well when we look at the 4 teams that did make it to playoffs here for Ascension. And when you're also considering everything, right? We had insane banger matches. Yesterday, we knew that there were going to be bangers throughout the entire bracket. But today is also going to be the first day where we're going to be sending one of those 4 teams home, which just feels so crazy.
It's heartbreaking, but, you know, it's what we got to do out here. But yeah, this is the second day of playoffs, and Roy, what we got to see yesterday was phenomenal. I mean, these, of course, are the strongest teams coming out of our Swiss stage, and to see how the matchups were this time around was really exciting.
Yeah, first of all, I think I'm going to sue the person that's messing with the time machine, because this tournament is going by way too fast, guys. We need to slow down a little bit. I cannot believe we're already at elimination day. Of course, we got to see TSM dismantle Winthrop University yesterday. Their form is they continue to dominate. They've looked fantastic, even leading up to this event. They continue their form. Timotino's feeling nice. Everybody on TSM's feeling great. It feels like everything is clicking for that team. Of course, we also have Winthrop University, who also, you know, they've had their challenges as well. But I feel like, guys, I feel like the Envy's return to form, you know, against the Brazilian powerhouse. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be also very interesting as we get closer and closer to grand finals. Today, though, it's our first elimination day, like Ash was saying. I feel like we are going to continue seeing some banger matchups, guys. I am very excited.
I mean, matches too that you just really don't know what you're gonna get. Looking at that Team Solid Envy game, it was just craziness. So we got really just a mix of everything. We got 1.5 million thrifties, it seemed like. We saw two teams that had really aggressive play styles be able to go toe to toe. And looking at it, Ash, I mean, at this point of the tournament, it is do or die for these teams because yeah, it seemed like it was a Team Solid with a strong start, but a Team Solid that now is fighting their way through this lower bracket.
Yeah, I think what was so insane is just how that series ended too. Like, I feel like throughout the entirety of Ascension, we've had some really one-sided maps that were really taking us by surprise, whether it was during the Swiss stage or into playoffs. But taking a look at the bracket, how things played out yesterday, TSM also with that like reverse sweep coming in up against Winthrop University, a very comfortable 2-0 into that second map there as well. And to see Winthrop and Team Solid in this rematch here in the lower bracket for elimination, it's kind of wild that, again, we have these three North American teams here in the playoff bracket for Ascension Americas, and the one lone Brazilian team standing, but full of veterans there as well, fighting for their way to try and make it back up to Tier 1.
We got rematches on rematches for today. TSM and Envy fighting it out for a chance to be in that grand finals. A match that we've seen quite a few times come to light at this point is going to be really exciting. But our eyes have to first go into this lower bracket, which is going to be our first matchup for the day. Winthrop going up against Team Solid. Again, as you called out, going to be a rematch. I think that's going to be the most interesting part of this all, because we've gotten to see both of these teams, Roy, kind of hit a couple of lows throughout the tournament, but then also strive to find those highs.
Yeah, these teams have definitely had their challenges on this road to Ascensions, guys. But I mean, what path to greatness doesn't come with struggle, right? Today, we're going to see one of these teams, what they can do when their backs are up against the wall. There's really no more room for off days, guys. This is it. The tournament life, everything they've worked for in this entire year is going to be concluding or continuing today. I feel like we've seen these two teams bounce back from losses before. I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table for us now. Of course, only 3 matches remain left for one of these teams to do the complete full Ascensions run.
And when we think about the last time that these two teams faced off there too, it was that 2-0 in favor of Team Solid. An insane matchup when we go and look back at the last time these teams faced off during that Swiss stage, both of them having been 1-0 in those Swiss results. And it was pretty crazy, the kind of match that Team Solid had. Like, DJ Zian had an insane banger of a series that we're definitely going to get into a little bit later. But this is a Winthrop that was also more than capable of bouncing back after that loss and being able to manage to qualify here into playoffs as well. So it's very impressive, I think, how both of these teams and all of these teams within Ascension have had these like really tough losses at times and have constantly been able to like show up in that mental capacity and be able to turn things around when they needed to most.
Especially to Winthrop taking this loss after speaking to Ali, the next game after taking a win, it was then discussed that, yeah, this just was not a series where they played like themselves. So it was easy one to just kind of get on over, have that be in the past, and just move along forward. So that being said, looking at this Winthrop University squad, if that is true, I'm curious with what we're going to see out of them today. Because Winthrop University is this team that we have seen be able to really have these high highs. I mean, there has been a reason, Roy, that they've been able to contend with the top of the teams and are considered now one of these top teams themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this team continues to push the envelope for collegiate esports, guys. I mean, they're first of its kind, right? They're a team that's been underrated and underestimated the entire year from the inception. They've gone through their changes, they've gone through their evolutions, but I mean, despite the criticism, they continue to prove that they belong, and they've made it into top 4 in Ascensions. They're a very interesting team with their own unique identity. It feels like on their good days, guys, they're pretty much on par with the best tier 2 teams that we have in any league, to be honest. But you know, today we get to find out how much they have left in the tank as they face off against Team Solid, a team that recently dismantled them, like we just covered recently. I mean, this is going to be a testament to their strength, to how much they have and their composure here in the highest pressure match they've had so far.
Absolutely. You're talking about that dismantling from Team Solid, but don't forget that they managed that 13-0 up against 9Z in the following matchup just the next day. So this is a team that is not going to look at that loss up against Team Solid and have those nerves going in. They're going to be hungry for that revenge. And this is where we talk a little bit more about those storylines that we've kind of been driving this entire time, right? We've had that discussion about these underdogs here within Winthrop University, where the expectations were never really on their shoulders throughout this entire year. They've absolutely proven themselves, and it would be an insane story for so many of these rookie players to be able to try and make it to the top into tier 1. And then for Governor, for him, I feel like it's like he's just trying to check another region of tier 1 VCT off his list. Like he's been in EMEA, he's been in Pacific, and now finally trying to ascend to Americas.
I love that we're still riding the Mr. Worldwide thing. I think it's so funny. But yeah, I mean, this team is very interesting in the sense that there's so much talent in any individual role. It feels like there really are no slouches. Every player on this team has the potential to carry, and it feels like the risk is cranked up in every role, right? Whether it's the controllers, the support players, the duelists, the flex players, the IGL, there's playmaking happening on all fronts. And it feels like when this team is feeling it, when things are clicking, their identity is just so strong. Their compositional choices is so oppressive. And I feel like their utility combined with their ability to kind of, balance the macro, balance the micro, makes this team very dangerous.
And where we start to see some of this identity shift, especially as of lately, first off, have to talk about Ali. Because first off, ever since we started really talking about how great Winthrop is, Ali was always top of the leaderboard. But when you're talking about this Winthrop with their own identity as well, we get to see a lot of this double senti, and we get to see what was previously a really aggressive smokes player, really aggressive Clove, now Ash, just frying on the Sage. Like the innovation with some of these walls, like the confidence here, like full battle Sage out in the server.
Yeah, he really has been really impressive on that Sage pick. Super innovative with how he's looking to use that Sage utility, whether it's those slow orbs being used at the perfect time or the battle Sage that you're talking about there as well. And even if he's not using it for a vertical angle, he's just so good at also using it to isolate players. And he's been so impressive, I think, throughout this entire season. He's played every single role throughout 2025 for Winthrop University. Like, I know we're mainly seeing him on that controller and on that Sentinel right now throughout Ascension, but I just got to continue to remind you guys how flexible he's been, how deep his agent pool has proven to be, and the consistency at which he's able to perform on top of all of that has been the most impressive of all.
And that's been so nice for Winthrop University too, to just have this flexibility with such a strong player. So they can be changing that identity up as needed. And where they've landed on right now, I think has worked so well for the team. Another player wanted to talk about ahead of today's match, though, was Infiltrator, especially too when you're looking at a very aggressive Team Solid on the opposing end. Roy, we're going to have a lot of eyes on what Infiltrator can do this match.
Yeah, and I think that's like specifically why this highlight is really important, guys, right? Because he's about to be potentially going into a double duelist heads up against DG Zin and Havoc, who have been playing pretty solid overall throughout this tournament, no pun intended. I feel like for Infiltrator, though, he's been a little bit quiet. He's had a bit of a cold start in this tournament, right? He hasn't been necessarily performing poorly, but he hasn't quite been playing to the level that we expect from him, especially regionally. I feel like, though, recently, again, just complete recency bias, he's been kind of stepping up. He's been sort of returning to form. We've seen a lot more impact from him overall, and I feel like he's going to be such an important factor for Winthrop University, because it feels like Ali, it feels like some of these other players like Glyph, Governor, they've been relatively consistent, but I feel like this step up here from Infiltrator today, if it comes, it's going to make this match a lot more manageable and a lot easier for this team.
It definitely could, depending on the map pool that we see coming up a little bit later as well. I feel like you've been talking about his performances in the last couple of games. Not just that, I think the impact in the Yoru utility when we do see those Yoru maps coming out for Winthrop University, anytime Infiltrator has that dimensional drift online, whatever set play Glyph is calling in that moment, he finds so much value out of it and is able to use that ultimate to almost guarantee a round conversion like so consistently. And I'm just excited to see, hopefully in this elimination matchup, for him to really kick things up in high gear like we know he's capable of doing.
And for that as well, we have eyes on him, and we had an opportunity to hear from him as well. So let's send to the short video interview about their last matchup.
I think that we just played pretty bad today, I think the nerves got to us, and TSM have been looking great this whole tournament, and we just fell to the pressure. But we'll be ready for lowers.
All right, talking about a little bit about those nerves, ready for lowers. But I mean, they definitely have a formidable opponent ahead of them. One that, I mean, has the confidence, has the crowd on their side. The only Brazilian team left that we have here in the playoffs, Team Solid. A team, too, that even after a fall yesterday, it was a very interesting match to send them into the lower bracket. Because, Roy, I will not forget about that Lotus. Because the energy they had there, I mean, if that's the version of Team Solid that shows up today, it's going to look pretty stark for Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got to see their potential in that first map versus Envy, guys. But we slowly saw them devolve away from their identity throughout that series, right? Envy was able to break them down. Now, coming into this event, guys, reminder, this was the #2 seed for Brazil. Now they're the only remaining representative. They've looked like the best Brazilian team in this tournament. At their highs, they look like the best team in the event. At their lows, it looks like there's a lot of dysfunctions happening, right? Now, which form they're going to bring today, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like the shakeup in front of the home crowd might have done a little bit of damage, but it also could have inspired them to perform a lot better, to bring better of a showing today against Winthrop University. Just again, a reminder, there's only 3 matches remaining for one of these teams to complete the Ascension's run. This Brazilian team, they have a lot to prove. They have a ton of experience. They have a ton of firepower. Their style can be very hard for teams to deal with when they're playing their game. So I'm expecting a lot from this team today.
Yeah, I hope for them that the energy from the crowd is definitely going to help inject something into today's matchup with elimination on the line here for Team Solid. And you're talking about how they like to play, the differences in their playstyle, how it can be difficult to adapt up against. I think it's the momentum that's the scariest part here. When you look at this roster, once they do get that going, it is so hard to pump the brakes on this team, especially when DJ Zine is having like a lights out kind of performance. But this is a squad where I think we've also seen those moments where other individuals have been able to step up as well. Conan had an insane series yesterday. On top of that, there have been moments where PXS has been also stepping up to the table. So comparatively to the Winthrop, we're talking about how anybody on that team can have these hero moments to be able to really take them over the line. Team Solid is another squad that can absolutely go toe-to-toe with them in that regard.
And you're 100% right. But I want to go back to that first point of DJ Zine and this momentum that he can get, because I feel like too, when we look at this Lotus and where DJ Zine was really able to just take momentum, as soon as he got that little bit of momentum, Envy just couldn't really contest, right? This has been such an incredible player, Roy, throughout the tournament so far, and one that, yeah, if he's on the stage and he has that confidence, I think his mechanics and everything else has just been impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, up until the match versus Envy yesterday, this player had the highest first kill, first death ratio too, on top of the fact that he was on top in the ADR, he was on top in the KDs. I mean, this player is a beast. Like, there really just is no other way to put it. He has confidence, he has swag, he knows how to ride the wave with the crowd. He brings so much to this team, and I feel like this sort of, I don't want to say careless, but this sort of carefree kind of like play style, just like kind of going for it, making plays, being disruptive. That's the kind of chaos that works extremely well in this event. Obviously, it is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it doesn't pan out, and I feel like he is the type of player that is able to balance that out when things aren't going well. And he seems to bounce back pretty easily from harsh underperformances, or whenever he plays poorly. This player can easily bounce back. He's able to reset and stay locked in for the next match.
That is for certain. I mean, there's so much experience under this belt, right? He wowed on the VCT Americas stage when he was playing for Loud. But I think that when we look at him for Team Solid, we were talking a little bit about how, yes, everybody can have those moments where they can step up on the side of Team Solid, but it feels like when they are having those dominant wins, when they look really comfortable, it is when DJ Zine is on fire in the server. And when he's not having as hot of those days, you see the team struggling a little bit more to build that momentum. And that's definitely a dangerous thing, because you don't want one player to be such like a big part of that win condition for your team. So I'm looking for everybody on the side of Team Solid to be stepping up today.
And someone who did step up, even when a little bit of momentum was lost for the team, talk about Conan and the impact here. Because Roy, of course, when we got to see that very dominant Lotus, this Viper is just top of the leaderboard. But even Ascent, when a couple of other individuals on the team were a little bit more quiet, it was Conan to have that step up. It wasn't enough to get them across the finish line in the end, but still consistency when it was needed the most.
And I don't know if this is a hot take, but I feel like low-key, this player is the standout player for this roster. He's been like consistently at the top of the leaderboards. Like sometimes he gets, he's a little bit overshadowed by DJ Zin's like hero performances, but he's been consistently popping off for this team. Like he's the silent killer. He's that player on that controller role who seems to always find impact, seems to always find kills. I feel like it's this player that is actually tying Team Solid's consistency from map to map. And you see him on Lotus, you've seen how effective he can be with the Viper. He gets so much stats, his utility's on point, and it feels like he's so good in the risk reward spectrum in these high pressure matches, and his mechanics are so consistent, whether he's on the Sova, whether he's on the Viper. This player is always showing up for the Brazilian team.
I love that you talk about the risk reward here for Conan, because I think that you think about Conan and he's just like constantly there in the mid round, into the late round, able to be that round closer for the side of Team Solid to make those plays. But it's because when it comes down to those like first 30 seconds of those rounds, Conan is making sure that he does have that survivability, knowing the importance that his utility has in that mid round there on that Viper and on that Sova. I think that he's rarely participating in those first engagements. He's always providing the support necessarily in those moments, but that consistency in being able to sustain into these rounds here has been, I think, one of the biggest factors here for Team Solid as well.
And I mean, it was a well-fought battle that unfortunately did end in them getting knocked into the lower bracket, but we talked about that momentum going into today, and I'm curious with how they're feeling, and we did get some thoughts after the previous match with Havoc.
Mano, eu acho que a gente não conseguiu se encontrar no segundo e no terceiro mapa. No primeiro mapa a gente estava bem enérgico, a gente conseguiu executar as coisas que a gente vinha treinando e trabalhando. Eu acho que só no segundo e no terceiro mapa só não encaixou, tá ligado? Infelizmente, mas tem que aceitar e é isso.
Just accepting it doesn't pan out. I mean, if you can just clean slate it, discuss it, re-hit that today, have to see how the series is going to be shaking up. But before we get into that, there was still one more head-to-head that we wanted to talk about, and of course talk about the calling for both of these teams, because Glyph has just been an unsung hero on the side of Winthrop University with the IGL, and Rafa too. I'm curious with the adaptations after that loss yesterday.
Yeah, I think that you look at Glyph and he has been performing so consistently on his role, has also been a playmaker while being that leader here for Winthrop University. It's been really impressive seeing a lot of the set plays that they have going on, those mid rounds going on. For Rafa, this is an IGL who has touched that VCT stage. And I think that looking towards him for today's matchup, this IGL head-to-head is so important when you're talking about the macro play, because we talked about that momentum for the side of Team Solid. But when things start to go awry, that is where I'm looking towards the leader of Team Solid to really bring things back together. And I feel like we have seen those moments where in those mid rounds, the pivots have been lacking a little bit there. And for Rafa, today's do or die.
I feel like both of these IGLs are so streaky with their calling, right, Ash? Like whenever they're having like these sort of, like they're feeling it, they have a grip on the macro. It feels like they're getting so many rounds in a row, but sometimes it also is the opposites happening where they can't quite find the adjustment. They can't quite, find the solution to their problems on attack sides. I feel like today, with the level of that these teams are at, there really is no room for these kinds of mistakes. Like you have to be on point with the calling. You have to be on point with the support, because if you're getting swept on your attack halves, it could be very problematic like we saw yesterday.
It'll definitely be a really interesting one between these two teams, because we've gotten to see some really, really high highs and some matches where the teams just weren't quite themselves, right? So I think that's going to be really important going into today's match, which team can stick to that identity, be able to find themselves within all this turmoil and chaos, and not get this pressure of elimination on the line to get to them. In terms of our official predictions, it was really difficult to pick for that reason for me, because I do think it just comes down to who's just a little bit more confident on the day. Simple as that. And then also a little bit of, I've predicted them all year, I gotta stick with it, Roy. It's Winthrop. It's Winthrop.
Pop out.
Sierra, you were consistent. I will give you that. I will give you that. To be honest, I'm a little surprised to see the 4-1. I mean, especially with the last performance. Like, we saw Team Solid completely dismantle Winthrop University, and we're all still believers. I mean, I don't know, that just, we might be paid fans like some of the ones that Winthrop University are bringing in. Like, this is crazy.
I'm just thinking about the fact that, like, after that loss, though, to Team Solid, Ollie tweets out and says, I'm not ready to go home. And then they 1309Z the next day. Like, that is the energy that I'm expecting Winthrop to bring into the server today. And you think about, again, that win that we saw from Team Solid up against Winthrop last time around. It was a generational performance from DJ Zin, okay? And it isn't really fair to really expect that kind of performance to come out for him, to have such like a strong showing up against a Winthrop University that has been super scrappy throughout the entire season. And it's not to say that he's not capable of it. We know that he can be absolutely lights out in the server, but you really can't like bank on them repeating history in that kind of sense. And you also know that I do love like the storylines, right? Like to have these players that have been like underestimated throughout the entire season, making it their whole way through. But it was absolutely a difficult prediction to make today, especially with the Brazilian crowd backing Team Solid.
Yeah, and it's that crowd is something that Winthrop has called out as being something that was a little nerve-wracking too. I mean, Ash, you had done the detective work to figure out about them just not being able to hear Glyph at some points because of how loud the crowd is, and kind of just like getting to them a little bit too. But I think at this point, Winthrop University, going through the play-ins of all of this, they are the team with the most experience on this particular stage. And I feel like any of those nerves that they had before last time they faced up against Team Solid is hopefully something that should be a little bit more calm now.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I also feel like you're looking at this head to head as well in today's elimination match, and it really feels like this is Team Solid's match to lose. It definitely is for Winthrop too, but you think about like for these players, all of them having been at tier one, I think there's so much more expectations riding on their shoulders because of that history, because of the experience that they've had before. And then for the side of Winthrop, it's like, sure, there are expectations on them now, but it's not to that same level. And especially being in front of the home crowd on top of everything, there's so much to ride on here for Team Solid.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like the Brazilian side, they have so much to prove, right? They're reclaimed to glory. But I mean, for Winthrop University guys, like the only expectation is the deadlines for their exams and their assignments. So like whether they get eliminated or not right here, they can go back home, you know, finish their homework and stuff. So I think they're either way, they're going to be a little bit happy. Just kidding, obviously. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting, guys. I feel like this, you know, the emotions are very, very high right now. I feel like keeping calm, keeping cool is going to be so important for both of these teams. Strategy is going to matter, obviously, but I think it goes beyond that, right? Can Winthrop University remain level-headed if they start, you know, if Team Solid starts to get going, they get that early momentum, can they bounce back? Can they kind of forget what happened to them last time and come in with a stronger showing this time around?
I think so much of it's going to come down to the mental and the confidence and just not losing it. We have gotten to see that both teams, when pushed a bit more, have maybe kind of crumbled a little bit. Looking at Team Solid map 2 and 3 versus Envy, and Envy that had refound their footing. And it was something where, yeah, Havoc had talked about, they just didn't look like themselves, right? Winthrop University have fallen to that same pattern before, notably last time they matched up against Team Solid. So I think that mental and how everyone's going to be hitting the stage is going to be the biggest factor. Right now, some big smiles across faces here, Ash, for everybody. But really, when it comes down to this first map, I think that's going to be a huge determining factor for me in that mental and confidence-wise on who's going to take the series.
Oh, 100%. I'm so curious to see where we're going to be going in this veto, because what these two teams have shown during Ascension has been pretty opposite in some senses, right? And even for Team Solid, they've really only shown 4 maps throughout Ascension in total. So there's a lot of opportunity for them to pull something out that Winthrop cannot go and look back for like recent results and go do a little bit of that studying.
It'll be interesting because we're at the point too where we've gotten to see a decent amount of the maps, and even if there's not close overlap, there is a little bit too. And especially too, if you're looking at confident places for Team Solid to get their start, Roy, then I'm curious if we're going to see then maybe a more recent win come to light heading into the map picks and bans to try and just make sure that Winthrop does not get started off on the right foot.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there's going to be a lot of mind games too with like the veto, right? Because Team Solid's only really shown 4 maps. They actually still have a few tricks up their sleeve. They still haven't shown their sunset. There's still, you know, a couple things that they could do that, you know, that could catch them off guard. But I feel like if you're Winthrop University, you probably do not want to repeat on the map that, you know, Team Solid's feeling really confident on. Here we go, the Abyss ban for Team Solid. Winthrop University taking out Haven. We're going to Lotus here. One of your favorite. I know you love that. You love to see that with Winthrop University. It makes sense. Both teams have looked incredibly good on the Lotus side. We saw what Team Solid did. We also have seen what Winthrop University can do on this map. I think this first map, for me, guys, is a little bit interesting, right? Because it's very clearly not a counter pick. They're sticking to we know what works for them, how good they feel on those maps. They're kind of sticking to their own game plan. They're not really caring too much about the, you know, the kind of the mind games and that kind of the anti-strap. But for the second map for Sunset, guys, this is the map that we haven't really seen for Team Solid. Now, we've seen it for Winthrop University. They're 3-0 so far in this tournament. I feel like they look great on that map. It makes sense why they pick it, but it's a big question mark on the other side for the Brazilians.
Yeah, it definitely is. Both of these teams gotta be cooking, right? Like, you've got Corrode going through, and that was a map where DGZ like went insane up against them, but locking in on this Lotus here, where you're seeing some adaptations in these compositions right out of the gate. I don't think any of us would have really anticipated compositional changes this deep into the competition, but I guess in a way taking a little bit of a risk here in an elimination matchup when Winthrop University now shifting back over to that deadlock that we had seen previously here for Ali, and then Team Solid leaning into that double controller that we've seen from them previously here as well. I'm really interested in seeing how this pans out. Maybe a little bit of counter stratting there from the hands that they've shown before.
I actually really love the pivot back to deadlock, guys. I feel like the deadlock on the attack side offers a lot of anti-A control, especially when you saw what Team Solid did to Envy. They took a lot of those A fights. I feel like the gravity net is going to shut down a lot of that aggression. So my eyes are on that to see how Winthrop University are going to be leveraging that utility that they have with the deadlock to sort of stop map control, stop the fast floods that Team Solid likes to do. And of course, for Team Solid's side, I'm looking at that double duelist. They were on fire yesterday. The team fights for the Brazilians look phenomenal. I'm looking to see a repeat of that here as they look to bring the game, bring the fights to Winthrop University and not get pulled by the IGL.
A lower bracket run for both of these teams, and heading into the first map, something that is quite strong for both. It's time to see for the first map of the series who can get that momentum and that confidence to push on through. Let's head into the map with your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Marks.
Thank you, Sierra. It's Elimination Station. One team's dreams will come to an end, but Ascension is not just about getting to VCT, but for others, it's to prove that they should never have left. Everything is on the line here, Marks.
It's just so interesting seeing both of these teams kind of face off yet again after just facing each other a couple days ago, and now one of them unfortunately needs to go home. I mean, Winthrop University, a collegiate squad coming into Ascension, kind of turning a bunch of heads, coming out with a whole new strap book for this specific tournament. And then on the other side, Team Solid, guys who have been through this circuit. They've got the experience. They know what they're getting themselves into, and they are ready to earn their spot back. And on top of that too, we start on their map pick Lotus, where, to be frank with you, Team Solid looked like a cement truck hitting Envy over yesterday. And so I'm so curious to see how this one is going to go, because Team Solid, they really could start this one out on the right foot.
See if that truck is going to hit a pedal to the metal just this early. What a fight already for the A lobby. Infiltrator through the smoke. Great things from the Winthrop side. You got to thank Governor. He's really had to step up for Winthrop, especially as that initiator, getting that information so Infiltrator can really hit that pop-off moment that the desk has been waiting to see.
Yeah, now the slow rotation over onto the C site. And yeah, I mean, taking a look at the agents that Winthrop University pick, to me, it just feels like they're moving into more of their comfortable agents, right? Like, you see Moves consistently playing the Chamber, you see Glyph consistently playing the Omen, and that's where a lot of the success on these previous maps have kind of fallen into. And so, while a little bit unconventional here, I think that this is really in their strong suit to be able to kind of win some of these engagements against Team Solid, which is such a heavy momentum team.
Waterfall's going to be barriered off there from the deadlock, and Winthrop changing their strats, but Infiltrator, some things never change, but 1v3, that is tough.
No way.
He's gonna get some help. Call 911, and it's for Team Solid. Finally, an ace for the Infiltrator.
Oh, hey, Desk. Remember when you said we need to really see Infiltrator step up? That was it. An ace right on pistol round to get things started here. And I think that this is one of the things that the Brazilian teams specifically have been having some issues dealing with, is kind of this like super fast and furious style that we've seen Winthrop University kind of fall back and default on, specifically just enabling Infiltrator to just take over so much space on the map. But of course, you know, you look at the history here. Yesterday, Team Solid lost every single pistol round to Envy, but they always won round 2 right afterwards on that bonus. So we're going to be seeing the buy-up come through from Winthrop University, but this is not a free round by any means necessary.
Guardians, including that Phantom, really got to give credit where credit is due with Governor on off the beginning to get that first blood, and then the C's to give that ace to Infiltrator, and you got the morale going early, you got the boys energized, and now Winthrop completely changed the pace. I think they've really humbled Team Solid just off the get-go, so, and they have pistols, so they don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, it's so slow and careful right now for Team Solid. Last time around, we saw them just kind of, like I said, just bulldoze, look for that team fight, but a lot more patient play this time. Winthrop University, when you look at the composition specifically on their attack, you know the two people who are always going to be trying to get space around the map is going to be Moobs, going to be Governor, and then the rest of Winthrop like to follow suit, depending on wherever they get that space. Glyph's calling has been immaculate based off of the information again.
And Moobs is just part of that win condition for Winthrop, as you pointed out. Now the Prowler up close, revealing if anyone's holding the corners, headlock, nets, and it just sends Ali fishing. Now he gets that first blood, and Winthrop have set up camp. They got the sonic sensors in deep, the barrier at staircase. Team Solid don't have a nice route to go through, just hoping Winthrop are going to get antsy, maybe push for extra kills. But Winthrop are not a team that get overconfident. They're still very cautious. But Havoc gets a nice shot at the Sheriff, but they don't watch the angles. So now the firing squad in position. You should see 4 weapons getting into the bonus, depending on what other good headshots PXX could land, as he's been a star initiator that a lot of people have been fans of. But now looks like they'll just go down with the ship.
Yeah, a lot more patient play coming through from Team Solid. Definitely different from what we've seen previously from this team specifically on this map. But yeah, they're just going to go down to it. And Winthrop University able to carry over quite a few weapons forward, specifically Infiltrator as well, carrying the Phantom up. And yeah, they're getting things rolling. They're feeling nice and comfortable. Usually we see Winthrop University start a little bit slower and then they tend to heat up. But I mean, just off the ace from Infiltrator just to start things out. Like you said, building up a lot of momentum to really just pull their heads back into this game. Against the home crowd, mind you, because you know all the Brazilians are going to be cheering for Team Solid in this matchup.
Yeah, when the crowd is against you, and then there's a whole different environment on LAN, because it's sometimes hard to hear the certain sound cues in the game when everything's so loud. You got the white noise in the ears too, but Team Solid set the tone in their series against Envy, with Lotus being their first map. But now the tone has gone silent. Another first blood goes Winthrop's way. The chamber will teleport out. PXS is able to try and break in back into B. The spike is down. The whole round has been fumbled.
Yeah, fumbled is a good way to describe that one. Glyph, the last person alive here, might find a timing, but does get shut down by DGZine. And yeah, I mean, that time around, one of the things you can really count on from Team Solid is that all of these guys are going to be sharp as ever when it comes to some of that aim. Obviously, if you set up some of the traps like Winthrop University are known to do, then things can get easier. But if you just kind of take those duels head on with a little bit of weaker weaponry, usually we're going to see Team Solid win that one out. Moobs, though, with an excellent pick onto Havoc to start off the round, is really important because Moobs has been pretty quiet in the past couple of Winthrop University games, and this is like a key puzzle piece in their map control, as well as finding early kills in the rounds.
Moobs with the op. Just pulled the trigger too early, and that's the flash that came out from DGZine. On the right side, he'll keep that pressure up on A, forcing Winthrop to now funnel right into the sight lines of Conan. That's had a lot to say about him. What I do like about him is his survivability. His stats say it. He will live on throughout the round. He'll never be that first death on Team Solid. He'll regroup with the squad, retake around the corner.
Havoc going to be taking first point here. Just going to be waiting probably for DGZ to get in position, but just poke and prod and force out some of that utility early on before the retake truly happens.
Reposition there from Infiltrator, one off the overdrive, and the opt from moves is something you have to fear for Team Solid. But the controllers, the smokes break everything up, and Winthrop just break all the bodies down that stand in front of them. But TSS had a nice angle. He picks up 3, forcing some important repurchases. Can they drop the op? No, Moobs drops everyone in his path.
Moves is back, everyone. I mean, once again, like, it was really sad seeing Moves kind of take some of these initial duels in previous matches, just walking out and immediately getting gunned down. And you're like, well, okay, that was kind of whatever, I guess. But this time around, very reliable. But I need to talk about the utility game that is going on here, because from the haunt that kind of flies out there to the sound sensor going off, it lines things up perfectly for Governor to just spray things down with the Odin. And honestly, that sent Team Solid scattering around the site, and when they play the coordinated game, that's when Team Solid is looking sharp. But as soon as that interruption happens, then Winthrop University will just continue to dominate them in the team fight.
You have these mixed buys. You still have a Sheriff, a Guardian on Team Solid side, and a lot more respect given to Winthrop after how they opened up that pistol, knowing that Haunt can come out of Governor, but a much more passive further back hold here from Havoc, just relying on the Guardian and that tight angle. But look at where Infiltrator's inserted too, and it kind of even draws out some util from the right side of the map, making things maybe easier for the Winthrop squad to hit C yet again, and DGZ will call that out.
And I love that from Winthrop University. They know how much of a threat DGZ can be, and so let's just make sure that it's almost impossible. Force him back with utility, and then that way you can claim the space without risking any of your lives.
DGZ still has a flash too, so he can enable himself, but it's a backup plan. Winthrop just slide into B, thinking there was a gap there. And Team Solid able to take some bodies with them. The spike open to get planted. Rafa, that IGL, wanting for that nice group up. You're not going to see risks being taken from Team Solid. They know the team effort is what's going to win that round. Flashes out, trigger pull. Team Solid didn't see that coming. 2-on-1 though, and Winthrop will convert.
And it's looking good from Winthrop University once again. I mean, Governor just holding so far forwards with the Odin. Yeah, you get flash, that's okay. You just hold that left mouse button down. But you can see some of the mental games right now that Winthrop University are playing, toying with the idea of like, maybe we're going on this side, maybe we're going on that side. So many of these like little pivots that are going on that Team Solid just are not really prepared for. I know that the desk kind of highlighted Rafa being the person who has to kind of manage the macro of like how things are going. Team Solid being that very heavy momentum team off of the back of DGZ. But Winthrop University are doing an excellent job at just keeping DGZ out of the equation completely and then playing a stronger macro game. They look really prepared coming into this matchup. And of course, once again, going up against them previously and suffering that loss, you know they're coming to this one doing their homework.
I think reinforcing C has to be thought of. We have the tactical pause here from Team Solid, just a few more seconds. And how can you help support Conan the best? And how do you kind of execute a bit faster? Because it seems like there's a lot of proactivity from the Winthrop side on that post plant. And I think if Team Solid are just a little tighter on those windows, it'll look a lot better. But yeah, C has been a lot of the hit, even though, of course, there is that pivot from Winthrop. They're working the map. They're trying to find that weaker site. And Team Solid are trailing, but, you know, even in that NV match, Team Solid lost both pistols and still won 13-6. Just saying.
Yeah, it was kind of just like, we lost the pistol. That's okay. Now let's win the next 3 rounds in a row. And that is a little bit of a boom, but NV able to keep their stability in that last match that we've seen Team Solid do. This time around, though, Team Solid coming into this one have the Showstopper as well as the Nightfall ready to go. I think they're really just going to be looking for some picks first before they decide on whether or not they're going to use those ultimates. On the other side, though, Winthrop University have quite a few of their own, quite a few tools at their disposal to really just, once again, use that utility to remove the players from Team Solid so they have a nice, easy, breezy time getting in onto these sites.
Just a lot of the spam through the smoke, so it's already conditioning Team Solid. Okay, you better not sit in that smoke with a right-click classic, a shorty, no shotguns, no shenanigans. Team Solid just hoping to win their one. They got a bit of a crossfire going on too. There's a 3-stack that Winthrop will be heading into. We talked about how they were going to reinforce C, and the showstopper whistles by Winthrop. They dodge a bullet, they dodge a rocket. And Winthrop still trying to sell the fact that they're going to C, but these doors opening, Team Solid are paranoid.
You can feel the mind games at play here. Winthrop University knew exactly what they were trying to do, and that was to get the showstopper out with minimum value.
TSM! What was that? Through the slide too, he locks in, locks on, and Winthrop could get thrifty here. This is dangerous, but Team Solid are not able to recover those weapons. The Nightfall. Team Solid think that this is winnable. Both Nightfalls exchange. Now no one can hear or see much, and Winthrop are still holding it down. It's a coin flip of who can win. TSS out of bullets, out of life, and moves. Shows up when you needed him to the most.
The Canadian boom coming through, and honestly, it was really funny because you're going up against the most expensive guns of the game in the operator alongside the Odin, and then Team Solid are just walking in with pistols. But I just really have to commend Glyph for the calling that has been going on here. Obviously, DGZ doing that is something you can't really fully account for because it's kind of nuts, but at the same time, forcing out the showstopper so early on, completely mitigating a lot of it, forcing out that ultimate to make it your game. It's just a really good bait out from Winthrop University to make it so that Team Solid have everything difficult against them.
Ob the op, but only one will continue in the round, and this is not recoverable for Winthrop, so Moobs gets checked out the door before he could even teleport. Amazing shot from DGZ, really needing to death. Like, don't the annihilation fadeaway is crazy from Rafa. Winthrop not getting anything out of that, but they can still try to pincer Team Solid where it hurts. And what a paranoia to the blinds from Winthrop, or onto Winthrop. And now they're really stuck and hesitating on not only how to recover this spike, but to save the round. And Glyph backs against the wall, double swing out. Team Solid, gotta thank DGZ, and his op is still being held too.
Yeah, and at that point, that was all just Rafa with the intelligent play of backing off, not trying to overextend his life there, and then just tossing out the paranoia. It might have been a little bit of a greedy play, like look for a kill or stall things out for a second, but at that point, Winthrop University were all gung-ho about walking their way in. An excellent flick from DGZ, expected from the duelist, but yeah, like look at this. Multiple kills just through that paranoia make it so much easier, and then PXS gets his chance to shine, just walking through and clearing things out just with pure raw aim mechanics. A solid round from Team Solid, as it's going to be the tour de force coming out from Moobs this time. The economy of Winthrop University gets broken, but they still have a couple of tools to work off of, just not a ton. And knowing that DGZ is using this operator now, Winthrop University have to be in full preparation to counter that rifle from getting maximum value.
Now you see how greedy Team Solid want to be. That's why Winthrop are holding these positions towards spawn. They even invested a Glyph smoke to kind of change up how they were approaching the Rebel side, where Moobs now won't get as easily headshot. Now the Prowler reveals, okay, Winthrop are still near spawn, so back to square one for Team Solid.
No charges. And at the same time, that Prowler at least identifies that the sniper rifle isn't necessarily in that location or just around that corner, but giving a little bit of noise to hopefully bait people out from Team Solid to reinforce B. The rotation comes around onto this A site. Havoc, though, right behind Tree, could find an excellent opportunity.
Rafa with the information, but I mean, Winthrop are already at the door, knocking right into Tree. Havoc holds his ground. The spike is down, and Winthrop are in trouble. Team Solid will no longer cower from these fights. And Winthrop, having pistols, did the damage that they could, and you gotta applaud that. 3 rifles down, and Team Solid, economy-wise, still hold the op too. So with 10 seconds left, Winthrop, Ali could try to get some more kills going, but wiggling around, he'll fall too.
Yeah, that one was just tough at the end there. Like, the spike is so far away. Ali able to find a couple of kills with the Sheriff in the midst of all of that. Moves with a bit of an uncharacteristic miss, but yeah, that first kill onto Infiltrator really just slowed down the momentum. You still see the plan come through, though, on how Winthrop University like to engage with these sites. It's very util heavy focused. And as a result of how that last round went, we're going to be seeing them call that tactical timeout now. I mean, the last matchup between these two teams, it was looking kind of like a slap from Team Solid. But right now, Winthrop University are honestly really pulling themselves right back into this matchup. And quite frankly, once again, for elimination, this is a little bit of a banger between these two teams.
I'm honestly surprised they're pulling out the timeout this early. Like, that's just, now Winthrop are being contested on the site. It's not Team Solid playing for retakes anymore. They are standing up. And there was a big difference of buys that round too, but it feels like at any moment we're gonna get a thrifty. Like, it's still like, it's crazy how close these rounds have been.
Yeah, it really has. And honestly, like, as the players from Team Solid start to heat up, a lot more of that pressure is going to fall onto Glyph to try and make these calls to mitigate some of that aggression. The Team Solid game strat is really just, hey, let's hope our players find early kills in the round, and then the rest of the round is going to be nice and easy for us because they're going to have to crunch without all their full util on it. And Team Solid does take a little bit to heat up, and as they start to heat up, we need to see Winthrop University start to counter that a little bit more. When it comes to just that raw aim, raw frag mechanics, I think Team Solid, once again, come out on top. So it's up to Winthrop University to play that brain game better if they want to win out this map.
Who cares about brain when you got Braun? Like, Infiltrator's just full aggro down the A lane, trying to really utilize that Viper wall against them. And it's a trade. Infiltrator lives on. Now you know where the op is, though, if you're Winthrop, so you gotta try and pressure that. And now wanting maybe a quick exit out. They don't want to test that op. They want to go for B, but Team Solid more aware of it this time. They even preemptively threw the haunt. So Winthrop are being funneled into the Team Solid sightlines. And it's just a back and forth, and Winthrop just out racing them to the punch. And now Infiltrator stole the op from Team Solid, and he'll be the tip of the spear for this post plant.
Yeah, and honestly, the double fake back after giving the information to DGZ, perfect here. Infiltrator missing that shot as Moobs watching backline.
There. He's always got your back. It's consistent as ever. Winthrop have been that dark horse in this bracket. Now they go up against Brazil's best. Infiltrator, the sideline, even getting shot through the wall. What a read from Team Solid. Wait, Conan with the angle. But he's at 5 HP, so he has to win that 1v1, and Moobs is holding the angle. Taps the spike, and the crosshair lands, and Moobs clutches.
Yeah, and Moobs is going to walk away from that one. But once again, just the read coming through from Winthrop University. And at the same time, like, you know, I credited Glyph earlier in kind of playing for that outplay, but it was pure mid-rounding and just awareness of what might happen here from Infiltrator to, once again, just dominate all of that space, clear the sightline all the way back for the team to allow the plant to come online. When it comes down to these, like, macro plays, the strategic depth, Winthrop University still, once again, a little bit better than Team Solid as they find themselves 6-3, moves up to 12 kills. Once again, a bit of a return to form, which is looking really nice.
DGZ just out in the open, couldn't teleport out. That's an opening for Winthrop to work with, and Rafa trades, but now PXS has to absorb this space and try to get a good cutoff here. The headshot alliance make it 2, and Team Solid have been very good at getting these multi-kills to make these rounds in their favor. This is insane.
As Spike goes down, Governor in a 1v2 scenario here. Haunt 15 seconds away. One more kill, though, will net the Nightfall as Team Solid group up.
And he wants to try and be on site as best as he can, and that's where that experience comes into play. He's not even going to reveal his footsteps. Team Solid don't know he's in this corner. And now it's a deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie, but Governor is the king of the hill. And depending on the timing, Havoc finds it, and Team Solid get the defuse.
Wow, and Havoc with just the flick around, the split-second decision-making, as at the same time on the other end, Governor was looking for that one as well. And so Team Solid, they're starting to build their base a little bit more. They're feeling a little bit more stable here as things are slowly clicking a bit more. Infiltrator kind of going nuts with it, but Rafa holding the ground, and then PXS just kind of 1vxing. These hero moments are really the point of contention that Team Solid need to make happen. The desk talked about how DGZ tends to be the big person who's going to gain a lot of that momentum, you know, race the team forwards. And sure, DGZ always going to look a little bit flashy, but a lot of these other members can do the exact same thing. These guys can aim, these guys can shoot, these guys can find the kills to help rally the rest of the members up so that they can do the exact same thing. So this next round, Winthrop University, 3 ultimates online. Ali has another annihilation. Wasn't that successful the last time we've seen it come out, but hopefully this time might be able to fish somebody out of the position as a Glyph is looking to use that global teleport to try and find some info, probably.
That Team Solid don't want to have these very forward positions like DGZ did last time, and even without him, like, the team is still succeeding. So although you may think that's all the eggs in the duelist basket, there are multiple threats on the Team Solid side. Now deep into stairs, Glyph doesn't get to see much. The Team Solid are already rotating to the right side of the map. Got a long flank from Rafa. IGL won't be part of this equation. Winthrop hoping to subtract it. The fadeaway, the 2 shots to the Outlaw. There would have been more blood on the floor if there were more bullets, but Winthrop still making this winnable, but it would be up to Governor. And 1 versus 3, not looking as likely. But still, Winthrop killing as much as they are with just Sheriffs is still commendable.
They just kind of ran it down. We're like, you think we're going on site? Well, joke's on you. We're going to run into your spawn. And so once again, DGZ with the Outlaw able to find 2 kills right off the bat. But still, let's see how Governor wants to take this one. A 1v3 scenario. Trying to get ahead of the curve, but unfortunately, Team Solid, they're already onto the site.
This is a legendary wraparound. And Rafa has it all lined up, goes for the strike. Another day at the office for him. And look at where all those red X's are. Like, such an interesting rotation for Winthrop. I mean, they have to be stacked together because they got the pistols, but they were really trying to throw Team Solid for a loop. Now we got 1 round left in the half.
Yeah, it was really looking like they might have been able to come away with magic. DGZ probably like, what the heck? Why are they all here? And then thankfully PXS, nice and close by, is able to at least pick off 1 more, allowing for that additional time for the wraparound from the rest of the team. But yeah, classic Brazil style. They just group up, make sure to retake together, make sure to play together, and then just win out that numbers advantage. Winthrop University, they started out pretty hot. Team Solid heating up as well. 1 round away, closing out this first round. Is this going to be a bit of a util combo? Try and net some people. Let's see if Rafa gets caught.
The annihilation. Ooh. If he would have had like an early prowler from Governor, that could have been combined and moves. Just loses to the off there. You know it's on the right side of the map. Showstopper from Havoc, and he gets kidnapped. Ult for ult, ban for ban, and it's Winthrop in a 4 versus 4 with Spike still in hand, but the options are now looking limited. You have a Viper's Wall in B. Stepping up to is Rafa on the left side of the map. Smokes kind of obscure both teams, and then you would have to clear through the right side of the map where last time you saw it was not. So difficult round for Winthrop.
I feel so bad for Havoc. I think that's 3 showstoppers now that have gotten 0 value. The counterplay coming out from Ali as soon as the rocket gets alive and just yoink out of the air. Goodbye that weapon. It's just so painful for Havoc, who honestly has not been having quite a great map so far, but still, it's going to be a clean reset across the board. No more ultimates available unless DGZ finds a kill. And on the other side, Infiltrator just 1 away from having the overdrive too.
And the delayed push from Winthrop. Now the op is gonna show face, and Winthrop had a lot of their ults nullified. It's been huge for Team Solid to remove those win conditions. The overdrive, you just gifted it to the duelist, and what a quick shutdown from Conan. It's all up to the op, and it's all up to the GOAT. 1 versus 3. And save as many of the bullets as he can, but that's a butter knife. And Glyph doesn't have a paranoia. Really no util for Winthrop to use except the 1 final smoke. And the clone won't even be shot. So there's nothing for DGZ to work with except just walking in to a trap through the blind PC check. What was that? Dimensional drift is just to look cool. And he gets to just watch this last round go in Winthrop's favor and take everybody down with him.
Yeah, pull down Mr. Worldwide. Just make sure that Governor knows what's kind of coming to him. And yeah, Governor smiling in the midst of that round. So we get to see Winthrop University. They take that 7-5 here. As once again, I've been pretty impressed with a lot of these protocols to try and play these mind games, fish out these ultimates, fish out this utility from Team Solid very early on. It's like that, like step forward, you know, push out a little bit, bait all that out, and then back off. And then Team Solid have to just kind of play that patient game. And, you know, it's working out well for Winthrop University here.
It's been a battle of the ops, battle of the minds, 7-5 for Winthrop, but I heard there's some celebrities in the crowd,
A gente
so
não tá com
let's go
qualquer
see.
pessoa não, entendeu? Certo? Quero todo mundo fazendo muito barulho pro Darlan Cunha, ator, deve conhecer ele, Cidade dos Homens, Cidade de Deus, um monte de coisa. I'm here with Darlan Cunha, Brazilian actor, you might know him, a huge body of work, including City of God. Amigo, da onde que veio essa paixão pelo Valorant, cara?
Cara, há pouco tempo, há 1 ano eu jogo Valorant e tô acompanhando o competitivo agora. Me apaixonei, é o meu jogo preferido.
I asked him where it came from, this passion for Valorant. He said he's been playing for a year, watching the competitions. E aqui, obviamente, torcida pra Team Solid, né? Mas quem do 5 aí, quem que é o favorito?
DGzinho, né?
DGzinho.
É, os cria do RJ.
I asked him which one is his favorite player. He said DG. They're from the same city. Amigo, seguinte, se eles ganharem hoje, você volta amanhã que é pé quente.
Amanhã e domingo, hein?
Fechou, então bora pra segunda metade que vai dar nós.
It's so cool to see all the fans show up in the crowd. We got Brazilian actors in here. Oh, I wish I was in Brazil right now, Marks.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'm always a little bit surprised who turns up for like Valorant events, right? Like you never expect Ben Affleck to be at VCT, but
and
you know, that's
idols?
the world we live in.
We've had that too. Oh my God. And then it's like the Valorant pros are like fangirling over them and then them fangirling over them. We're all united by our love of Valorant, but we'll see who will still love Valorant after this game because Winthrop are just barely ahead 7-5.
Oh no, don't do them like that. Like Team Solid lose here. It's gonna be, the crowd is not gonna be too happy about that one, that's for sure. The last remaining Brazilian team up against all of North America, all 3 seeds of NA, kind of making it into this playoff bracket. And once again, this is an elimination match here, as we still are on Lotus. That's Team Solid's map pick. And so they honestly stunned me with how good their Lotus was yesterday, but it's coming a little bit quieter thus far. Now that they swapped onto the attack though, this is where I think they tend to thrive a little bit more. And I'm expecting this is gonna be a fast and crazy play coming through from them.
Yeah, dreams end here, but you could be living in a nightmare after the infiltrator ace on the last pistol. But Team Solid, you know, pistols are just not their round. They didn't take a single pistol against Envy, but they still dominated the rest. Just give them a gun and they'll know how to shoot. But Team Solid approach. Prowler reveals. Ali still gets 1 for the road, so still worth it. But DJZ, no one steps in his path. And you got this lurk going on for Conan. That's just kind of to distract Winthrop.
Yeah, and Spike finally going down here. Down to this 3v3, but importantly, DGZ's still alive in PXS, who's been looking pretty sharp on some of these other rounds. Glyph Infiltrator and Moobs a little bit more on the flank, looking for their opportunities to try and strike the site.
Glyph in that 1v1, but the swing not well timed, and now it's DJZ's turn for an ace. I don't think he'll get it. Moobs is on the other side of the site, and even Team Solar are looking to give it to him, but PXS steals it away. And DJZ happy with that one. See, Team Solid can win pistols.
This is one of those moments, right, where like you remember back when DGZ was on Loud and just like Loud not doing as well as everybody was kind of expecting, and then suddenly, oh look, DGZ on the stage somehow walked away with 3 kills, and it's crazy and it's madness. And we're being treated to a lot of those moments here with how DGZ has kind of been playing in some of those like single opportunities. You know that he's always going to be good for it, even though he gets swung by multiple people, which I think is just one of those things that makes that player so hard to counter. Moves though on the other side of Mound. 2 more bullets in that Headhunter as Rafa actually finds that first kill.
Ow! Moobs is not able to escape, and now the spawn gets locked down there by Conan, so Winthrop kind of went for the Hail Mary. and just end up in the red zone. Not the good kind anyway. And just Team Solid, you know, I know sports guys, but Team Solid winning that pistol may mean that they can come back and even get a lead back.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, should be able to close out this round here. DGZ having that Phantom, pretty so close to the dimensional drift as well, but on the other side, Governor does have this Bulldog glyph, kind of playing a little bit counter to the push moving forwards, but I imagine they're just going to group up here, try and drop some of the weaponry that Team Solid currently have.
Governor is going for a long flank, not through the breakable door, and I don't really know if he has time, and that's why he's kind of stepping it up. And Conan with a deep flank watch, and they may have heard Governor's footsteps and are going to decide to turtle up more on the site, so going to be awkward timing for Glyph, and he may just want to go down to the spike. So Governor, I think his main objective is just go kill, not win, go kill. And Glyph, I think he's on board with that. DGZ is visiting the ghosts. Call him the Ghostbuster, and Governor will not be spooking anyone on the flank.
Are you kidding me? The right click also goes off as well from Glyph there onto DGZ, and DGZ has like a couple of seconds to just flick around and immediately taps his head. That's the reflexes of that duelist there, and you know it's looking a lot more sharp now. And as these rounds continue to move forwards, like a lot of that turn up that we were seeing from moves, from Infiltrator, it's a bit more quiet this time. More consistent players are starting to show their hands a bit in the form of Glyph as well as Ali, just still consistently finding those frags just to kind of slow it down. But Havoc going in faster, gets blinded up, and Moves finds that first kill, stopping a lot of that momentum.
And I love that support from Moves, because he's been getting picked off, and he's usually in these solo, go for a pick, teleport out opportunities. And now he's got a flash, and that's what allowed him to secure that kill. And Team Solid, gonna see if that's all they have left in the tank. And Glyph spams through the smoke, removes a big win condition from Team Solid, and that would have been the dimensional drift. And Winthrop very happy with how this round is going. There's a deep lurk from Conan, and he's already shaking things up on the right side of the map.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Walks away with 10 HP, but stays alive, which is really important to allow this Viper screen to come up here. So safe passage all the way back into the spawn, as we get to see the spike transport around, but Ali's been caught.
Oh man, just as he threw that barrier, yeah, just in an awkward spot. He's got teammates, but I don't know for how much longer. Winthrop, just a better teamwork at the end of the day, and just when you thought Team Solid were gonna grab a lead, Winthrop are back in the driver's seat.
Okay, first of all, Ali with a big smile on his face there, because they threw everything in the kitchen sink against him, trying to find that kill. But thankfully, Governor comes just in time with the Odin in hand to provide some of that covering fire. Makes it a lot more possible for Ali to stay alive and still find PXS in the midst of all of that. Kind of unbelievable stuff. And to start it off, like, yo, I swear, every team after this is going to be doing those drop smokes that Glyph is so well known for, because every single time the drop smoke happens, it's almost a guaranteed kill coming through as Havoc flies in again.
Oh my god, flying, that's for sure. Team Solid, just 6 feet under. The round has barely started, and Winthrop just came in swinging, fists out. And DGZ the last one left, and it's Winthrop wanting to get ahead of this round after maybe knowing that DGZ has the dimensional drift, and you don't want to get him set up.
Well, he's going to try and take this anyways. Thinks about it for a second as another drop smoke flies through, but 3 people watching is a tall order.
Yeah. Not able to save the gun, and even after hearing the Odin, still tries to test those waters, so now it's going to be about the long game. It's going to be a long-term investment of how many guns you can keep and the economy that you want to build up for the long road, and Team Solid is not able to keep up the momentum from the pistol.
Yeah, and what's like crazy about all of this is like you can see all the pieces kind of working together for Winthrop University. Odin spraying from Governor all the way down there. Glyph, meanwhile, goes for a TP while they're also distracted. And then while Glyph is able to walk into the back line, then Infiltrator slides in. Once again, a very rehearsed strike coming out of that A site, and it just slows all the momentum down as Team Solid find themselves onto a save. They've got 2 stingers here and 3 sheriffs. Still have DGZ's dimensional drift, and to be honest with you, it's been looking really good every single time that we see that Yoru kind of hop into the other world. So let's see how they want to counter it. Glyph holding that paranoia, waiting for a contact play to know when to toss that one out. while Team Solid, they slow things down quite a bit on this round.
Yeah, deadly duo on the left side of the map there. But just the presence of an Odin just makes the A site way less sexy. But hey, Conan had eyes and ears all over. And they tried to pull Winthrop to the left side of the map. Sonic sensors is what Ali's going to rely on. Dimensional drift still available. If you can get close range, that Stinger is going to pack a punch. There's already a barrier, so Ali knows what to focus on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Not again.
Got hit by the paranoia. Team Solid around the seas. You're not going anywhere. Team Solid just advances a team, but the counter. The nets. Oh, it just gets Team Solid at the heel. And the defense lives on. A fantastic job from Ali.
Ali, my goat. Like, once again, when people talk about VCT teams scouting things out in tier 2, trying to pull up their players to go on and somehow win champions in the case of energy, like, Ali has to be one of the names up there. This time around, just spinning his mouse around, trying to stay alive, finding multiple kills, dodging, ducking, diving all throughout traffic to stay alive in the midst of all of that, and still walks away at the very end with 3 kills is kind of unbelievable. Team Solid are not able to capitalize on him in that A site, and that has happened multiple rounds in a row now.
Oh my god, the ping, the Odin. Oh, the nade. I thought there was going to be so much more damage. Dimensional drift, the clapback. This Team Solid race, but there's also a barrier blocking off Dijazzin's help there, so he's not going to want to take risks and be the hero. They want to be the Avengers. They want to be together.
Oh man, that's so smart from Ali. Oh yeah, you want to rush in on us? Would be a shame if the team couldn't follow you. And then the dimensional drift pretty much goes kaput. Yeah, sure, you were able to get a little bit of space, but you got nothing for it. You have to back off now. You have to reconsider your strategy. And just that one single piece of utility negates that entire ultimate from DDZ.
A lot of good ultimates, especially on the B side. If Ali, this is going to cover so much of the site. He does get into position.
Spike planted. Welcome to my
Team Solid, ooh, they set up their base. They got a fortress of smoke, and it's the Viper's Pit. And Winthrop, ooh, something on the net there. Ali could just go for the annihilation, but may want to conserve it. This is a difficult site to try and take hold of, and even extending out of it. The perimeter watch from Dijazzin is solid, and Winthrop have to address that. Ali steps up for the 1v1. Glyph starts to pick apart the sides. Dijazzin collects another kill. You cannot stop him. Team Solid, though. Conan can be dependable to protect himself. And now there's just no time, and Moobs needs to keep the op.
Yeah, Moobs running away from there. You see Team Solid scurry their way across the side as well. Knowing how close their economy is to breaking, they have to keep those guns alive into these next rounds. But once again, when it just comes down to the macro game, Winthrop University definitely look like they're coming out on top. They've got so many of these fun little set strategies to kind of foil a lot of stuff, but then it just comes down to DGZ. Always going to be good for a duel. Always good to win the 1vs, and when there's no more utility to try and flush this player back, then it's just going to be impossible to make anything happen to retake into that pit. So, Team Solid, they stabilize a little bit. Havoc, showstopper in hand. Surely this time around, we're going to see that thing get a couple of kills here. A little bit more pressure, if not zone things out a little bit. But at the same time, 3 ultimates on the other side. Ali ready to grab the rocket right out of the air if the cards work out that way.
Showstopper, no one's home. Annihilation. Blinded. Still, TSS gets collected, and then you have the Nightfall thrown in. Counter Nightfall. Both teams trade ults, and Team Solid have dropped the spike.
Down B.
And they've dropped this whole round. And Winthrop will head up to 11 soon, unless we could see a miracle get pulled off here by the IGL of Rafa. Goes and collects the spike, and we'll head to the perfect site to plant it. But he's actually not gonna go for the plant. It's all a fake. It's a ruse. But man, the trades from Winthrop are solid. And they still hold on.
Man, this is looking like a completely different Winthrop University than what we saw them in the previous matchup against Team Solid. I mean, obviously, you know, the post-match interview, Ali was just like, yeah, you know, we just weren't really playing like ourselves. And then, like everyone knows, they went on to 13-0 9Z the next day. So You know, like they've really pulled their heads right back into this one. And what is very important here is they're not playing scared of Team Solid. They know how good this team can be, and they are rising to the occasion here. A fantastic job from Winthrop University thus far as a Team Solid. As this game continues to stretch on, you gotta wonder how many more different ideas they can throw at the board here, because you know what, things are not looking so great for them on their map pick.
Team Solid just have only won 3 rounds in the second half on their attack. When they trade ults, when the chaos ensues, it's been really hard to stay locked in. And the desk was kind of talking about like, oh, when's Infiltrator gonna hit that pop-up? You know, that stride, that prime that he was so known for online and challengers, and it's such a well-rounded roster now. Like, and they fix their mistakes so quickly. Something like moves getting picked off, not able to hit that teleport in time. Now he's not giving up those first bloods anymore. And Team Solid have to really rely on DJZ to kind of pull off these multi-kills and to have that firepower that they need to try to have a comeback here.
And, you know, the comeback has to start now. Winthrop University looking like they should be able to get onto map point here. Given the fact that Team Solid's economy not looking fantastic. DGZ, though, Guardian in hand, and we've seen some crazy thrifties come out from Team Solid before. As this is going to be a lot of pressure.
Yeah. But because of that step up, he has to use that teleport rather than just kind of playing the corner. So that's one less thing that Team Solid have to worry about. But then there's still that annoying Odin over at the A site. Winthrop have definitely been working on this. Real sketchy for Team Solid with all the smokes in place. It's an obstacle course, and Team Solid are still committed because they don't want to test that off. But you're just testing the raw firepower of Infiltrator. They'll even go and give him a high five. This is what we've been waiting to see from our star duelist. A 4K for the Neon.
Oh, Infiltrator, don't you know we're playing on the old patch? You can't just crouch and walk around and somehow find the spray down. Not quite yet, and still makes it look so easy. I cannot understate the amount of value that these meshes from Ali have been having. This deadlock utility is completely flabbergasting Team Solid at some of the start of these rounds. Like, you see, they've got an idea, and then immediately the barrier mesh goes down, and it's almost like frustration across their faces. It's like, well, I guess we can't go C now. There goes our whole entire game plan. And they haven't done really anything to adapt. And so, Winthrop University now on map point, ready to flip the script against their previous loss to Team Solid in a 2-0 fashion.
Just hasn't been an answer for the op, the Odin, except finally getting moves before the teleport comes out. Speaking of that, just a bit of a spy check there from Glyph using the old checks out where the attackers still are. Havoc creates an opening. The red carpet down on B. Trades, though, favor Team Solid. And being able to remove this op to force the rebuy. Maybe even the Odin if you're lucky. Team Solid, it's not over yet.
Yeah, that time around, they just more or less have free reign of everything. And at this point, like Winthrop University, they don't really want to give anything up. They've got that operator, got the Odin in hand. They don't want to potentially have to buy those ones back. And so Team Solid, though, does have to play careful here because, unfortunately, they don't have a full amount of utility, too. We actually do see Conan find Ali all the way on the other side of the map, but Governor is just going to keep this Odin alive in the back here as Rafa and Conan are going hunting.
And Winthrop are so rich, though. This is going to take a lot of rounds for Team Solid to hope and puncture that, to burst that bubble, because Winthrop are right on the edge of winning the map.
That was really funny to watch. I'm not gonna lie. You're like, oh boy, here comes the creep up. This is gonna be a crazy rifle kill, and then the sniper rifle bullet just flies across, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess he's done there. But honestly, Conan finding that kill is huge onto Ali, because that makes it so that Team Solid have a lot more room to, you know, walk around here, see the weaponry that's available, shop a little bit in order to make sure that their economy is gonna be nice and good this time. DGZ having the operator in hand. See what Winthrop University can do. It's a lot of spraying just at the start of this round as Havoc goes exploring onto Seaside.
Team Solid may have found that weaker site. They ended up at B. They kind of have these early rounds to pull fights on either side. See how eager, see if they can punish moves. And then B has been a good hit so far, especially when Team Solid seemed to sense a 2-1-2 setup. It's like Alia wants to help reinforce that with the barrier.
Also, I think this is a good read from Team Solid after that tack timeout. See them just playing a lot more fearful around the smokes because this is where Glyph has been farming. And so they're paying that additional piece of respect, not losing anybody unnecessarily, and that makes sure that that bulldozer can be a lot more powerful on entry.
Someone has to be a sacrifice to the Zob if you were still committed to A. Maybe that Prowler was just to sell the fake. They'll have that 5 versus 3 on the C site. Paranoia still available there from Glyph. He waits for the perfect timing. Although the C's could be used from PXS along with the nade. Doesn't hit the corner, but the headshot does. And Havoc breaks in. Showstopper at the backside. Splashes Infiltrator on the wall. And he even gets the kill too. Havoc stays composed and stoic. And it ends up being a B plan after all.
Wow, in the midst of all of that, I was like, yeah, they took the C site. Life should be good. And yeah, like you said, it is going to be a B plant after all. Moves, just watching it, able to find Rafa. That's going to alert the cavalry now as Conan's so close by. And yeah, we'll take away the operator here. And it's these little micro adjustments that we're seeing from Team Solid that are taking away a lot of these like tricky plays from Winthrop University. I talked about the drop smoke earlier, but that really is like just a small little adjustment that is keeping their players alive, and then they're able to execute their game plan exactly how they want to. And finally, a little bit of justice for my guy Havoc there, able to find someone with the showstopper and kind of put on a little bit of a show on that C site, staying alive in the midst of all of this chaos. And so an excellent round from Team Solid as they're looking like they might be able to pull back into overtime. And Winthrop University this time will be calling that tack timeout.
Yeah, you do not want to choke at the finish line. Not on the biggest stage and not on an elimination match. And get to see the end of the round to see if maybe Team Solid picked up the op, but I would assume Winthrop have enough credits to probably buy another one, because even though it's not getting like 1,000 kills, I don't even know if the last 2 rounds it's gotten a few. But it's just the threat that it creates to kind of stop Team Solid from even wanting to push that A site. So we'll have to see where Moobs ends up, if he wants to repurchase that and kind of what site he wants to hold and not make it too obvious, because then there's also the Odin that can be purchased. And the threats on the perimeter has been really hard for Team Solid to deal with.
Yeah, and this is actually something too that I think Team Solid has been doing a good job of keeping in check. Like, we watched Moobs walk away with absolute murder at the start of this map here. Able to just kind of pinch those offsides, find some early picks so early on in the round. And as time has gone on, Moobs' effectiveness has kind of decreased. And I think that that is a good read from Team Solid, making sure to punish that chamber, kind of solo holding some of these weird, awkward angles. And yeah, that has really made it so that it's a lot easier for them to get what they want online. Team Solid 10-12 now. Bit of a weaker buy from Winthrop University as they come out of this timeout. Infiltrator does have the overdrive if things start to go their way.
The offensive op, the offensive Prowler, and just clipping Moves? No, okay, he's still fine somehow. Bucky, though, at the front door. Team Solid has still advanced through the B, and this may just be a difference of Sentinel choices when you have the chamber, you have the deadlock against the hyper offense, the double duelist of Team Solid.
Over there.
Who need to be worth their choice. Now Team Solid definitely working this map to see what picks they can get, what looks the best.
Moves basically getting the Kane's era treatment. You haven't been hitting? Okay, here's a shotgun. Yeah, just play around the corner. See if you can make magic happen, and then when you're feeling it, then you'll find what you need. Havoc, though, just on the other side, spots that out and actually will climb that kill, and nobody else from Winthrop University is home, so it should be a clean site take.
In the post plant, good util, especially from PXS, but now getting a little too antsy. Now you know Winthrop are right around the corner. An Infiltrator has the overdrive. He's ready to unleash. The Prowler still revealing this. PXS maybe trying to hit a good seize. An Infiltrator gets stuck. The timing of Team Solid to silence Winthrop from the potential win. And Havoc, it's his turn in the ace spotlight. And wait a second, Team Solid are not done yet.
Havoc coming back. Once again, very quiet at the start of this round, but that time gets an ace and honestly looks so clean from it. I highlighted how nice Winthrop University's utility usage is, right? Like when we talk about Team Solid, what we expect to see is all these guys fragging out of their minds. It's going to be fantastic. But this time around, I'm so impressed with everything that's kind of happening. Havoc can't even believe that he got that ace there. But once again, just the utility usage, the traps being set up, the fact that the paint shell's fine too, is just often great reads from Team Solid to shut Winthrop University down. This is going to be the last round in regulation here. Winthrop University have that buy up. An Infiltrator did use the ultimate last time, but all things considered, that is not an ultimate that has immense value really when you've got all rifles in your hands.
And Conan, though, has been able to call out how many members of Winthrop are on the right side of the map, which means they can cut into B, which means Team Solid should really try to hit C. If that looks like the weakest site. The big threat, though, is Glyph and spamming through the smokes or the paranoia, but they don't know he's not there. At least I don't think so. So Team Solid trying to wait, see if Moobs would step up for one of those picks, because he's been known to initiate for Winthrop. Now the clone and the flash actually gets shot, but it doesn't affect Governor. And not having Dijazine in this round could be the nail in the coffin. Havoc still has the up though, and Nightfall expecting an A-Lobby fight. And Team Solid, you have them cowering, you have them revealed, and Rafa's still gonna step up. Because you would never expect that, right? Oh, the paranoia Glyph! The captain, the leader of this ship! Puts Team Solid to bed! And it's 13-11 for Winthrop on Lotus!
Just as Havoc pulls the showstopper out too, Governor up on his feet. An excellent round coming through from Winthrop University. I have to comment on Glyph there quickly, because Glyph using those drop smokes, feigning the presence of the Omen all the way onto Seaside, and Team Solid did want it nothing to do with that Omen. And yet, guess what? That Omen was just waiting for you over towards A. And then after that, like, it's just that single paranoia that finds so much value. As a Winthrop University, like, that was a fantastic game to watch, and that is a fantastic map for them to take.
It's a total lockdown on that defense, and Winthrop had curated this composition. They did their homework to bring out the double sentinel, to find a way to stop the double duelist that they were expecting Team Solid to bring out. So Team Solid dropped their choice of map very close, but we head to the Winthrop playground, and that's going to be on Sunset. Excited to see what the desk has to say. We'll see you in a bit.
One enemy remaining. Take that, man! Take that! One down. One enemy.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Ready to go.
exactly what Core needs to do. Trotch in, and there was Tristan to Ion.
Going to the evening.
The first map, Lotus, in this lower bracket elimination match, a strong map for both of our teams, and we got to see that through and through. But it's Winthrop University to make a little switch up on the day, and Winthrop University to take the win 13-11. Roy, that came right down to the wire as well. Like, looking at those last few rounds, it was just so insanely close.
I think the streakiness of this first map kind of explains it all, guys, right? The energy, the passion that they're feeling, the crazy levels of momentum that we are experiencing in front of this passionate crowd is actually just so sick to see. But it kicked off with a bang immediately. Infiltrator, Ace, right off the rip, guys. We highlighted Infiltrator as being an important factor in this map. Immediately, Bros acing on pistol round. It could not have started any better for him. It felt like Winthrop University were running with that early momentum, right? Getting a huge lead going up to the 4-1 scoreline. They're doing a great job. And then boom, Team Solid. They answer back with their own kind of game plan. They start pulling rounds together. It finishes in a pretty tight half, 5-7, and it remained consistently competitive all the way to the end.
It absolutely did. I think something else that we wanted to see from the side of Winthrop University was moved, having a bit more of like a stronger start to this matchup here as well, right? Talked about, I think, some of the inconsistencies that we saw on those lurk positions, on those picks that he's able to get in those head-to-head moments, and he was absolutely delivering today here on Lotus. And to talk a little bit more about that compositional change that we saw on the side of Winthrop University, that deadlock coming out from Ali, them moving away from that double controller composition with the Viper that we had seen previously for this team, just looked so comfortable. I think that the big thing as well was that deadlock pick coming out from Ali really forces Team Solid's hands as far as just being a bit more careful in how they're spending that time in the early rounds on the attacking side. And we really saw them struggling once that operator got online, the Odin there as well. Just so many of these angles that were harder for them to contest. And then on the other side of the map, they were dealing with an Ali's deadlock, and they're kind of struggling to find answers, I think, to taking that utility.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way that Ali was using Deadlock, guys. I feel like on both halves, he got a ton of value, right? We talked about Deadlock having a lot of that early utility on the attack side. They were using that grab net over and over to stop the attack on A, stop the jump spotting on C. It was really oppressive. They weren't really sure how to deal with it. And when it came down to those C hits, right, the kind of the wall that goes over towards the C side to block off the rotates, to stop the fast floods, a point of contention that has been so important for this Brazilian team to team fight on sites. That was kind of interrupting their flow a little bit in that first half. Then we flip sides and we see the same thing happening, guys. The deadlock utility over and over for the A fight, for the C set pieces, like just so much utility overwhelmed by the Winthrop University side. Then you have the individual player pop-offs mixed in there as well. That's a recipe for a nice closer here for Winthrop University.
It was a series that everyone and anyone could step up at any moment, which made this really just volatile, but very interesting as well. I mean, we got to see a Havoc just pop off. We get to see that ace, and even in that final round, making things really, really close. During that highlight reel, I cannot even begin to count the amount of sheriff kills that DG Zine was getting, Ash. I mean, some of these shots were just disgusting, but in the end, it's going to be an overall consistency from Winthrop, a big step up from everyone when really, really needed to get the job done.
100%. GG Zine and Havoc were putting in work on that duelist role. A lot of those multi-kills coming in. Havoc even getting an ace of his own a little bit later on in this first map here as well. But again, I think it really just came down to a lot of those moments on the side of Winthrop University where that utility usage was absolutely coming out on top. And now for Team Solid too, you have to think about the fact that Lotus was their map pick. That is what they were really comfortable. They wanted to bring it to Lotus there for map number 1. I think that now you have to also have that kind of shift in mentality as you head into map number 2 here. But this is also an experienced roster, right? These are players where we're going to expect that capability to come up for them.
But Ash, this was supposed to be the playground. This is supposed to be the Team Solid performance, right? They wanted that momentum. That's why they picked it. They looked so good against Envy. They were doing such a great job with the team fights, with the fast floods, with the retakes. It all looked so great. And I feel like Winthrop University might have just kind of blindsided them with this compositional change right at the last second. I feel like they weren't able to problem solve in the moment. And I almost feel like them not getting the map win right here is going to require for them to dig quite deep to kind of get that momentum, get some focus back into the second map.
I mean, Lotus might be Team Solid playground, but it was Infiltrator who showed up to play. He was called out at the beginning of the series as someone who needed to have a step up, and that he did. When you call out all of the aggression on the opposing end, we needed to see the impact from Infiltrator, and Ash, he showed up in spades.
He absolutely did. This was such a great performance coming out from him. We're talking about, me and Roy were talking about in the green room, we were like, yeah, the mental boomage you have to experience if your Neon on the other team is pulling out an Odin and running at you. It's actually crazy.
Yes, I love it.
It's actually mental warfare at that point, right? But this is, I think, a huge, great sign here for Winthrop University for the remainder of the series, with Infiltrator starting off on such a hot streak here in map number 1 when he was a little bit quieter, still popping off earlier on in this tournament. It's something dangerous, that's for sure.
Yeah, I just think our expectations for Infiltrator were just so high because regionally it felt like he was such a problem for so many teams. And it's kind of the version of Infiltrator that we saw in this first map that kind of is what we expect from him, right? Is to be annoying, to like do these plays, to get in the enemy's heads, run and gun, slide kills, Odin spams, run it. Like all these sort of plays is what usually has dismantled a lot of North American teams. It's good that Infiltrator's kind of back into form here against TSS. They're going to need him to be at this level to kind of have clean closes against this team. Otherwise, it could go very well the entire distance, guys.
I mean, looking at this second map in this series, Winthrop's pick, this is something that looks strong for them. And on the opposing end, within Ascension, we haven't seen this from Team Solid, but Ash, looking at the LCQs, it's not necessarily a great map for them. Of course, they have time to have figured something out, but it's definitely looking a little dire.
Yeah, I guess you could think of it that way, but that also means that there is a lot that Team Solid could look to learn from with those losses during the LCQ as well. And allowing this map to come through the veto with the understanding that there is a high chance of Winthrop picking it with the results that they've had, you've got to imagine that there's got to be some sort of maybe compositional change, of difference in approach for Team Solid and the tape that they have to work off to try and anti-strat. So my eyes are on Team Solid for map number 2 to have done their homework. But I think what's a little bit worrisome for me here as well is Winthrop, they had a great plan with that comp change to go back to that deadlock comp that they had been running before, with the understanding that with that double duelist on the side of Team Solid, they want to be able to like go in with that high octane gameplay. And this is another map where Ollie could absolutely still slow them down.
And usually Winthrop University's been on interviews talking a lot about their prep work and how, you know, how they like to come prepared, but how do you prepare for that which has no info, guys, right? Luckily for Winthrop University, the compositional choice that Team Solid's opted for is a composition that is common. It's the bread and butter. It's the cookie cutter, if you will, here on Sunset. I feel like they're going to be a lot more prepared for it. So what I'm looking towards, guys, is to see how Team Solid is going to use that breach, use that Omen utility to kind of brute force that A control, establish it early, get some lines up, and how Winthrop University is going to be playing around that fact, because I feel like the A line is going to be the major point of contention here in this first half.
You also have to keep in mind here that this is a map where Moobs is going to constantly be on that lurk, be contesting for those opening kills here on Sunset, something that Team Solid are going to have to look out for and maybe try and isolate him in some of these moments to not allow those mid-round pivots to be called there for Winthrop University. And for Team Solid, they're also going back to this old comp that they've played before, that bread and butter comp that Roy was just talking about, but they need major changes. They have a 39% win rate here on defense, and they're starting there first.
I mean, something familiar for them, just going to be what they've learned in the server to try and overcome this Winthrop University squad. On the opposing end, we have seen that these two teams are more than capable of going toe-to-toe, and big step-ups on the day for pivotal members of the team, like moves on this chamber, might be a difficult one for Team Solid to contest against. It's the elimination. It's their life on the line, though. Let's see on Sunset if Team Solid can make that comeback. It is time to head into the map with your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Marks.
Thank you, Sierra. Yes, map 2. It still feels like anyone's game after that 13-11 Marks, and Winthrop clearly did their homework on Lotus to counter with more Sentinels, means more defense, but how is this gonna go?
Honestly, listen, I'm not trying to be NA pilled here or like super biased or anything here, but I'm really liking Winthrop University's chances. The last time that we've really seen Team Solid come out, on Sunset was all the way back in the last chance qualifier. And that was a little bit ago, but they went 0 wins on this map for that last chance qualifier. So, you know, the more, while a little bit dated here, in Team Solid, they are a team that like to prepare. They're going up against the Winthrop University, who know the game that they want to play. And one of the things that has continuously impressed me about Winthrop University are the amount of preparation that they have done.
Yeah. Winthrop, that mid control, are not going to waste any time getting all the way on the flank, slipping past Conan's defenses, and have a complete site on lockdown. And Winthrop didn't even need a pick until now, and now Team Solid will have to go through main. And Rafa's on the flank against the other Omen. Just Winthrop are ahead on how this Team Solid retake is gonna go. And PXS is out of tools and out of ideas on how to set up his Star Duelist for success, especially at 45 HP. There's injuries on both defenders. And Winthrop just have numbers.
Where are you?
And it's the same comp, so a lot more practice and comfortable as Team Solid. They get vision, they work together, but they just walk into the crosshairs of Winthrop. It's just, they're ready for them.
And yeah, once again, like, the preparation from Winthrop University is gonna always be the name of the game this time. You know, Team Solid coming out here with a very cookie cutter composition. Something you really can't expect. You know exactly how they're gonna be playing this one. And unfortunately, like, if they don't have any of these little moments of like individual prowess, we see PXS kind of have one of them there. You know, when it comes to that macro game, when it comes to the util game, they're gonna continuously fall victim to a lot of these tricks that Winthrop University has set up. My eye also on Ali again this time, because we've seen some crazy walls find crazy value against non-North American teams because they're just not ready for like some of those weird plays. So Winthrop University have a lot to work off of, and of course this is their bonus round, so they've also got the weapons to work off of right now too.
That orb grab from Dijazine, you'll have to think of that later. Bucky tucked to the side. PXS in a one-and-done position, trying to disrespect the one-way smoke from Winthrop. On the other side, defensive smoke creating a delay on the Winthrop approach. But Team Solid not really known for their pistols, I guess. They drop yet another one. That's how they try to answer back here, and that's a good one. PXS puts an end to that lurk.
Right now it's just playing tricky positions. Havoc goes completely unchecked. Oh, okay, Infiltrator ready for it.
Get a better gun, I swear. Like, you kind of gotta respect it. Infiltrator hasn't been punished too much once he gets the speed going. This is prime Infiltrator. Team Solid. Well, they'll be on the flank. Watch out for Dijazine with the Bucky. Says hello to the Sage and gets a much needed upgrade to the Guardian. Winthrop thinks it's a moment to try and push, but be careful of isolating these 1v1s, and Team Solid come together to deny that second round.
And that is such like a Team Solid thing to do. You know, you lose pistol, you win round 2. And yeah, once again, like this time around, they previously have started to look a little bit lost, but that time it's just, you know, they're hanging out on some weird angle. They're able to find those picks nice and early on, and then the snowball just completely collapses upon Winthrop University. And where we talk about like the strengths and weaknesses of Winthrop versus Team Solid in just the kind of like, as soon as they've got a numbers advantage, they're looking good. They know exactly how to crunch on top of it, and then it's just like, it feels like an entire storm is just raining down on their opponents when they're kind of firing as sharp as they are. So DJ's able to pick up the Guardian that time, makes it a lot easier for that squad to win up that round, as it's gonna be Winthrop now onto a save, and Governor already head in the ground.
Yeah, just being able to poke and prod at Winthrop as they're on an island with pistols, and not gonna have too much to say about it. But building up towards those ults, especially PXS, who has had a really formidable start to this map, 2 away from the Nightfall already. You'll have Rafa probably go collect the orb on the right side. Orb hunting, at least get an orb. But hey, Ali puts one down, so
going out.
Solid having an answer back on these round 2s is something to know in a lot of these games where they drop the pistol.
Yeah, a lot more expected that time around. They've got the better weaponry, they're holding better angles. We see a couple of moments where it's like, oh yeah, look, there's Ali again, just tapping heads. Nothing new about that one, but yeah, Team Solid. Good stability round. You can hear the crowd cheering them on. They want to make sure that that map 3 is alive. Again, whoever wins up this matchup gets to continue forward into the losers final. Whoever loses is unfortunately out of this tournament. Now, Winthrop University, the weapon buy up here. Looking to play this slow pace, maybe avoid some of these traps as the swing comes through, but Moves able to escape, as it does look like Team Solid are just trying to bait them out to find those kills really early on.
That gives the Nightfall to PXS, so retakes are going to look fruitful, but Winthrop get tripped up by the Cypher. Havoc on watch, Paranoia right through Winthrop. They are stuck, they need to break out, and Infiltrator just gets put down. And Team Solid respecting that space now. The job's done, and Winthrop aren't down too bad. Gotta be careful where this spike goes, though. If you're Glyph and you're trying to follow into the footsteps of Ali in this wall, okay, thank God it was up, and Ali's just clearing the way for his spike carrier, but this is still dangerous. What an angle that Ali has found! Self-sufficient! It's the battle stage! And you've gotten the ult out of Dijazine, and you still best him? What did Ali have for breakfast? What a deadlift on this round!
Oh man, yeah, Governor gonna be able to get the backstab onto Havoc, but I was gonna say, like, yeah, like he's got the biggest smile on his face, bigger than when we were on the cameras before we loaded into this one. But the hop down off the wall, you could tell Team Solid were like, oh, okay, he just reset, he went mid, it's gonna be fine. And then this slow creep up on the flank goes completely unchecked, finds a free kill on PXS, and then is just so ready for everybody else to kind of go through. Of course, if anyone was gonna do it, it was gonna be DGZine, but at that point, Governor was so deep on the flank. These little micro plays looking really good from Ali, who has that resurrection online. And yeah, it's currently top of the leaderboard as well. 6 kills as Battle Sage reigning supreme.
Such a difficult part of the map to push. Now the trap is set with the fault line. Winthrop walk up and just get annihilated there from PXS. And if they wanted to keep fighting, the Nightfall is ready. And Winthrop, forgive everything. Team Solid not gonna push that yet, all thanks to the Prowlers. And what a setup, 2 from Governor. An Infiltrator activates the speed. And now it's the overdrive and the Nightfall. Oh wait, that was PXS's Nightfall to try and slow down this duelist at range. He just can't stand against Havoc. At least it allows Winthrop to get the objective down. But man, Team Solid, they have the perimeter. They don't have to flank. Winthrop can now set their sights forward. The wall is stopping Team Solid. And a slow. I mean, that's just the effect, the impact that Ali has. From kills to utility, he does it all. Team Solid have to rely on the calls from Rafa. Dijazine now with an op. Winthrop know exactly where they're going to be coming from. And Ali just dances in the face of danger. And Rafa had the lineup, but he's next in line to die. Winthrop in the lead.
Can Ali do anything wrong? I feel like we've just been consistently highlighting how impactful this player has been for Winthrop University. I mean, this time around, obviously, it starts things off a little bit scary. Things kind of work out well as Infiltrator goes in a little bit deep. The trades happening back and forth, but once again, it's just the Sage utility that slows things down, gives Winthrop a time to breathe a little bit. The Resurrection comes out online, and then Ali walks away with 2 kills. It's kind of unbelievable how much impact that Sage is having on this game here. But this time around, just a little bit of fake utility to try and force things out from Team Solid's defense. Infiltrator, though, still able to walk away with it in the midst of all that chaos.
Team Solid just with 2 hero rifles and not comfortable enough to get the orb for Koning. He'd rather be in a fault line position, try and support Rafa. He's getting pushed. That's a great stun from Infiltrator, and he can't even finish the job. He's checked at the door. Team Solid have some much needed stabilization here, but you can't let Winthrop get on a post flank. You saw how scary Ali can be. Conserving that util for that moment. Prowler, there's a battle ahead for Winthrop. It's trades, and still Team Solid. They've dropped both hero rifles now, try to recover it, but PXS can't get a handle on it. And now he's able to get back towards the site, and Winthrop are limited on numbers. You cannot let Team Solid get another thrifty on you. They've done it on the previous map. Now Winthrop have to head elsewhere. 38 seconds left.
Yeah, still plenty of the time for them to be able to navigate things around. What's really scary here is that DGZin is
30
still
seconds.
alive in the midst of
One
it, and
enemy
PXS
remaining.
goes completely
Thirsty.
unchecked, finds 2 kills there to close out that round. Yet again, we are seeing another Thrifty come out from Team Solid.
PXS has that site on lockdown, and he's in the same spot. You just really got to dedicate more util to it, but Winthrop know how important their post plan is and how impenetrable it is. But at this point, the ideas have to change for Winthrop. Even just Infiltrator not able to puncture into that hallway really set Winthrop behind.
On top of that too, like, you know, if you were watching the games yesterday, Team Solid up against Envy, even though Envy won that, like, PXS was not afraid to just walk in, KO alone, just a 1v3ing Envy. It was kind of insane to watch. And so you know that PXS is one of those players that you also have to keep in check. In the midst of all of this, the tour de force coming out for moves. This time around, it's DGZin holding such a nasty close angle. Ready for anybody to make a little bit of noise here.
What really killed Winthrop, though, is these flying save. They can try to make their way and maybe even punish DGZin. They even got the blind, suppressing fire from Conan. He's already swapped sights, and they're ready. Winthrop thought the trap, the ball lanes were going to come from A. And Winthrop just hit their head into a brick wall. Oh, that bullet sailed right by as if wanted to grab the spike. But this is an uphill climb, an impossible one at that. And to try and conserve this weapon would be still quite important for where the economy is for Winthrop.
Yeah, thankfully, because Moves just used the ultimate this time around, a little bit of wiggle room to work off of. One barrel spotted, but Conan finds that final kill there. And unfortunately, nothing going to be saved over. So Team Solid, exactly like you said, they had the trap play ready to go. As soon as you see Winthrop engage, they're caught with so much Cypher utility, but also the stun up. And then it's just the Cypher from another angle looking closer to, I believe it was to Market. Just being able to gun them down as they kind of looked for salvation in the midst of all of this utility dump that was kind of coming through. This is a much well orchestrated defense coming through from Team Solid on that round.
This is an ironclad defense, looking like going from a thrifty to a flawless Winthrop. Need a pause to figure this out. First, there's an op, there's one-way cages on the left side of the map. There's a fault line trap, PXS, both initiators on the right side of the map. And then you could try to take a risk and go top mid. Ollie found success on that one round, but those are the type of shenanigans that you can't get away with it twice, surely.
Surely. Surely. I mean, we'll see, right? Like, given the fact that they are kind of taking this tack time out right now, Winthrop University, they've had moments of brilliance just off of the back of Ali just finding some crazy plays, honestly. And I think that those little individual plays are really where Winthrop University can continue to just kind of bamboozle their opponents. And Team Solid, like, they've really regained a lot of momentum. They've now taken the lead here as well. They've got 3 ultimates. Notably, the Rolling Thunder could be massive at kind of slowing things down. And Winthrop University, we are actually seeing Infiltrator come in with a rifle, thanks to Moob's nice cushioning amount of economy, but the rest of them will just be onto this save. And I wonder if it's just going to be a dirty rush onto A.
Yeah, if Winthrop are expecting a Rolling Thunder, they need to play with space, and they're just going to face this head on. Now DGZin gets aim checked. He's going to try and escape, delay that, but he gets seized. Winthrop confirm his position. DGZin just says, come at me, bro, and Infiltrator with the speed. It's hard lockdown. PXS is the ultimate anchor. You just cannot touch him over at this A site. And Winthrop don't do a single dent to Team Solid.
No, they don't do anything at all. I like the little calls being made for some of that utility to come out. The traps spring and the traps work out, but they're just not able to capitalize on top of those kills. Obviously, there is a little bit of a gun difference coming through, but PXS has been really starting to fry them at this current moment. It's a little bit discoordinated here, but the fact that Infiltrator gets shut down is absolutely massive, and then nobody else, unfortunately, can kind of find their shots from the side of Winthrop University. As once again, Team Solid, that is a beautiful round to come back from, especially after a timeout. And rifle round now for Winthrop.
You need an answer to this, and it's a lot on Governor to try and make these defenders uncomfortable. But to get the Prowler in that range, have a good haunt lineup, And even when Infiltrator tries to get aggressive, he's now been punished a few times in a row. Now it's Winthrop really playing with the spacing. In case they're expecting a Rolling Thunder, they've marked Conan on that side of the map, but no one's shown face yet for Team Solid, and Dijazine wasn't hard aiming as he walked up. I don't think that op is recoverable. At least moves will hang around just in case Winthrop head elsewhere. Maybe it is a top mid push. This is risky.
Oh, Rafa going down there. And once again, that same barrier orb goes up. They're just going to storm the castle right from behind. Should be able to get that B site nice and easy. The only question mark that remains is Havoc is still hanging out here. Should be aware that their Decipher is going to be around, and Havoc finds two.
Wait, Havoc is the GOAT? He doesn't need help? Until now, Ollie resurrects and tries to salvage this, and the Rolling Thunder. Ollie couldn't get the gun out in time. 2 versus 2. TSS, the initiators work together, pushing out of the smoke. It's trades. It's a duel to decide this round with 12 seconds left, and Moves has to take this quickly. The Aftershock barely misses him, and out the doors, Conan wins!
The fact that Moves misses that too, the Aftershock doesn't get anything, and so the spike still goes down, and Conan's able to win that one out. As unfortunately Moves not able to find that kill just in time, and a little bit fast, a little bit furious here, as we were seeing Havoc, the solo anchor on the site. Oh, coming once again, the MVP on last map, playing that Raze, aim as sharp as ever, able to find 3 kills right back to back until Moves finally gets the punish there. But that is momentum behind you. And once again, yeah, look at that going out of his seat. The jacket falling off as well, because that is a well-played round from Team Solid. And the momentum is very much building on their side of the team, as once again, this is a very heavy momentum team. When they're starting to roll forwards, then maybe nothing can stop them.
Nail Moves, good teleport out. And now this is just a roller coaster. And you're seeing a drop if you're Winthrop, from getting thrifty to flawless to a 4-round win streak for Team Solid. The crowd's going crazy. Team Solid are on their feet. Winthrop have to find a way to silence them. Now they break down the door with that mid control, trying to see if they can access Havoc. The Cage, he knows where they're coming from, needs a good neural theft opportunity, and even gets a pick on Ali as he crosses the road. They don't look both ways, and the Nightfall rains on Winthrop, and they just can't fight back. They are caught like a fish out of water, and Team Solid look unbeatable at this point.
Wow, I'm feeling really confident about how Team Solid have been playing this defense thus far. The utility specifically has looked fantastic every single time. The amount of value right now that we're seeing Havoc getting so much information, resulting in like free kills, has just been kind of insane. You know, like obviously Util is good, but the rest of Team Solid are so ready to back him up. It's looking very clean from Team Solid, as they are really starting to feel themselves. The crowd cheering in the background as well. It's looking a little bit dicey for Winthrop here.
This is a really hard site to hit. And you try to hit the right side. Another timeout for Winthrop. Just a couple rounds from their first one. Using both in the first half. Because both sides seem so impenetrable. They want to try and aim for that 7-5 half. And they trail by... They would have to win these next 2 rounds. And even that seems so difficult for Winthrop. Because you have the Breach and the Fade on the right side of the map. Havoc can just take over a round at any point. This is Team Solid starting to hit a peak.
Yeah, like they're looking so much more comfortable with what is going on. Like when this map started, you know, we were seeing Ali with the trick plays. Uh-oh, who could have seen that one coming? But ever since then, like nothing Winthrop have really tried has worked out for them really well. They're going for these pushes, immediately getting crunched on. Can't kind of deal with Havoc in the backline, just causing so many issues. And yeah, we go again. It's going to be a little bit of a rough buy. Infiltrator having the Bucky in hand. No ultimates really to work off of, as it's that very familiar pressure outside of A. My eye right now is on Conan, who is hanging out on B site. And once again, this breach utility has been extremely impactful against Winthrop University every single time they kind of want to push into things.
So Winthrop have been giving a lot of orb control to Team Solid. They have been just trying to get the B orb themselves. All ends the same. Dijazine just front and center, trying to avoid the Prowler. Will have to reposition. Goes to hold the elbow, and PXS will be there with a Prowler too to support him if needed. Definitely respecting that one way. Dijazine has a lot on his plate. We'll see how this goes. Governor already at half health. Don't want to repeat that one. Has some space for Winthrop to work with. Paranoia, Team Solid, dodge it. Now they bunker down. Up in the corner. Watches the wrong angle, and Winthrop have found a weakness. Salt into the wound. Try and give a Thrifty right back to Team Solid.
30 seconds left.
This is what Winthrop have been working towards after that timeout. Now spam through the smoke. Infiltrator even managed to pick up a rifle.
Oh, no
Team
way.
Solid. Ooh, we've been waiting to see more of these fun ollie walls, and an aim check. Havoc passes on the flank. This is now a new threat for Winthrop to face. And the damage was so good, but this is where it ends. And Team Solid, 1 round left in the half. And this is looking more and more one-sided.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, even then we get to see that trick wall, but I was so concerned watching Havoc come through from the back. I think that was really the moment where it all started to fall apart, because unless Glyph finds that kill, where Glyph was kind of doing double duty, watching one angle and the flank as well, it almost becomes impossible to really catch that timing there. And unfortunately, losing that duel puts so much pressure onto the remaining members of Winthrop University, despite having quite a few members still alive. Bare minimum, they're able to get out that neural theft. But right now, Team Solid shows zero signs of slowing down, as the crowd is kind of going crazy for them. But yeah, let's see how this one plays out. It's going to be DGZ, this time with the operator again, looking for an early pickoff.
Oh, the Prowler didn't catch him. But the orb, Holly, and Friends of Winthrop are investing a lot more util for early space control. And that's good for Team Solid. Just waste as much as their time and their tools as possible, as Winthrop have lurks set up on the right side.
At this point, it almost looks like Winthrop are waiting for somebody from Team Solid to really step out of line, but the Nightfall goes, so they will be going in now.
And Glyph goes in too off the Nightfall to punish that Omen, and hunts down Rafa. He's toast. And Team Solid have to rely on Dijazine, and he's on his way with the op, and maybe an overdrive if he wants to hand that gun to someone else. They have time. Winthrop is smoked off. They have that beautiful wall in the post plant. And look at this angle, just funneling Team Solid right into the crosshairs. But Team Solid disrespecting it. They break down the walls, and they want to break down this post plant. Conan, the initiators. Team Solid still trying to find where Winthrop are, now tucked into the elbow. No flank pressure, so Team Solid have to face this head on. It just seems like an uphill battle, but wait, the flashes are solid.
Last player
and this
standing.
defense's retake is starting to lose steam. The wind in the sails is gone, and so is the air of the lungs. And Winthrop happy with an 8-4 half.
Yeah, that was just honestly a very honest, very clean post plant with very typical stuff that you see from Winthrop University. You see the barrier orb come up. Oh, hey, that's going on over there. All right, let's toss down the slow orb off of a trick play, though. I do have to highlight that. The Nightfall into the global TP just into the back of the site was perfect from Glyph. But at that point, once again, it's the stall game and then the pressure game. And the timings coming through always look so good for them.
Team Solid needs support now more than ever, so let's go and check out Rafa's wife.
E futura personalidade do ano, a AMD. Tá bom, amiga?
Ah, eu tô passando mal, né? Mas tô aqui gritando, vibrando e acreditando até o final.
I'm here, AMD, former pro, former caster, and Rafa's wife. She's feeling a bit... como é que eu traduzo? Eu tô me sentindo mal nesse sentido, amiga, me ajuda. She's nervous. Pronto. Amiga, tá acontecendo. O primeiro mapa deu muito ruim, mas nesse que eles eram ruim, tá dando bom?
É isso, é acreditar. Eu acho que o brasileiro, pra gente, é sempre mais difícil. Eu falei isso nas redes sociais. Eu acho que a gente demorou pra entrar nesse primeiro mapa. A gente foi muito punido na economia. E a gente sabe que precisa deixar o operator na mão do DG, porque senão faz uma falta. Mas aqui nesse mapa a gente entrou com uma cabeça diferente e é acreditar nessa virada agora.
She said the first map they have a little bit difficulty building economy to DG to buy the operator. He's really good operator, but in this map everything is going Working out. Amiga, faz muito barulho, estão fazendo muito barulho, continua fazendo muito barulho, manda essa energia pros moleques.
É isso, vamos, mano!
Vamos logo, vamos pra esse Decider.
Brazilian fans watch on, and Rafa's wife in the crowd cheering as always, and I wouldn't feel too comfortable either. I would be just as nervous because Team Solid are only ahead by 4. They need to convert this pistol to really, I think, solidify things for the fans.
Why would you say that, Jen? Team Solid, a pistol round?
I know.
Come on, we know how this works. No, I mean, at this point though, like, once again, Team Solid, things are really starting to click together for them. Like, all jokes aside here, they really do need that pistol round if they want to really secure the lead early on before Winthrop University start to gain back some of their own momentum. And once again, swapping things around here. Curious to see how this is going to work because they are going into Winthrop's double Sentinel setup. And sure, we've talked about Ali with the fun trick plays and stuff like that, but the Sage still makes it really annoying to push in on some of these points. At least I guess they don't have to deal with the barrier mesh this time.
That's the thing, is how much respect is Team Solid going to give to those Ali walls? How much is that going to funnel them right into Winthrop's plans? Clearly, Winthrop picked this map because they had a lot more plans on defense. The double Senti really killed Team Solid before. Different choices, obviously, this time. But one thing remains the same. Can you punish moves before he teleports out? Ali just gets jump scared. Dijazine out of his cage and into the site. And Winthrop have Governor. Try and throw some util to get some information because Winthrop would be going in blind right now. At least see if Team Solid gonna get aggressive out of the site. And they just hold for now. Winthrop have them completely surrounded. What a blind. Dijazine goes unnoticed. Governor gets baited. The Team Solid ahead in those kills, and Moves has no health to play with, so it's Glyph that has to just finish off a ton of these kills with the Frenzy. There's only so many bullets and so much time. So guess what? Team Solid do know how to hang in pistols.
The curse is broken. After I don't know how many pistol rounds in a row that we've seen Team Solid lose, they finally get their first pistol and get up to 9. And now this is where they can really start to get things rolling. Once again, the last map that we have in this series, if we go there, is going to be Corrode. And if you're familiar with the matchup last time from Team Solid against Winthrop University, Corrode is not a good map for Winthrop, but a great map for Team Solid. So just on the other side of there, getting closer to that win condition becoming online. A full buy up on the side of Team Solid, feeling nice and confident. DG's in as well with the Phantom. As Winthrop University playing things slow this time, really just taking their time. Ali tossing out that first slow orb here, just trying to keep Havoc in check.
Full eco from Winthrop. Trying to fight for this orb, and Havoc, it's all bait! And it's all the ghost that does all the talking. Now Winthrop, they hope to defend here over on the A site. Team Solid had other plans, and they Prowler in. Is Glyph gonna want to step past this smoke, though? He wants to wait for the team. He wants to wait for the ace of Infiltrator to be involved in this equation.
Spike planted.
But these SMGs from Team Solid are just gonna hurt so much at close range. Paranoia Glyph tries to set things up. Team Solid will not be blinded. They will not be shaken. It's an easy one for Team Solid at the end of the day.
Yeah, now that gets them up to that double-digit score line. Well, Winthrop University have a lot of ground to make up. 4-10 now. The round pretty much going exactly how we were really expecting that one to go, but still, Winthrop University, they're really on the back foot here. And once again, like, Havoc, what a highlight player. Just a ghost in hand, able to walk away with a couple of kills right off the rip. You know, you expect under that level of pressure, Winthrop University players can easily collapse on that. Honestly, not even like lose a life, potentially. But no, Havoc really holding things down. Now, Winthrop University, it's going to be a very pivotal round if they want to stop things from getting out of control. Team Solid, they're on that half by that bonus, but Winthrop have all the rifles here.
Oh no, Moves knew he choked there. He had the lineup, and Winthrop, well, they can rely on Infiltrator to put the cape on his back. This is a must-win for Winthrop. And Ali steps up. The firepower never dwindles for Winthrop. They're around the corner. PXS, throw out a Prowler. Prowler v Prowler, and PXS It's gonna have to leave the door open as Infiltrator picks up his third one. But Conan 1v2, and he does it in front of the home crowd.
Oh my goodness me, even with the double swing, the aces of Winthrop University ready to take that fight. The people who you expect to frag out the most, Infiltrator alongside Ali, they just simply cannot make that one happen. 3 rounds in a row on this half for Team Solid to more or less secure this map, if I'm being honest with you. It's looking really tough right now for Winthrop University if they want to try and pull this one back.
Yeah, because Winthrop are not gonna have the credits next round. I wish I knew Portuguese right now. Probably so much tea to be heard right now, but Winthrop were able to get some Guardians going, but they're on their last leg. They're on their last life. And Team Solid so comfortable, and also to be trading map picks is crazy, and in this type of fashion, Team Solid not as comfortable, and you really needed Conan to try and break into the site. Worst case though, you could try to bring up the Nightfall for PXS, but Orb Control not a prio.
Great job just taking off Conan too, after gaining so much momentum, and they're able to snipe out DGZ in the middle of all of it, so the information is given away, and yeah, the Neon kind of has to respect the gameplay. Very slow from Team Solid this time. Bit of a middle crunch here. Looks like that will be present. Havoc once again just anchoring outside of B.
That would be dangerous to cross top mid. But hey, just that smoke from Rafa alone baited Winthrop to use so much util top mid, and maybe a window for Team Solid to execute. DJZ couldn't convert the second though. Neural theft. You have the information, but do you have the execution? It's Governor and Infiltrator. Overdrive ready. Stun. He thinks he has the weakness. He has the headshot against Rafa. The Nightfall from PXS ruins Winthrop's plans. And it's match point for Team Solid.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates kind of get tossed in there, but it's so necessary because this breaks Winthrop University's economy game. So this next round is going to be so tough for them to start to come back in. And yeah, it's looking like we will get that rematch of Corrode just on the other side. Team Solid have really locked in and really impressed me with a lot more of their utility-based strategies going in and just kind of playing contact off one another.
Seemed like the comeback, there would have been some cope for the last round. Now Winthrop have to just keep forcing until they get put out of their misery. And even through the first bloods that Winthrop have picked up, Team Solid, they're all so well-rounded. Overdrive from DJZ, you gotta make way through the back of the site yet again. And now, hearing Winthrop coming in from spawn, he's just gonna focus on trying to get the objective down and worry about that later, but there's also a flank from Winthrop. Glyph has to be checked. PXS will address the problem head first, and does exactly that. Spike about to go down. Winthrop don't have anything from Governor. No information. They'll have to go in blind, and DJZ will actually be outside of the site, and the Rolling Thunder thrown into the mix. It's gonna be easy for DJZ to feast. 13-4. Talk about a statement.
And Team Solid come right back into this series. The entire crowd up on their feet. The boomsticks clashing. As once again, like you said, they trade on each other's maps. Lotus, a map that we expected Team Solid to be so amazing at. If this is their map pick, they're going to come in swinging. It's going to be great. And then Sunset, you know, a little bit of lack of information from Team Solid on this map. But Winthrop University, a map that they have practiced so well. And honestly, at this point, like Team Solid, they almost made that look easy. It felt like just relying on some of that like very basic utility, very basic strategies, they were consistently able to trap Winthrop University and cut them off in all of these crossfires every single time the team fights happened.
Yeah, the nerves really starting to hit Winthrop when they had less and less insurance to just kind of go in guns blazing, to be as aggressive, and Infiltrator starting to get more and more punished. And now you go to Corrode, where last time we saw Team Solid on this, it was against Winthrop, 13-5. DJZ had 12 first kills. He went X Games mode, and we could be putting an X on Winthrop in this tournament if they don't step up when it matters. But first, we got to check in with the desk. Don't go anywhere, guys.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Tripwire destroyed.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Face your. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was Tristan to Aya.
Going to the evening.
Going into Sunset, the second map of the series, definitely some concerns for the side of Team Solid. Last time we've seen them play this in Last Chance qualifiers, maybe it didn't quite go so well. They stick with the same composition. All of our worries out the window, apparently, because they're just different. Getting into the map, I mean, Ash, it was just such a show. Whatever they changed, like calling-wise, etc., it's just amazing. 13-4 victory to take us to map 3.
It looked so good coming out from Team Solid. And it starts off with that Winthrop pistol round where we saw Infiltrator just skirting through mid and getting behind those two players on that B site. But Team Solid respond immediately with the eco in the following round into that retake. And Roy was giving me a little bit of that recap of that matchup that they had up against Envy where they lost every single pistol but managed to find those eco rounds 4 times, which is so crazy. And I think we talked about how momentous this team can be. They absolutely were able to carry that through the entire match with the crowd cheering behind them. But you've got to give a lot of credit to the macro homework that they did up against Winthrop University. They had a great understanding of how Winthrop wanted to approach that attacking side. For example, like some of those trips that Havoc was throwing out over in mid, like really trying to deny that value from a lot of those crunches that Winthrop like to do, thanks to Ali's utility with that wall to cut off those routes.
Yeah, Team Solid is not the team you want to be feeling this good on stage, guys. I think that for me, the main takeaways from this game is the fact that, like Ash was saying, is their macro was just so on point, right? Their movement on defenses, trading out map space. Oh, we're losing market. Okay, let's go into B main. Like a lot of these things that were, their movement around the map, whether it was in the pulse plants and the retakes, and then you throw in the mix as well, the individual heroic plays from almost every single player on that team. PXS waking up, right? Havoc, monstrous performances. DGZN also firing on all cylinders. Then you look at the first kills, first deaths, right? 12-5. Absolute domination here by the Brazilian team. I guess for TSS, history does not repeat themselves. They're going to have this nice sweeping comeback in the second map. A great way for them to kick off the series as we head into the third, guys. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy.
It's pretty insane. You also think about like the first blood situation here for Winthrop. They were really missing in that regard. And you take a look at how that attacking half initially went, and both Infiltrator and Moves, those round openers there for Winthrop University, went 1 and 3 on that first half, where we saw that 8-4 in advantage of Team Solid. They were just so good at being able to util them out when they were trying to either go on the lurk for Moves side, and then for Infiltrator, it was so hard for him to look to take that space. And the MVP on the side of Team Solid, PXS, was a really big part of that story. It felt like his utility, those seizes, were constantly hitting and trying to like slow down those advances, and it really allowed more opportunities for DGZN to go for a lot of these repositions that we saw.
I mean, someone within this series as well, because we have talked so much about DGZN, and yeah, for good reason. But someone else to really draw on that's had a really consistent series throughout has been Havoc. This is someone who we highlighted a little bit at the top of the day, talked about, and being able to see going from a duelist into the Senti, but still the amount of impact here, Ash, that he's putting up in the server has been massive. And I think, too, when you're looking at the momentum and where that starts, Havoc had a big hand in that role.
Yeah, I feel like earlier today we were talking a lot about Ollie's consistency across multiple roles, and Havoc definitely fills those shoes here for Team Solid. Going from that Raze where he was having such a pop-off performance, making space on a very close Lotus that Team Solid ended up losing 11-13, and carrying forward with an even better performance on the Cypher on Sunset. And his utility was just so good. Marks was talking about it during the cast. He was able to get so much great information to help Team Solid with those mid rounds. And then again, I already mentioned it before, a lot of those tripwires for very strategically placed, understanding a lot of those mid crunches that Winthrop University were going to try to do, and trying to capitalize off of that by either stalling time or giving another opportunity for someone to get a frag off that PC util.
One of my favorite things in Valorant, guys, is when mechanical power is in the Sentinel's hands, right? We see this pipeline so often, these duelists playing Sentinel players. I love it. I feel like the passive Sentinels is kind of the way of the past. These new Sentinels, they kind of bring in a brand new game, right? They're willing to challenge mechanically. They're willing to test map control. They're willing to defend map control. And, when he's bunkered in B main and they're trying to wrap him on site, you want players like Havoc who can just hold their ground, right? Go for 2Ks, 3Ks, save you the round when things aren't going well or when your macro isn't really on point. It's important to have players like Havoc. So I feel like the fact that he's feeling it in the duelist, he's feeling it mechanically on the Sentinel as well, is so dangerous to Winthrop University headed into this map as well. And then you have to kind of think back on one other thing as well, as DGZN last time on this map completely shut them down. So if Havoc's feeling it, if DGZN's feeling it, and then you have PXS supporting both of these players and top fragging, oof.
I mean, crazy stuff. So luckily for Team Solid, history is not going to repeat itself over on Sunset, but now for the final map of the series, it's going to be Winthrop, hoping that is not the case, as this is a map that we did see in their head-to-head last time, and one we're getting right into, Ash. We had very recent tape here. Winthrop lost pretty badly last time. Do we see changes?
Well, it's not going to be the case here for the side of Winthrop for that approach that they have had over on Corrode. I think what's a little bit worrying for me here for Winthrop University is Moobs just had a really tough map. He did have a decent performance there on Lotus, but on Sunset, he wasn't able to get anything going on those lurks. And we're seeing him back in this position now, starting on the attacking side, where you've got to be getting value out of that chamber pick, because candidly, the way that this agent is built, you've got to be finding value when it comes down to getting those picks. And if you're not opening up those opportunities for your team, the kit does leave a little to be desired.
And it's not even just that. It's the last time these two teams met, the only 2 rounds Winthrop University got on their attack were pistol and eco. After that, it was 10 in a row for the Brazilian side with an impeccable, unstoppable, immovable defensive side. So I'm looking towards the Brazilians to keep that momentum going, replicate the same factor they had last time, which is DG's in, getting the operator, completely dismantling Winthrop University's flow on that attack side, and just cut them down piece by piece. I'm looking for that early momentum for the Winthrop University side, learn from the previous mistakes, and come in strong and fight for your life in this 3rd map and potential elimination.
Team Solid, this is their final Brazilian squad, their final hope to try and stay alive in this lower bracket. Winthrop University to see if they can correct the wrong that was Corrode last time. Let's head into the final map of the series with your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Marks.
Thank you, Sierra. It all comes down to this. No more second chances. It's time to clutch or kick. And Winthrop are pretty desperate to rewrite what happened to them last time on Corrode.
Yeah, like Roy was kind of highlighted there. Got slapped around after they were able to find a couple of rounds on their attacking half. And, well, let's look at where Winthrop are right now. Oh, they're attacking. Let's see if they can at least walk away with one of these pistol rounds, because, once again, that seems to be the memed Team Solid weakness if they're able to get this. But we're talking about Winthrop University here. I imagine they've done their homework. I'm imagining they've talked a lot about how that Corrode went last time. So I'm imagining that they're prepared for this matchup this time around.
Yeah, an Infiltrator will not be able to do that drive-by he was hoping for. And how do you even rely on him to explode onto the site? He gets healed actually by Ali, so we're all good. Winthrop already getting rid of a lot of that Sentinel util and moves, duels in mid. Missing out on that fade means Team Solid will miss out on info. And they're still operating pretty blind right now of where Winthrop could be.
Shadows. Yeah, and they're kind of taking a little bit of a gamble here. Smoke going down. Governor alone on that A side to try and feign some pressure, but Team Solid, they're so ready for this right now.
Cover going out.
Time for the hit to happen, and Team Solid, they just kick Winthrop into the dirt. The snake bite, the wall's up.
30 seconds
Important
left.
contribution for Conan. Maybe wanted to prop up the chamber there, and defensively does not stand either. So the pistol this time goes Team Solid's way.
Yeah, and it works out pretty nicely. You can see some of the ideas from Winthrop trying to come online, like feigning that pressure over there should be nice and easy. But Team Solid looked like they were very much prepared for that, which it's at this point, like if you're a Winthrop University fan, you have to be sweating a little bit because these unconventional strategies, these little differences where like, yeah, Governor's alone. Oh, you hear the fade? 100% they're going to be hitting that site. They're getting red a little bit right now. And if this does keep up for the rest of this map, that's going to be elimination for Winthrop University as they face it yet again against Team Solid.
DG's buys another outlaw, same thing as Lotus for Winthrop. Tried to run him down and he left corpses in the wake, so Winthrop can at least farm orb, start to download what the Sentinel setup is going to be, which the Vice Wall has already been triggered, and as it comes down, moves with the fadeaway.
Honestly, if that went anyway, I would have been like, that was sick, but unfortunately, nobody gets a kill off of that one. So just a little bit of antics here, but Rafa, meanwhile, backing up this site, does have that rifle. I think the call right now is for Winthrop to get this flooded online.
Team Solid are pushed up B2, so they're pretty confident on their read. Base is covered. Winthrop cut at the heel yet again. It's not going to bode well when you have no one close to get a nice right-click plastic shot going. So Winthrop are about to funnel themselves right into DG's crosshairs.
Yeah, and honestly, that round felt like a little bit of a flashback to Sunset, where we see Winthrop try to crunch, and then immediately a little bit of utility. The flash comes through from Team Solid, and it looks so clean. DG's in, though. Can't find those first 2 shots, so has to back off.
That's an early snake bite, too, so Winthrop are going to try and leave, and Havoc absorbs all of that map control.
10 seconds
Forces Winthrop to kneel. 3 weapons being brought into the next round, including a Phantom, so it's a good start for Team Solid.
It's a solid start for Team Solid.
We just had to do it. We had to do it once.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I've done that a couple of times by accident at this point. So I had to throw one intentional one in there. But yeah, I mean, once again, it just feels like these little micro fights and clamping down that we're seeing from Team Solid be just so impactful against Winthrop University's attack. And I also want to highlight something that the desk said about the new Sentinel meta, right? Like the Sentinels that are kind of fragging out and not afraid to go on those lurks. And I feel like at this point, this is so true for both of these teams. The difference being, though, that it's one Sentinel in Havoc who has been on fire every single map after a little bit of a slow start at the very beginning, has just been so sharp going up against Moobs, who has been doing a really good job at keeping that pressure applied, but as time has gone on, has slowly been getting countered by Team Solid. So we're really starting to see this swing in one direction from those Sentinel players.
Rafa has to adjust, and all the way Infiltrator checks the wrong side, and at least it's traded. Oh, and Moobs is not done yet. Team Solid may have just fed the beast, and Winthrop, now the sky's the limit. And where they want to go, they want to take advantage now of A-Link on their way, though, as Dijazine with the Outlaw. Not a lot of space to work, and I like that initiator util from Governor. You had to find a way to cripple these duelists. And you get that opening pick, and you get the plant down. This is huge for Winthrop.
It's like we're watching magical antics kind of go on here. The magician ship of Glyph just like, now you see me, now you don't. And then the rest of the team just walks in and just outguns the players on Team Solid. And once again, when we talk about the interesting ideas from Winthrop on picking off the one or two players here, but that time around, it was just a full out bum rush. And now Havoc, whirled against him, has to find 4 and get that defuse.
Oh, what a flick to Spike, and creating a lot of pressure. Winthrop just have to play time, and Moobs ends it his own way with a 3K in that round. And Moobs is already having a big turnaround from his last performance on Corrode, and knowing he's a big win condition of Winthrop, of how he's able to find these openers. Also, I guess in this case, closers.
And I just gotta say, the fact that Havoc almost wins that round is kind of nuts. You know, like 1, 2, spots out the third there, and then it's just the swing from moves that he wasn't looking at. Also able to find Governor just at the end there. Like, that's kind of crazy and a little bit concerning, once again, for Winthrop University, because there's just so many people right now on the side of Team Solid who were just ready to cut them down. Dijazine hasn't really gotten active quite yet, but is an ever-present threat after what happened to them on the last time they fought on this map.
Governor has a Nightfall. They just kind of need to get a sense of what Havoc has been putting down util-wise. Dijazine has been as fluid as ever and hasn't revealed that op yet. Oh! Bit the bullet. Now mid is open. And right at the front door is Rafa playing against that smoke and could get a good backstab. Nightfall will hail down on the B site. And Winthrop, they open the door, but right behind them is the op. It goes 1 for 1 and it's dropped. Not going to be recovered from Winthrop. Instead, they watched the flank. They've learned that lesson from Rafa before. See if Rafa will check it. The leader. Paranoia out. Easy one for Moobs. And now this really seals the deal for Winthrop. This Conan's put into another difficult situation in deciding to save the rifle. Or, well, would wanted to. It changed his mind.
I mean, with how Conan's been shooting, you know he's going to try and double dip and find a little bit more there. But yeah, I mean, that time around, the Winthrop University just excelling when it comes to trading. They don't let any of the other players on the other side go completely unchecked. Immediately, as soon as the kill comes through, they're ready to trade it right back. And honestly, Moves finding that step around is so massive to make sure that that flank can't get activated. And so at this point, Team Solid, they will be taking a timeout themselves to try and reclaim what was kind of going on here, because it feels like a lot of that magic that we saw in some of these opening rounds is slowly slipping away from them. And, you know, the players looking a little bit more downtrodden and definitely not kind of flying out of their seats like we saw previously.
Now we get to see more of the fun ideas behind Ollie picking the stage yet again. And the impact of those walls to be able to see over the smoke. It did miss on the pistol or one of the first 2 rounds, but you saw how impactful that was, because killing PXS in mid split open that defense literally and allowed Winthrop to cut into any of the sites they would have wanted to. And all Winthrop saw was red after that. So I think Team Solid need to get a sense of what these walls are going to look like and how they can help maybe support PXS, or maybe how he has to change and be more conservative against and not fully trust those smokes that are being put down.
And let's see how they're going to re-enter into this one. I will say it's been looking really good for Team Solid coming out of timeouts. Usually when they, you know, take that moment, pause a little bit, decide on what they're going to do, they come out with a bit more counterplay towards some of the stuff that Winthrop University like to kind of pull out. So curious to see what counter strats they've got thought of this time. Moves with the operator though, already just kind of moving forwards here, as it's going to be a very scattered buy on the side of Team Solid. Rafa, the only one who has a stinger in hand, but we know how deadly these players are just with that Sheriff. They can find a couple of headshots, and I love the respect right now that Winthrop University are playing towards them.
Giving orb control to Team Solid, though. We'll get Dijazine one step closer to the overdrive. Winthrop have been able to trade him out before, though. Now the moves has shown his hand. We'll wave goodbye to Team Solid as he heads elsewhere, so Team Solid can breathe a sigh of relief, and they're quite forward, and look at where Rafa is. He's hoping to get into good stinger range.
Or at least get some information here, but it's the stack up right now from Winthrop University that I think is going to make them so ever dangerous. As long as they don't get caught in some sort of utility trap, they should be able to frag out of their minds here.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, the rundown, Winthrop chasing Rafa. The hunt is on, and there's walls, there's smokes. It's hard for Winthrop to find a target until now, and the ollie wall sees all above. The eye in the sky, and Team Solid were trying so hard to prevent Winthrop being in a post-plant position, and that dream is still alive. But PXS, just a good counter strafe there from Infiltrator now. It's just about carrying these rifles through. I wonder if they even picked up that op from Team Solid. So, I mean, the economy is swelling for Winthrop.
Yeah, it's looking pretty clean for Winthrop University at this time. Conan just gonna try and maybe find an exit kill or something just to try and hurt the economy, but already kind of spotted out by Glyph. So actually finds the Infiltrator, so that's one weapon down, but will just die to the spike at this point. You know, I gotta say, like, it's so fun watching Winthrop University on some of these attacks because they're a team that loves using verticality in a very fun way. Like, you consistently see the barrier orb kind of flying up for some cheeky angle for Ali to kind of do something off, or any of the teammates really. And then you see Glyph consistently going for the teleport just onto higher ground. It's so consistent, but it kind of catches people off guard for that like high-low setup that we consistently see Winthrop University kind of lean into whenever they can, especially being enabled by the barrier orb that Ali brings to the table.
And Team Solid almost tried to get away with a rifle. That brilliant idea caught on too late. Now it's that battle for mid that Team Solid have been trying to iron out, and man, it's just a coalescence of Team Solid looking all at Winthrop and how they like to take advantage of that A-Link route. Completely closed off by Dijazine and Havoc. It's already dire for Winthrop. And it's not even bodies that you can resurrect, so we'll have to save that ult for the next round, or how this battle ensues. And a little shaky from the Winthrop side. Finally, Winthrop get humbled.
And Governor, the last person alive, able to at least get the ultimate orb. Looking for a little bit more here, but going up against DDZ, you're probably not going to win out that gun duel. So at this point, we see Team Solid immediately kind of just take it back. And now we're seeing some of the difficulties here for the Winthrop University attack-sided plan. Like, it usually is just, you know, send out Governor, send out Boobs, send out Infiltrator to get the kind of 3 lanes all across the map. And then whichever one is kind of having a little bit more success, then you see the other people just kind of group up with them, and then they're able to just take that space for free, walk up and have a good time. But the issue on that last round was a lot of those members were immediately gunned down, and so then a lot of that space just gets yielded immediately. I think that Winthrop need to play a little bit more grouped up to try and take some of these aggressive peaks and try to find those counters early on as DGZ finds Infiltrator right off the rip.
Pixel Perfect gets resurrected. That's one ult out of the way. And mentally, you gotta wonder where Winthrop is at. Because after that Thrifty on map 2, it's just an unbeatable win streak from Team Solid. And just based on the shots we saw last round, Winthrop are definitely starting to sweat.
The counter stratting as well. Understanding that this wall, this long sight onto mid is so much more difficult. So now, let's just have our mid players play a little bit closer. Moobs, though, has the opportunity to find Rafa here. Spots it out, but can't quite find the kill there. Gives up a lot of information where that sniper is.
Overdrive from Infiltrator, and look at where this Viper wall is set.
Oh,
Conan is the enemy, and there's no one that will stand a chance. Plot armor falls, and Winthrop have lost their opening. They could still get the spike, and they have to dodge the bullet. Deadly game of dodgeballs as a Steel Guardian will remove any tool Winthrop could have had up their sleeve. And there's still one in its moves, but on a sniper's perch, PXS closes it out.
I was gonna say, like, that's a little bit of an interesting position we're seeing PXS hang out in. And then, yeah, goes completely unchecked. And at that point, it's just a spray down onto everybody who is just kind of walking through there. And unfortunately, it's just so clean. Sorry, I said PXS, but it was actually Conan here. So smart on that Viper to find that little nook and cranny to be able to close it out. And then we see the Steel Guardian come out online as well. Make sure that there's nothing that Winthrop University can do. So, Team Solid, they take the lead once again. As Conan does have the Viper Spit online. There's a pistol buy up here for Winthrop University.
This is where the win streak begins for Team Solid. And not purchase 2. It'll be on its way to support A. And when it rains, it pours. Team Solid all over mid and have Winthrop's backs against the wall. Who hope to just bunker down, maybe find a nice headshot if Team Solid get a little over eager, and it's just a 2-for-1. I like that deal. Jeez, 5-3.
Yeah, no opportunity at all at this point for anybody to really just find their way in from Winthrop University. The home crowd still elated, still ready for it, but it comes down to just these individual fights happening all over the map. Every single time Winthrop University, it feels like they're losing them. And then it just creates so much pressure and is so much more readable coming through from Team Solid to make sure that they can kind of continue to move things forwards. Now, will we see an attack timeout come in from Winthrop University? Once again, it was a little bit tough for them the last time they were facing Team Solid here, and so they want to stop that. They've already showed us a little bit of a better look on this map. They have to make that ball continue to roll if they don't want to be eliminated.
Now King Fred needs to really help Winthrop lock in, because this is the exact point where Team Solid ran away with map 2 and even put themselves into a deciding map. Both Winthrop timeouts came out in the first half, and it happens yet again because they really got to figure out how they can break down mid, because the adaptations from Team Solid, they put their Omen there now who can teleport out once they see a suspicious Sage wall that they don't like. So there's not been a lot of softer points of the map for Winthrop to hit, and now there's an op in the picture, so the threats are really blooming for the Team Solid side.
I gotta wonder at this point, like after that timeout, if you look back at some of your more successful rounds for Winthrop University, it was really like that snowball where they just decided to kind of roll things over, not getting caught in a lot of the traps there. They use their utility to try and flush things out a bit. Might be able to just snowball right back over, but DGZ holding so close with the operator.
Oh, the sense of security off of the behind, and Winthrop has to invest so much more to make sure they are secure moving forward, because Winthrop have just been stuck at this B door unless the numbers are really cut down. So now the Viper's Pit is out. There's only one place Winthrop can go, but can they even get access to A-Link? DGZ is going to confirm and hold that down with the op. Now Law rides on the Sentinel, and what a shot from Moves! That's everything for Winthrop to get in. The Nightfall reigns on the right side. There's some pings for Winthrop to work with, but they got to be careful of that step up from PXS on the left side, who can even bring his own Nightfall into the picture. But all eyes are on Infiltrator. PXS trades and will not be able to use that Nightfall for the retake of Team Solid. And the spike goes down. Winthrop, Infiltrator. They simmer down. You know, the job's not done, not until Conan and Dijazine are dead. And Conan has had his own pop-off moments as a good anchor for Team Solid. Walls are out. Moves yet again with the op is deadly. Dijazine, he's so rich, he does not care. Buy the whole team ops if he wants. And he's just looking to make things expensive for Winthrop. Oh, just the ponytail of the Sage. And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, Dijazine just gonna be backing off of the site at this point, but you know, yeah, it's easy to point to Moves right now and just be like, yeah, that was definitely why they were able to find their way in and all the kills. It was looking nice and fancy. At the same time, like, that was kind of that snowball that I just talked about, right? Like when they just kind of zoom their way all the way through everything and they're making sure to clean out the nice sectioned off areas. This is another strategy that Winthrop has looked really impressive at. They do a great job at just kind of closing things up, making it a lot more close quarters, and then just very systematically clearing things out in the smaller spaces that they've given. And especially too, when they've been losing a lot of those long range battles against people like Dijazine and Havoc, that makes it a lot more digestible to kind of take those chunks back and then get that spike down and then get those kills online.
Deep smoke from Team Solid. Same plan going forward. With the op watching A. And Moves has been a hero for Winthrop in these last 2 rounds. Now that's a threat that sits on Team Solid's mind. It's 2 bosses that go head to head. But Conan, he always had the right timings with the snake bites and how he kind of limits Winthrop's entry. And if he peeks, he's gonna be eating metal very soon. Conan not even bothering to peek. They're gonna let Winthrop walk in because they know they have the Nightfall to retake with.
Look at this. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was just about to point out, Havoc was watching it. They're trying to fade a little bit. Given the fact that Ellie goes down, might pull people over, but the flood comes on.
And Moves is pushing in with the op. And Conan tried to stop them, and Winthrop just gonna take that damage and go in with confidence, without hesitation. And look how far back Governor is to watch that flank. They are really making sure Rafa doesn't get away with it. Now it's the Nightfall retake. Team Solid from front to back, trying to sandwich Winthrop. And these are the opening kills this defense needed. Conan with a big double. And Governor, no flank, no action came his way. So we'll keep the rifle.
I was gonna say, like, there was an opportunity there. I think that Infiltrator just kind of hanging out around. Maybe if taking the initiative a little bit, we could have seen Infiltrator come online and shut those 2 players down. But I was looking at all the positionings that Team Solid were getting ready to push in with, and it just looked like it was going to be crossfire on crossfire. Then, of course, the Haunt flies through. It's such a well-coordinated, initiated attack for that retake to come out online. And then they just kind of clean house at that point. Looking clean as ever coming through from Team Solid. And this is a much closer map than we necessarily expected, given the history of both these teams playing here. But still Team Solid in the lead, 6-4 now. 2 rounds left in this half, as Winthrop University still struggling a little bit. Getting their way in, and Infiltrator goes down just to a spray from Havoc through the smoke.
Havoc does it again. And even the pings from PXS last round to allow that retake to go through from Team Solid. And Winthrop didn't buy another op and couldn't afford it anyway. So there's only 1 op that remains. And Winthrop cut all noise, and Ollie hasn't had anyone overextend. Why would you? Team Solid can rely on their Sentinel, and TSS just playing with its food. And Winthrop gotta put a stop to it, but you just can't. It just keep farming.
Jen, it's happening again. We're seeing the heat up. Dijazine coming out online, operator in hand, ready to just kind of slap Winthrop University around. And honestly, like Winthrop University just look a little bit lost at this point. Just the little micro plays that are coming through from Team Solid show absolutely no sign of slowing down. And so they're able to get a nice and flawless round. And really, it just feels like they have the finger on the pulse. They know exactly where the players are pushing through and are ready to just kind of punish them. It's these individual fights once again that we just see Team Solid consistently win as the crowd goes crazy in the back.
Yeah, DJZ got moves, but he got removed. Winthrop, they're not playing around no more. We could be heading to a stronger half, but wait, good trades from Havoc. He's a thorn in Winthrop's side. Speaking of thorns, they're in Winthrop's way. Now the spike is on its way too. Glyph just has a Guardian, and Ollie doesn't have the Resurrect.
Yeah.
He would need a kill to pull it off. And it's just not gonna happen. An 8-4 half deja vu from how Sunset ended for Team Solid. And they swapped their offense. And with DJZ still lighting things up, you gotta be worried about this Neon.
100%. Like, you can even see just the confidence that they're playing with. As soon as they realize what's happening, the wraparound happens so quick. Havoc, though, staying alive in the midst of all of that, able to find Infiltrator and Governor as well. Like, once again, Team Solid, they can do no wrong, it feels like, just because they're so confident with their swings. And I'm really impressed with what they're bringing out.
And the support from Team Solid is insane. Now we have DJZ's wife and Havoc's girlfriend in the crowd. Let's go say hello.
Entendeu? A Lara, que é a namorada do Havok, e a Eduarda, que é a esposa do DG. Amiga, como é que tá o coração? Ah, tem que traduzir. This is Lara, Havok's girlfriend, and this is Eduarda, DG wife. Como é que fica o coração aqui vendo de perto? Vocês estão gritando muito, mano. Vocês estão puxando o povo.
Cara, todo dia a gente chega com a voz sem nada, entendeu? O coração fica a mil toda a vida. É uma emoção tão grande que eu não sei explicar. É muito bom, muito bom. É melhor presencialmente, com certeza.
I asked her how the nerves stays, but and she said that every day they came here with their voice and they lost their voice. There's a lot of energy. Watching it in presence is way better. E amiga, fala a verdade aqui. Como é que fica a torcer sabendo que se eles ganharem, o cara vai para outro país, mano?
Cara, é uma coisa assim surreal, eu juro. É um nervosismo que não cabe no peito. Confiante, né? Confiante. Ele é um menor muito quente.
Ele é o menor quente. É o menor quente.
Nervosa, mas confiante.
She said that she gets so nervous, but she's really confident. DG is amazing. The Big Husband, ele é maridão mesmo?
Ele é maridão.
Ele é maridão mesmo, então bora pra segunda metade. Valeu demais.
Team Solid are talented and they have hot partners. Like what do they not have? Except in Ascension Slot, we don't have that yet, and we'll see how this map ends up, Marks.
Yeah, and once again, this is for tournament life here. So Team Solid fighting to stay alive, fighting to represent Brazil, the entirety of the crowd wanting Team Solid to just kind of make its way through all of these three other North American teams. Once again, Team Solid has beat Winthrop University on this exact map before, and it really honestly making a huge statement, but right now looking to take that lead. Winthrop University, we've seen them bounce back before, we've seen them cool their heads off a little bit, re-strategize a little bit more before they decide to walk into this one. But right now, it really just feels like they're being outclassed by some of these traps that we're seeing Team Solid consistently get value out of.
And the main thing to slow Team Solid down is Ollie. Just even knowing where he is could be enough. The wall even purchased this round. We saw how much that hurt Team Solid in the past, but also when Team Solid got on attack on Sunset, they never lost. See if Winthrop can get a pistol. It's going to be important for them morale-wise, and the wall comes up just in time, but Team Solid break on through, and they just hose down the competition through the smoke. That's an opening kill on Infiltrator. Talk about really icing out the competition. Team Solid, though, aren't too happy with things. They even have the Havoc Flash trying to really bait Winthrop into a fight.
And Winthrop University, at least specifically, being able to stay alive thanks to that barrier orb. A great combo of utility coming through, the Haunt alongside the Paranoia. Just scout those people out, but DGZ finds Governor just over-peaking a little.
These things were a little too quiet. I don't blame Winthrop for being like, where the spike at? where Team Solid at? Now this plant is just gonna be easy. And all Glyph and Ollie just nod heads and go in. Go in together, die together. And it's moves coming in from mid link, and the link up with his team, and that is Team Solid with a pistol.
Oh my goodness.
Things are dire, and the crowd is as loud as ever.
Oh yeah, I mean, the fact that we can hear them through the microphones is kind of wild, and it really is at this point, like, the pressure that Winthrop University must be feeling on this stage, the home crowd against them, the enemy team really starting to heat up, really starting to snowball so many of these rounds forwards, and even when they do have some of their traps being set up, they just simply cannot win out some of these duels. You hear exactly the momentum on the side of Team Solid as DGZ starts us off with another pick.
Just in the blink of an eye, and Winthrop, well, they're in position. They might as well execute.
Oh no.
But it's them that find themselves without heads at the end of the day. And Team Solid just performed so well under pressure. I mean, to be down 0-1 in the series and to go all the way would be incredible. Winthrop won't let them get away with a flawless, and Glyph's nice with it. Wait, a little too nice with it. TSS puts an end to that hype, and they get up to double digits.
Oh no, the right-click pistol dance inside of the smoke. But still, once again, like a very heavily favored Team Solid round. Like, you can just see at this point, DGZ is just like styling on them, zip-zapping around, running, finding so much value, so many kills as well. I mean, this Neon right now is just on fire, and it's looking a little bit more reminiscent to what we saw previous times, despite the heroics of Glyph. Finding a couple of picks here, it's not going to be enough to really stop a lot of this bleeding that Team Solid are just implementing on the other team. The buy-up coming through, Governor with the Odin has looked pretty good off of some utility, a little bit of information, but Ellie has to just back things off immediately.
This needs to be a clean round from Winthrop. Keeping all the rifles as you're working with pennies. And Winthrop gonna play as safe as they can because Team Solid, they already baited out that Sage util. That's all they needed to do. Now really nothing stops them from getting the spike down, and they're wrapping around on Winthrop. Check this swing. Ollie better be ready for it, and Governor have his back. Here's the first duel to open up the round. Winthrop, they gotta lock in. The Odin is clunky, and Governor now knows what's ahead of him. You just keep Governor busy. You could just be spamming through the wall, confirms the kill eventually. Now Team Solid, they've been just trying to bait Winthrop into duels on their terms. Now it's just chaos, and Winthrop just gets split apart from head to toe. It's 3 versus 3, and it's not done yet.
30 seconds left.
Team Solid also upgrading weapons. The Bucky's gone. No more smokes. Infiltrator gonna lurk within it. Big kill from DGZ, and moves the Lone Wolf to bark back against Team Solid, or else things are gonna get so cooked so quickly. But wait, Team Solid are staggering in. They gotta respect moves. He knows he's had to step up on this map, and PXS is injured. It's a crossfire created. Team Solid just focusing in on what matters the most. And it's getting through to Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Team Solid, easily we could have seen a couple of more ego peaks from them. You know, get out there, try and find that opportunity, but not going to be the case this time. I love the crunch that we see from them onto the actual bomb site itself. Like, they pinch in from 2 completely different angles and just completely gobsmack all the players on Winthrop University who have just been kind of sitting around waiting, biding their time, and then immediately setting up this post-plant crossfire after how things kind of went. So an excellent job from Team Solid. Like, yo, these guys on their feet at this point, like, they are feeling it, and I am here for it. They're so close right now to securing their spot to continue to play in Ascension here, and Winthrop University, a much needed tack time out because they are on the brink of being eliminated at this point.
Okay, good. I was worried that they didn't have any timeouts, so both teams exchanged a timeout in the first half, and this is the type of win streak that one sunset for Team Solid. You got to calm them down. There's some util that's been missed from the Winthrop side. And these duels, you got to be ready for them at all times, especially if that initiator util misses. Got to be ready to flick. And Team Solid, almost at the finish line to be eliminating Winthrop University, one of the best scholars in North America. I'll give them that
we have
title.
to see their grades as well, okay? We can't just give them the best scholars because they're really good at Valorant, okay?
Yeah, you're right. They're still in school, so they haven't flunked yet. So.
Allegedly. We don't know that for sure.
Allegedly.
No academic records on VLR, I can tell you that much.
Oh, Moogs is playing with fire here, and they're trying to catch Team Solid, and they're all mixed up in all the smokes, and Governor had no idea they were just that close. A big punish. A Moogs is in a one-and-done spot to at least trade. Now Team Solid, nothing. They will not get surprised by Moobs in that moment, who still manages to grab Dijazine while he was sliding. And you see how nervous Winthrop are. Like, Glyph never loses those. This is, I mean, Team Solid are only up by 1, so it's not over.
Yeah, they will be able to get the spike down here. Havoc already going exploring. Alongside Rafa, they all kind of split up here, trying to nip the push in the bud.
Infiltrator. There's a big kill ahead of him. He needs to get this, and he does. He gets flashed and even gets the second. Holy cow. Infiltrator hasn't given up, so North America can't either. But he's on his last leg, and Ollie needs to give him a band-aid, and I don't think he has a heal. So Rafa wants to protect the spike, and oh my god, the quickest headshot of all time! Oh, but he couldn't deliver at the last moment. Infiltrator, that took everything in him. 8 HP.
Oh man, and the devs talked about it too, like Infiltrator's stats being that kind of like pop-off plays, crazy player who can just kind of go in, solo things by himself, and then kind of make it happen. And as Challenger Stage 3 has kind of unfolded, we've seen Infiltrator really be kept on the leash a little bit more, because a lot of these teams were just kind of out-ecoing, outplaying Infiltrator in those individual moments. But when we get to see him pop off like that, it is such a momentum boost for your team. After that round, slowly climbing back up the kill feed in order to inject a bit of momentum, a bit of life, honestly, into Winthrop University. But they still have a lot to work with in front of them. They have to find those 6 rounds if they want to, at minimum, tie things up here. And it's still not a great buy coming through as Governor has a judge.
Hey, but at that range, gotta be confirmed a kill. But they know it's a judge now, thanks to that Prowler. So many ults too for Team Solid. That is everything for Winthrop. And they cannot slip up. Need to be flawless, because especially where their economy is at, it's not match point, but it feels like it.
No.
And Winthrop are clean mostly. And Infiltrator, he's just ramping up. Better late than never.
At this point, Conan just going for the save, but Infiltrator so ready for that. And honestly, at this point, like, it's as soon as the Viper's Wall kind of goes down, we see immediately Infiltrator as well as Moobs find kills. And that stops all momentum on the side of Team Solid. It's just that kind of double swing out, patient play onto mid that traps them and then results in those kills to happen, which makes it so much more difficult for everything to just kind of play through on the side of Team Solid. Governor as well, finding a kill with the judge. Always love to see that one come through. But Infiltrator is starting to heat up when Winthrop University needed him the most. Another player on Winthrop who we were expecting a lot of, Ali, has been having a bit of a rough game. So it's nice to see Infiltrator start to pull up, pick up some of that slack.
Team Solid. They're ironclad, but now it's Sheriffs. They've been the team to pull off the most thrifties in this series. And they're still gonna invest the Nightfall. They truly believe, and they set Dijazine up for success, who pulls out the overdrive and is trying to still kick into gear. Oh, but the crossfire from Winthrop, they stay stoic and calm against the tidal wave that was Team Solid with the ults that came in.
No way!
Wait a minute. Okay, Winthrop just have to finish off this last kill. 22 HP. I mean, if Infiltrator can clutch at 8 HP, Havoc can do it too. This is where teamwork is going to matter. And Winthrop are together. Havoc has a flash to work with too, and maybe he could try to isolate depending on the angle, but there's one spray down too from the shotgun from Ollie would be all you need.
30 seconds left.
You're gonna create as much distance as you can. And Winthrop are not even gonna stomp in. The flash sets, the resurrect through. And that's more than enough. That's a nail in the coffin, but Havoc is on the flank. They don't know it. And he is upgraded. Oh, he has the lineup. No one's turning around. There's definitely no
kidding me.
way. You let this happen.
The 6-kill ace on stage in a 1v2, 1v3 scenario there. Oh yeah, they're feeling it. They're feeling it. They're calling on the crowd to hype up. That was unbelievable. Just a wraparound from Havoc should have been read from Winthrop University, but Jen, I have to agree. I think a lot of these nerves are really starting to get to this collegiate team. You can see they're a lot more shakier on some of these things that should be just a lot cleaner. I don't know if it was a little bit of a miscomm that happened, but nobody was checking for that wraparound, especially when you see that spike going down there. You have to make sure you're checking all of those different angles as, yeah, now we get Team Solid up to match point right now at 12. Headphones off. They're dabbing each other up. They're feeling good about this.
And this is where experience really comes into play. This is not the first rodeo for all the players from Team Solid who have been on the biggest of stages, that have had banners and orgs relying on them in the past, and they want to prove that they should have never left Tier 1. And they want to go in as a team, and it's going to be a long road through the lower bracket. But stopping Winthrop in their tracks is how you begin that victory lap.
Oh, man. Yeah, and, you know... Oh, they're actually taking a attack timeout here. So really gonna let Winthrop kind of stew in that one for a little bit. Just remind them, hey, remember how you were supposed to win that round? Be crazy how you didn't win that round. And now this is all just gonna be mind games. And on the flip side from Winthrop University, you can see they feel shaky. Glyph specifically has been a little bit more shaky on some of that aim. Glyph having highlight games in some of these previous matches. And this time around, not able to secure some of these kills that honestly he definitely should be able to make. And I wonder how that's also affecting calling this game as well. Because once again, Glyph being the IGL for Winthrop University, setting up all of these little mid-round adjustments and game plans, and none of them have been really coming to fruition at this point.
And the ults that come into this round too. There's a lot on the line and a lot to use. It's a Nightfall that comes in, forcing out the teleport. Dijazine, the tip of the spear, hoping to pierce through Winthrop. And to end this North American run. Now Winthrop are completely closed off, and the fortress has been built brick by brick. The Viper's pit remains, and the Prowler to try and explore, and Havoc is just picking at Winthrop while they're nervous. You can't be shaken, cannot be stirred, and the pings are there from Governor. It allows moves to get kills too. Team Solid have all just been funneled into the line of fire of Winthrop, and it's just Conan, and now nothing. Winthrop have another life.
They stay alive in the midst of all of that overwhelming pressure there. And if I'm being honest with you, I think that was really just due to Governor's presence on this map. Obviously, Governor, you know, we joked about calling him Mr. Worldwide, but just has so much experience in all of the different regions, knows the amount of pressure that this team is currently under right now. And keeping a cool head, making the calls, so confident just being able to continue to spray things down and play off of the team, despite all of the nerves that might be going on stage. Those little individual moments of keeping things cool are going to be key if Winthrop want to slowly claw their way back. They have to do it now 5 more times to force that overtime into fruition. The Team Solid, they're on a little bit of a save here. Havoc could be the only person coming in with a hero rifle, as it is just going to be trading walls in mid right now, as nobody can see a thing.
Team Solid layer up. Prowler reveals someone very close at A-Link, and it's Infiltrator that needs to come alive when it matters, and the pits come in on the left side of the map. Moobs continues to anchor, and Team Solid are stuck on the red carpet right down mid, and they're just getting peppered by Odins and bullets, and Winthrop starting to silence the crowd a little bit.
Yeah, this is To be honest with you, a little bit unexpected. I thought at this point, like, this would be wraps. Like, Team Solid should have been able to walk away with it. But Winthrop University, once again, their mid-fights against Team Solid just at the start of these rounds have looked really clean. Every single time we see one of the members of Team Solid kind of walk out, they're immediately sprayed down by multiple different crossfire angles. And it doesn't really come down to really utility. It's just Team Solid stepping out and then just getting hosed down. So I wonder if this point, like, Team Solid, they just kind of give up on trying to make that mid presence happen, because Winthrop have been dominating them on this defensive half when it comes to that mid pressure.
Team Solid can't celebrate too early. They may have even taken a timeout to celebrate, but you need to make sure everyone from Winthrop are dead. They have gone through worse. They have gone through midterms, okay? And if you could survive college, you could survive anything. And you know that, especially Marks. What a quiet round, though.
Bring them down.
And yeah, at this point, it's just mind games being played just on the other side. Okay, global teleport just to try and find a little bit of information. Ellie, though, just holding so far forwards, use the slow and the barrier while Moobs moves up. Moobs could find a timing here and might be able to catch off one or two players on the rotation.
An important job here. Did just hear that teleport from Glyph, and no, he loses that duel. Now on the high ground, Winthrop have a great position, and they're gonna come in off the Prowler. Now it's all about the duels, and the Odin rings true, and Team Solid have to clutch now more than ever in this 2 versus 2, and it could be Havoc from the 6K to the 4. They're not just solid, they're ironclad. Brazil's hearts will stay on beat. Team Solid, join the big 3.
Man, Team Solid, unbelievable plays coming out from specifically Havoc on this map. Havoc, a previous duelist playing on the VCT stage, coming alive, being electric on so many of these maps against Winthrop University. Winthrop coming into this rematch, you know they were prepping for DGZ. You know that they were getting ready to make sure that that duelist could not run away with things. And all the meanwhile, that allowed Havoc to really showcase what he was capable of. Winthrop University, unfortunately, this will be goodbye for them. They close out this tournament at fourth place and have to head home. But man, I was so impressed with the amount of work that we have seen them put into this game compared to when they left stage 3.
Yeah, from the work Winthrop did to just even customize their comp for Lotus, to have such a good start to take Team Solid's map. But the crowd being behind Brazil at all times, Team Solid rode that high and that momentum until the very end. Just the talent on display, hoping to prove that they belong in Tier 1 and should have never left. And all the partners in the crowd too, they never gave up on them. And they delivered the result that they knew they should have had.
Yeah, and then like these guys are just shooters. Like, it was so funny. I had a physiotherapy appointment today, and like one of my physio is like a big VALORANT guy, and he's like, man, these Brazil guys, they are just so good at aiming. Macro needs a little bit of work, but they are so good at aiming. And honestly, I've been impressed too with the traps that we saw Team Solid set up in this matchup against Winthrop University. Sure, you know Havoc's going to go crazy, but don't make this any easier for those Winthrop University kind of tricky, fun plays to really throw you off guard. So honestly, just a fantastic job from Team Solid.
It's a well-rounded effort, not just all the eggs in the duelist basket, but what a series. And we still have a North American rematch ahead of us. That's just the appetizer, but I think the crowd ate pretty good. Let's go and check in with the desk, though.
The hometown heroes, Brazil's last hope, still alive here in VCT Ascension Americas with a 2-1 victory over Winthrop University. I mean, going into this final map, Ash, it was such a good back and forth between these teams, and it was a Team Solid to right away get a lot of momentum. Winthrop University tried to climb back at the end, but I mean, with these clutches that came on through, the multi-kills, the crowd on their side, it seemed just destined for Team Solid to take the dub.
It really felt that way, didn't it? And it's pretty crazy. Like, it was so back and forth at the beginning in that first half. We really saw Winthrop starting to heat up. But once DJZ got that operator online a little bit later into the first half of defense for them, Winthrop University really started to struggle to find any answers for how they were trying to approach that attack. It felt like there were just insane moments where DJZ had incredible micro plays, being able to get a quick one before getting out, avoiding utility to be able to repost onto that angle as well and get those continuous refrags. But on top of that, like, you've also got a Vice that is going 27 and 13 in Havoc's hands. His performance has been so consistent throughout the day.
I mean, Havoc was an absolute monster, but it wasn't even just about Havoc. For me, what really inspires the confidence here in TSS to potentially complete this Ascension's run, guys, is the manner in which they're winning these games, the manner in which they won these two maps right here that we just witnessed. It's the team play, it's the bait setups, it's the discipline in the retakes, right? Their capacity to break rounds down with set plays, with the operator. They're able to play aggressive, passive on sites. There's just so many facets of their gameplay that shines through, and I feel like these individual moments, this clutch from Havoc, that really sealed the deal, I feel like, for Team Solid. And then they close it off with a 6K as well to close out the game. I mean, bro's a monster. Team Solid look fantastic. I'm excited to see them approach the remaining of this event, guys.
Yeah, that round where he was able to cement that match point there for Team Solid, it felt like the team just knew that they won the series off of that. And it was just not enough space for Winthrop to work with for the remainder of Corrode. But this is where we've seen, I think, that experience of Team Solid really coming to light. We've talked about how all of these players have touched that VCT stage at minimum and have played seasons of it for some of them as well. And I think that that's where we've really seen them lock into these playoffs. I think they looked a little bit more streakier during the Swiss stage, going up against these regions that they hadn't played against previously. But into playoffs, they're coming in full force and showing up and really showing us that veterancy.
I mean, to see how this was closed out, to see the step ups, to see Havoc with almost dropping 30 on the board on the Vice, I mean, just incredible things coming out from Team Solid. They still have this lower bracket run ahead of them. It's still going to be do or die for the team, but they live to see another day. So much hype, so much excitement. And I got to hear from the team with PXS on the line to chat a little bit more. I'm lost for words with this victory. We need to talk about the end of Corrode here, because I need to know that moment where Havoc gets not just the 6K, but the 3K clutch. You're out of your seat. The team's cheering. Like, talk me through that moment. Was that the moment that felt like you had just won this series?
Yeah, for me, that was the end, being honest. Dude, that moment was, like, I mean, when I saw him turning, like, he was like going to the other side and he flashed. They thought he was peeking with the flash. That moment, I knew he won. I was so hyped, and yeah, the crowd went crazy. So yeah, that was the end for them, being honest.
It was just an incredible series through and through, and I want to talk about going through this series because this is a rematch. We are in elimination matches as well, and you lose the first map of the series, but how do you regain that confidence and then go ahead in the series? Because that map 2 and especially that map 3 were just like lights out. So many hero plays, so much step ups from the team.
I think we needed a little warm up, and we had a conversation after the first map. Maybe it was because of the game yesterday that slipped out of our hands. So yeah, we just needed the first map to warm up and to come back stronger for the second and third map. And especially with the clutches, you know, everyone gets hyped and we get back in the server like we did for the second and third map.
Now, what are your thoughts going on forward in this tournament? Because this is still lower bracket. Every match is do or die. And TSM and Envy are definitely formidable opponents that you've gone toe-to-toe with.
Yeah, they're both tough opponents. We gotta have to watch the game to see who we're gonna play with against. I hope we have the rematch against Envy. They have a very different kind of playstyle, and it will be a great rematch.
Last but not least, last time we had spoken, we talked about the crowd there, right? And this has been the most insane I've seen the crowd of all day. So again, I just need to know how it's like when the crowd is just going so absolutely nuts for this entire team. Brazil's last hope.
Yeah, it's just the crowd today was, you know, it looked like it was in a movie. It was just crazy today, and you know, it's playoffs, so I hope it is like that every day. Especially tomorrow's Saturday, so damn. I hope I'll be playing a BO5 tomorrow, and that crowd, they gonna go insane. I promise.
Oh, I do not doubt it. Thank you so much for chatting. Congratulations on this win. Best of luck in tomorrow's matches as well.
Thank you. Thank
Good
you.
night rest. Thank you. As for us, 2 matches on the day. The first one that has stepped up and performed, and still one more to come. It's the NA Showdown, Envy versus TSM upper finals after the short break.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
No fundo do ponto, cadê? Quem que vai na bola é o Alvin, vai! Os jogadores da Envy vão brincando com ele, tá aí uma virada absurda!
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Ascension Americas. We just said goodbye to one of our North American teams, with Winthrop taking the loss to Team Solid, but 2 North American teams still alive. It's time for our upper final bracket. TSM going up against Envy. 2 of the favorite teams coming into this tournament, Roy, and 2 teams that have faced off many times before.
The rivalry between these 2 teams continues to grow, guys. TSM has bested Envy the last 2 times they met, once in the NA Grand Finals and recently in the Swiss stage. I feel like with Envy's recent reverse sweep of Team Solid, it feels like they are back in peak form. The confidence for Envy is through the roof. That is a dangerous prospect for the rising TSM. I truly believe that this match between these 2 teams is going to be hard fought. This was the result. I feel like TSM completely bested them. Even that Haven side, it was not compelling enough. But a part of me still believes in the Envy, guys. I feel like despite their recent, performances, despite their recent results against TSM, they are still an insane team. And the way they've looked recently is so terrifying for TSM.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially when you're thinking about like a Kane Zera that's had a little bit of a slower start to Ascension, wasn't feeling super well after all of those travels, and now finally starting to get comfortable on that stage and heat up into the server. I'm so excited to see these 2 teams go head to head. It'll be the 5th time that they're playing up against each other throughout this season of 2025. They know each other so well. We're in for another 3-map banger.
Oof.
Oh, we certainly should be. I would expect nothing else from these 2 Titans at this point. But talking about the teams, let's talk about TSM first, because for them to be the top team, looking back at stage 1, that wasn't quite the story, but the changes they've made, the synergy they've formed, Ash, this has been a TSM like no other, and no surprise, they are the favorites coming into this.
They've really shown how much they've grown throughout this season. And I think, again, just shouting back to Alvin and Timotino being those new additions throughout the final stage of the 3rd stage of VCL NA, we've really seen just how that chemistry has jived and grown and really cemented itself. There's been so much depth, I think, that these players have found together here as well. And guys, Timotino is an absolute Lanimal on top of everything. They've been so dangerous from the micro to the macro.
It's been unlike anything else. The strides Timotino has taken this year, just throughout this tournament, has been unlike any other. And Roy, to see how well he is slotted in with the rest of the team, calling out how coordinated him and Seven looked the other day with this Duelist and Sage gameplay, everything else. Like, this is the TSM we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, Timotimo's a thief in the night, the way he slid into this roster and fit right in, guys. He's absolutely a beast. This roster is insane. I feel like overall, there's no weaknesses. We've talked so much about that. We've highlighted so much of that when it comes to TSM talking points, just how dominant every single player is in these in every single role. It feels like there are playmakers, there's threats, there's, you know, constant pressure coming in from every single person, and it feels like TSM's recent results has not skipped a beat. They've been completely dominant here in Sao Paulo.
It's been amazing to see for a TSM that we're already just hitting such a stride near the end of stage 3 to just see how much of a cut above they are once we hit into Ascension. And talking about the players as well, one of like the more cores for the team, Ash, is Seven. I feel like we have not stopped talking about Seven at all, but for like the best reason.
Yeah, he has been just lights out this entire tournament so far. He's been such a consistent performer for this team. You look at him, he's been the leader in assists per round there at like 0.51. It's just incredible like how he's not just fragging, but then being able to set his team up so well across a variety of roles, being this true flex player here. And you also have to call back to the fact that nobody, I think the entire team of TSM wants this, but I don't think anyone wants it more than Seven and GMD. They fell earlier on in the group stage during last year's Ascension. This year feels like it's their year to make the run.
And I feel like Seven's demeanor is seeping into the psyche of this roster, right? Because every single time we've interviewed him, every single video that we've seen from him, he talks so much about like just, hey, job's not done, round to round, match to match, that grounded approach and just being there in the moment, enjoying yourself, not really taking on too many expectations. I feel like that's got to give this team a lot of superpowers.
I mean, he's just rooted in the reality and just eyes on the prize, and it's worked out so much for him. But we've heard from him a lot. We also got a chance to hear from GMD about their previous matchup ahead of today.
I think this game was what we expected as far as veto goes and like the match we played. I think Winthrop's a pretty good team. People underestimate them because they're like a college team, but they're really good, I think, and better than what people think. And yeah, I mean, basically we don't really underestimate anyone. You know, even if we beat Envy the day before, or like 2 days ago, doesn't change how we approach the game plan and like the way we see the other team that we play. Even if they could be seen as like maybe worse or whatever, I think we always have the same game plan. We don't underestimate anyone, and that's what coach preaches. Honestly, it's like we're not expected to win. Nobody's expected to win. It's a battle, you know, every game, and that's how we approach that game.
Seven's got his eye on the prize. GMD talking about not change up the game plan. They know what they're doing. And I mean, it's a TSM that is rooted in confidence, and rightfully so. Now headed into today, though, a team that has confidence of their own, even if they've been bested by TSM in the past, looking to try and rewrite that history today. It is Envy, the team that was the favorites before TSM really hit that stride. And an Envy here, Roy, with a lot to prove.
Yeah, and they've been the most consistent team since 2025 kicked off as well, Sierra. It's just so crazy to me because I feel like the storylines are completely different in the timeline, right, for both of these teams. Whereas TSM started the year off weak, Envy has been strong all along, right? But now we're kind of meeting in the middle for both of these teams. This team right here, they have some of the best micro that I've seen in Tier 2, guys. The agent mastery that we've seen here in VCL is insane. They're inexperienced, yes, but the level of VALORANT that they consistently show us, even in the biggest moments, is crazy. They have grown considerably over the year. I feel like the level that they're at right now is nuts, and their recent victory has propelled them. It's given them so much confidence, and their style is so easy. Like it can easily break down so many teams here in Ascensions. We've seen it time and time again. I'm excited to see this matchup.
I feel like the attitude from these two teams that we've talked about too is just like such a stark contrast. Like they definitely both have that approach of wanting to take it match for match, round for round. But when you get interviews from players on the side of TSM, I feel like they're a lot more like wholesome. And that's not to say like the NB players can't be wholesome, guys. Okay, relax. But you also hear like in Inspire's interviews, just like, yeah, they knew I was just like owning. Like it's a very different kind of attitude that they bring into it. And I think that we've like really built up that villain arc here for Envy as that team that's just trying to knock every other one of them away from their opportunity to Ascension and take that for themselves.
I mean, when it's the team that has been at the top for the entire year and like maybe there's been a couple stumbles along the way, but a team that has always come out the other side stronger, there's definitely people that are rooting for them, but there's also definitely ones that are looking to see the hero just get kind of knocked off. So Envy, I mean, going into this, I love the fact that they're not afraid to have that little smack talk. They're not afraid to, you know, fuck with the crowd a little bit and to just be full confidence. I mean, you talk about that Inspire interview as well. And let's look at Inspire, what he's done for the series. Because Inspire has always just been so vocal for this team as well. He was calling out, like, playfully calling out Seven in yesterday's interview as well. But someone, too, that, Ash, when you're looking at the lurks, you're looking at the impact in the server, has been able to back a decent amount of it up.
He definitely has. I mean, he went plus 14 in that series up against a very good team solid that we just saw take Winthrop University out of the competition. And he's been very consistent, I feel like, during Ascension. That's kind of what we expect from him, though. Being the most experienced player on this roster, you're looking at him to lead by example in that kind of regard. But the performance that he's had as a whole, I feel like we've talked a lot about those micro moments there for Envy, how good they are during those times. And I do feel like sometimes the macro lacks a little bit into the mid rounds here for this team, but that's where Inspire usually picks things up. Like when things are going wrong in the mid round, Inspire is that player here for Envy that's really able to save things.
And I think it's almost impossible to watch Inspire and just not see his IQ oozing in his gameplay, whether it's the setups, whether it's the way he moves around the map, his lurking. Like no matter where you're at in the round, it feels like Inspire has so much say and so much like control over a lot of the macro stuff that's happening around the map. And it's just so easy to see, in my opinion. I think he's a really big piece to the dynamics, like the dynamism that you see in this Envy side, and it's important that we talk about him.
And yesterday we got to hear from Inspire and thoughts about it, but we also had the chance off camera to talk to Eggster with his thoughts about how their previous match went.
It was pretty much just like a mirror game from yesterday or like 2 days ago. The map 1 were just like scatterbrain, like too much adrenaline for me especially. And then maps 2 and 3, like once it settles, like we feel like ourselves and we're like unstoppable.
I mean, unstoppable. I feel like Eggster has been that throughout this tournament. He has been lights out. But I want to talk about the other duelists on the team and someone who has been unstoppable on the side of TSM themselves. Talk about Kane Zera and Timotino. Timotino, I mean, going into this, again, as soon as we started talking about TSM, God. We talked about Timotino. Kane Zera, on the other hand, I mean, Roy, you're giggling over there. Like, Kane had a slow early start to Ascension, but looking at yesterday's gameplay, if we see more of that Kane Zera, then I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, I think Kane Zera of the beginning of this event is not the Kane Zera that we saw yesterday, and I feel like this stats almost like just destroys Kane Zera. I don't want to say destroys Kane Zera's image, but Timotino just looks like the final boss against Kane Zera's stats. 184 damage per round. I feel like that's been his average performance too. It's not like he's had like pop-off moments and just like that's just been Timotino. But Kane Zera, I feel like, you know, he had a really cold start to the event. It's been Eggster and Inspire that have done a lot of the heavy lifting for this team, along with IGL Poppin. But you know, yesterday we saw Kane Zera do Kane Zera. It's nice to see him back in the server. I feel like they're definitely going to need him here in today's match.
Yeah, I think the main conversation too is like you're looking at Timotino's stats, and for those who haven't been watching VCL NA throughout this entire season of 2025, like those are the numbers that Kane Zera is putting out consistently every single stage. And for Timotino to look just like so good throughout the entirety of Ascension on LAN is actually just mind-blowing to see. Like, it's so impressive from such a young player, and he's like a stat leader across, like, I feel like it's like, what, 6 categories almost, maybe? At least 5 of them, that's for certain. It has been beautiful to see on the side of TSM.
I mean, for Timotino to fully just get his props, and not just within here, but in the grander scope of things as well, he has been, I mean, so strong in the server, and it's nice to see that that props is really coming on through. Going into today's series, though, it's not even a prediction. We know Timotino will pop off. We know there's great things ahead, but in terms of predictions and how the match is going to go,
Oh,
all right, just me against the world, I guess.
Okay.
All right.
Listen, guys,
Cook.
I feel like this is making us look really bad as NA. Like, the 4-1 is making us look really bad. But this was a hard one to, I think, predict. I think that Sierra cannot blame her for picking Envy whatsoever. For me, the difference maker is I feel like TSM has been really impressive on every single front. Their map pool also just a bit stronger than the map pool that we've seen out from Envy. We've talked a little bit about how those mid rounds can be lacking if things aren't going in the way that Envy are hoping at those times. And I feel like TSM has been a bit more consistent in implementing those necessary changes.
And I think the consistency is specifically why I've chosen TSM, because it feels like even in their map losses, they weren't really blowouts. Whereas for Envy, I feel like the ceiling is just as high as TSM's, but their floor is a little bit lower, I feel like. And I'm just going off, averages and consistency. TSM's looked great. Recency biases look fantastic. I'm down for those, for that copium. I think TSM's form just looks impeccable, and I think that confidence is going to seep in today's match as well.
Copium? All right, hold on a second, all right? Nobody beats Envy 3 times in a row, I'm telling you. But
Let it be known, no one.
But seriously, though, I think TSM have been on an absolutely incredible stride.
Yeah.
I do not want to take that away from them. I think throughout this Ascension run that Envy have struggled just this little bit to get on the same level that we know coming out from Envy. If we're going to see an Inspire that has been doing the Inspire things he's been doing all season, we're going to see Eggster at this different level, and we see a Kane Zera going off Ash, I think it could be great. But the map pool could be one to determine it, but Lotus is the first face-off. Okay.
This map pool is kind of crazy, guys. Like, you're looking at this and you're like, okay, I think that leaning towards TSM definitely makes sense here. But I guess for me, for Envy to be selecting Abyss, maybe there was some sort of conversation, something that they've been working on over the past day or so, to work on the issues that we saw coming from them on that map. It was a bit of a struggle the last time that we saw or the last 2 times actually that we saw Envy play on it, and it came in with a compositional change on one of those days as well. I'm kind of scratching my head.
Yeah, I mean, the TSM pick for Lotus is pretty much on par, right? Like, we know exactly what they're up to on that map. They've looked fantastic. Their recent composition on that map has a lot to work with the double senties, guys. The Sage, the Vice, ton of util to work with both offensively, defensively. It makes sense why they would pick it. I am a little bit, there's some alarms going off, guys. I feel like Abyss has not looked fantastic for the Envy side. Maybe they feel a little bit better with their recent comp swap onto the Sage instead of the Waylay. But it has not looked fantastic, whereas TSM, they have a good Abyss. They haven't dropped a single map in this tournament on that map. They've won both of their officials. It's looked great. I feel like this veto is it feels like TSM has won it.
Yeah, I definitely, because I look at Haven as that decider, and I know in their last matchup it was a TSM win, but it was one that was fairly close. So that Abyss, that is putting a lot of stocks into those changes that you've made and hoping they pan out on the day. Maybe just having that experience, that first-hand experience up against TSM, you think they're a little bit more beatable now at this point? I don't know. I'm very, very intrigued about that. But let's bring it back down to Lotus. Because again, something that coming out from these teams, Roy, is something that we've seen quite a bit. So anticipating not really changes into today.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of prep work done on this map. I feel like if you're Envy, you've anticipated the Lotus as a potential first map, right? But even to say, like, Envy's Lotus has actually been quite strong almost the entire year, right? Like, they have been a really solid Lotus team. But yeah, their recent results against Team Solid, it did not look great. They got absolutely ran over on their attack side by the defense of Team Solid, and they're running it back with the same composition. I feel like for TSM's comp, it plays really well into Envy's comp, right? The slows, a lot of that Sentinel utility that can be used aggressively or defensively. There's so much for TSM to work with, and Timotino has looked great on the Raze. I'm going to give the edge here to TSM.
You also have a compositional change on the side of Envy. cainzera previously has been running that Raze here on Lotus, switching over to Awele, where we've seen mixed results from him on that agent. He definitely has the potential to have an insane pop-off series on it, but it definitely is a lot more high risk, high reward in that regard here as well. I think maybe understanding that there is more of that opportunity for him and Eggster to try and get past Alvin Boy and Seven's utility once we do swap sides and play a little bit more of that disruption in the push and pull, whether it's over towards Mound or over towards Rubble. I'm very curious to see that approach that we're going to be seeing on the side of Envy, because we do know that they love that defense-sided proactivity.
I mean, whether you love or hate the Whaley, you cannot deny the performance that he had yesterday with it on Ascent. Whether that can translate over to Lotus, we'll have to see. The two North American Titans, it's the upper finals. It's time to see in this first map who is going to take Lotus, and time to send it over to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Marks.
This is the ultimate North American showdown, and TSM have proven they're the better team on stage, but Envy haven't hit their final form, and it's about hitting your peak here and now in the winner's final, Marks.
Yeah, and I love the way that Roy kind of set that up with like Envy, their skill ceiling is just as high as TSM's, if not higher, but then their floor is a lot lower as well. And genuinely, when we see Envy firing on all cylinders, it looks like nothing can touch them. When everything is kind of working together, kind of like what Eggster was saying with all these weird little micro plays that are kind of going on, they're untouchable. But the one team that has consistently kind of shoved it to them has been TSM. So we get the North American first and second up against each other, fighting for a spot in the grand finals here. As already Inspire's taken a lot of damage, but does tap Timotino right off the bat.
He gets healed up by 7, so all is good, but definitely needing to be careful how you navigate those waters when Envy, they're such a difficult team to play against because of that surprise play style and the compositions that they whip out. And even just seeing the Waylay, we haven't seen cainzera really run that even in the regular season, so they brought out strats, especially here for Ascension. Like TSM just knocking at the door, just getting Envy nervous and getting their attention, and cainzera happy to greet them. And TSM are not going to trust that at all, and even cainzera squeezes out, gets kind of caught by the door, and TSM get first blood.
Yeah, and once again, like, cainzera had a crazy performance yesterday. The cainzera that we were promised, but like the desk was saying, has started out really slow and is always pretty consistently slow on map number 1. Especially moving on the Waylay could be difficult.
Now re-hitting into C, Eggster respecting that, and he's looked the most comfortable on stage, but it's popping from the door to the back of TSM's head to just nullify this entire round. It comes down to a 2 versus 2. An alternative is provided here by Alvin Boy, but the spike still has to be recovered. GMD in a bad position, Ion lining up the paranoia exactly where you heard those footsteps, and Alvin Boy's got the backup.
Yeah, let's go. Alvin Boy, honestly, has been one of these players on the TSM roster that I've really enjoyed watching start to get a lot more confident in some of these. Always playing that Sentinel role, like we talked about, like the Sentinel new lurking role type of deal. But Alvin Boy has been so consistent, whether or not it's just kind of anchoring sights down or just taking some of these off-angle flanks. He's been extremely good and one of the strongest players on TSM, in my opinion. Of course, all of them, I feel like you could highlight their individual prowess, but Alvin Boy has been one that stands out to me.
He absolutely has. A lot of the Sentinels this Ascension have been insane. TSM, they've already shown their consistency. They've set the tone here on the pistol. So Marshall by watching right side. Spike left behind. TSM have to be worried about this B-Link door that keeps opening up, and Envy are surging towards them, and Poppy gets caught juggling, and TSM make a clown out of him.
Yeah, and once again, it's just the read of the aggression, the understanding of how Envy like to play. This is something that TSM just, they know at this point. Like, there's so much history between these two teams, so they're always going to be good for a punish.
Alexer gets pinged, and Ion needs to support and go for the trade, but the smokes just make that impossible. And he waits for time for the rest of his team to rotate in, but there's just no help coming, and Inspired just have that 1v1 against GMD, and to bring all these weapons into the bonus, or at least some of the SMGs, pretty nice for TSM.
Oh yeah, TSM are looking nice and comfortable right now. Like that round as well, it was just we know they're always going to try to fight for those little micro plays. We know that they're going to try and take these individual scrimmages where they're hoping to kind of come out on top. And so let's just hold it, let's just isolate it, and let's just make sure that nothing gets kind of out of control. And so great stuff coming through from TSM. They're looking so calm and collected. I know it's only been 2 rounds, but that's the type of energy we need to see from this team. They're coming in here, they're ready to play, and they are locking it down on Envy.
I swear Envy play better when they're losing, though. That is my ultimate code, but even I predicted TSM. You can't deny the results. You can't deny the start that they've had. Envy have only collected 3 kills so far. And TSM already doing a good job of denying that B-Link door that's kind of been thorn in their side. So Envy trying to draw, or TSM trying to draw Envy into a fight. And Exter may just give it to them. He's already setting his teleport behind in case things get dicey here at B.
Yeah, it's just so slow right now from both of these teams. You can tell Envy just setting up some contact plays. Whoever kind of gets a little bit of information, that's when we're going to see a lot of that util pop. TSM have not given up a single thing. They're going to decide to move towards this A site. Kane Zera, though, just on the other side with Ion, and these two are a deadly pair.
Prowler gets marked, and Timotino still has the boom bot if he wanted to get some information or even just pressure Envy in that case. And Inspire gets a double kill. Yeah, GMD trades, but now he's by himself over at C, so I don't know if he's gonna want to plan maybe behind his own smoke. Has that window to work with. TSM have to go with the opportunities gifted to them. Now at a small deficit, TSM have the paranoia to work with. No smokes to seal off these entries. Double swing out of waterfall here from Envy. Still popping with a Prowler. Not even having the time to use it. TSM have their backs against the wall, and they're winning the trades. And Ion isolates himself, but Poppin finds a better angle. 1 versus 1 against Bora. And he cowers behind the smoke. Bora runs out of bullets. Poppin at 18 HP saves the round.
Oh man, and one of the things too, like I said, TSM having the read on how Envy like to play, you can tell immediately when they start to come in. You see the smokes drop, the paranoia flies, the swings are gonna be good. And honestly, given the weapon disadvantage that TSM had there, Envy should have walked away with a little bit more. But at the same time, Poppin has already been having kind of a lights out game. Inspire as well, being the kind of linchpin in a lot of these mid rounds, but Poppin stayed alive. And honestly, like, Poppin is one of my favorite players to watch on the side of Envy, just because he's not afraid to kind of go for the goofy plays, go for the fun little, like, crazy things that you would never really expect and come out on top of it. Whereas you can have a lot of these teams that rely on more of like a textbook, you know, the weighing of, is this worth it? Is it not worth it? Poppin's just like, we're flooring it. We're just going to go in there and we're going to have a great time. And honestly has been getting rewarded quite often whenever he tries to take that. Once again, Envy, a team that is more than comfortable just soloing whatever opportunity they have.
Yeah, Poppin has provided so much firepower to this team, and you really couldn't pick one weakness out of Envy. But it's now them just trying to get comfortable on stage, and at this point you can't even say nerves are a factor anymore when it's just been that many matches. But this is a matchup that you're all too familiar with, and Envy's confidence has both been a boon and a curse to them, while TSM, they've been applauded for their consistency because they kind of don't let that confidence take over too much.
No, and like that's the thing, right? Like when you look at the TSM roster, obviously GMD and 7 have just been in this roster for so long at this point, but I think that they do a really good job at just kind of stabilizing the environment, right? Like bringing that experience, bringing that like calm and collectiveness to the entirety of TSM. And with Vora joining in, Vora seems like an IGL who has such a good read on the game and knows the current meta really well. And then on the other side of Envy, like this is a team where it's just a bunch of kids who are insane, out of their mind fraggers. Their macro was lacking. They took the time, got a coach in, made sure that they kind of cleaned up a lot of things in order to kind of get that macro up to that level. And of course, Inspire being the person who has that tier 1 experience as well, does a good job of anchoring the rest of them down, but they're a lot more scrappy and a lot more rambunctious when it comes to overall team dynamics.
And TSM have leveled up every step of the way. Like, they're not this wild card anymore. They're truly a North American powerhouse and the favorites to ascend out of this bracket. But then there's question marks around Envy of if they can show us what they did online in person. Like, are they just online warriors? Can they beat Lanimals too? Because the desk have talked about TSM are Lanimals. They are just popping off more than ever on the biggest of stages. And for Timotino to do the performances that he's done so far, you can't deny that judgment.
No, 100%. Like, Timotino, so sharp, and then in this LAN environment has just honestly looked even better. Plays disciplined when the team needs him, but they're not afraid to just go out there and try and find some of those ego peaks, find some of those ego duels, and usually will win them out. And honestly, that's saying a lot going up against a team like Envy, where all of them are just going to be looking for those ego duels, try and play off of the utility of one another to try and just find the kills every single time. But as we have this little bit of a tech pause, getting gear sorted out, like, you can tell the vibes are pretty good on both sides of the stage right now. Like, TSM, they're feeling nice and comfortable. They know that this is a matchup that they understand extremely well. And meanwhile, on the other side, like, Envy, it's so funny because sometimes you like look at these players and there's that like moment in their eyes where they're like, wow, I'm playing on stage. I can't believe this. It's kind of like that like youthful, innocent energy from Envy sometimes that it's fun to watch.
I wonder how the vibes are going to stay, because I don't doubt that both these teams play good Valorant, but it's when mistakes start to happen, when the losses are getting heavy. Who can stay composed throughout that? Because TSM, at least GMD7 have been together for so long. They've had incredible additions. But who can stay composed in the biggest of stages? Now, technical pause is over. Get to take a look at the buys, and look, Seven's got an Odin. He's at it again, Marks.
Not the 7 Battle Sage Odin. Tale as old as time at this point. Kind of was watching what Ali was doing on Winthrop University and was like, you know what? I think I can elevate this a little bit more. And has looked so clean on that Sage. This round, though, we do see Kane's Era back onto a Bucky. And it feels like he gets put on shotgun jail whenever he kind of can't aim quite off the bat.
Oh, Kane's Era tried to find the timing, knew he was going to get droned out, tried to take one down with them. And all of Envy are going down one by one, trying to stand at TSM's way, and they just get stomped on. That's just what happens when you just have the solo plays happen. TSM, so good to react with it. They know to expect the unexpected when going up against Envy. See if this can end up being a flawless 2, because bringing in this Odin into the next would be important. And Poppin has shown face, and he has the Nightfall. 2 versus 4. Envy, do you believe at 17 HP? I wouldn't, but these guys are way better than me. Inspire checks tree. Door opens. Yeah, Inspire has his own battles to deal with. Oh, and the boom bot just barely spots him, and Inspire gets nervous. And now Poppin is really cooked.
I was gonna say, for sure, if we saw a couple of kills come through, the Nightfall would have flown, Poppin would have full sent it. They're just trying to run away right now, but won't even be able to do that. You look at how TSM are playing, and they've implemented the Hall Pass buddy system. Every single fight. They're never taking anything alone because they know that's exactly what Envy are looking for. Envy are looking for the individual member who is out, caught by surprise, and then you just have a nice and easy swing. Every single time Envy peak TSM, if they find one, there's going to be the rest of the team kind of trailing beside them, if not for one other person. And yeah, it just really holds strong against how Envy like to play. And so we're going to be seeing TSM scoop up their 3rd round here. Envy back onto the pistols, but once again, this is an Envy team that is no stranger to just finding some crazy thrift.
Poppin is deadlifting his team right now, and Inspire can't escape. Good punish from TSM. They're just always aware, and there's no surprises from Envy. I don't know how the shenanigans are gonna go with the pistols when TSM keep their distance and let the rifles do all the talking.
And still playing all grouped up together. Finding Inspire so early on is such an important kill because, you know, like the Dusk was talking about, Inspire kind of saves things because their mid-rounding isn't necessarily good, but is somehow able to walk away with just like a multi-kill every single time. And the fact that that player is no longer alive also means that a lot of that Cypher util is down. But they are moving in onto C, which is the heavily reinforced site for Envy.
Big boom bot. Oh, just to actually check the corner, and they're kind of using it as bait, and no one checks the back corner.
Oh, wow.
So Timotino gets away with a little bit of murder. Nightfall is on the way, but at this point, the round is over, and Envy have barely scratched the surface of TSM.
Yeah, and like, just the predictability and the chaos of it all, TSM feeling really clean on it. Envy really struggling to win out any single one of these duels at this point. You see them go for those like ego peaks and ego duels, which they are just like so well known for. If you've been paying attention to North American challengers, like Envy were completely unstoppable back in like stage 1 and stage 2. Honestly, like every single time a team would face them, they would just simply outgun them every single time. But that really pushed the entire zeitgeist of strategic prowess in Tier 2 Valorant forwards to kind of meet them at that level. And it really wasn't until TSM entered into stage 3 where they were like the team that could finally stop Envy. And we're seeing like a lot of it still at play here. We talked about how this is a familiar matchup between these two squads, but TSM have definitely put in a ton of time to make sure they know how to play against Envy and play well against them.
Need that energy drink timeout. Envy can't be sleeping this early, but they're just the comeback kings when it comes to starting off on deficits. Like, think about the reverse sweep they did against Team Solid, who you guys saw how talented they were. So TSM, also when they win these rounds, they do so with at least 4 members remaining. And when Envy won that one round, it was down to a 1v1. So these have just been clean wins from TSM, which then economy comes into the question if it's swelling here for TSM.
I am not just a shadow.
You tell him, Omen. Starting now at 7, spraying things down with the Odin. Timotino so deep with the showstopper, but so disciplined.
No way, how did that not hit anybody? What the dodge? Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a showstopper, and Timotino pays the price. Probably stun locked, but that didn't hit either. Now that was a big win condition that Envy got rid of. Now they have to try to retake into B. This is where the Nightfall is going to be beautiful for Poppin. Getting ahead of the game though with 7. As a resurrect, and it's just not going to have time to use it because the Nightfall reigns, and as soon as they step up, Vor takes care of business. Job's not done, Envy though. Seconds are ticking away. Rolling right above them, 7 trying to watch his teammates back, but man, that Odin, the spray transfer still clean when GMD steps up to the plate. Oh boy.
Wow. It's like this is one of those moments, right, where I'm just like, yeah, I want to talk about like how Envy is doing great, but then suddenly 7 and GMD, the dynamic duo of TSM, pull something like that out of a hat. It feels like where all opportunities should have been Envy, despite the fact that they weren't necessarily coming in here with the better weaponry overall. Like that was absolutely crazy, and the vibes are so high on TSM right now. Like that is just a closer out round. And yeah, TSM, once again, looking to continue to kind of take some of these team fights and continue to win them out, while Envy are really struggling at trying to find those individual picks. Pick them off one by one, which is that Envy game plan, so that it's a lot easier to win out the rest of this round.
Nexter did a good job of baiting with his clone against the showstopper. I was wondering why that didn't hit. Well, this was clones don't count. Dimensional drift with a Bucky. It's a lyric that goes, you can pop out and show them. And Exter could do just that, but when TSM just bunker and spawn, this is going to be a hard castle to try and infiltrate. But Envy, where Kane Zera is sitting, have the timing.
Oh,
He's
no.
sneaking up, and it's a target-rich environment. He's good for 2. And TSM, this is dire now because they're taking shots from all sides and they're falling against pistols. Upgrades too on the side of Envy. Just Inspire actually with the Phantom. TSM on their way to A.
And look at this, Exeter got the dimensional drift, ready to hop in, get that piece of information, but this is such an envy round coming through. And now we're gonna see it. Oh, yep, Ion finds one.
What a blind from Ion, and Alvin try to salvage what he can. 1 versus 3, and he's just spraying and praying. The reload, Poppin didn't find him in time. And now we're all just yelling at each other across, but the defuse, did he hear that go off? Oh, man. No way, he clutches at 8 HP. A thrifty for Envy.
That was, okay, that time around, we get to see the Envy game plan in full effect, right? Like, Inspire gets 1, KaneZera with the absolute magnificent timing walking out there, finding 2 very important kills. And then suddenly it's just, you know, who needs eyes? You know, just spray through the smoke. It's fine. You'll find 4 kills for it. Apparently, Alvin can. It's just so crazy in the midst of all of this chaos that Alvin makes it as close as it should be. And yet just at the end there, even though Inspire has to just kind of walk up and pull the rifle out, is able to get it just in time. 8 HP left, but Envy find another round. I'm imagining we're going to be seeing a lot of rounds that continue to be this chaotic and this rambunctious between the 2 teams.
Yeah, because how did KaneZera get that deep into mid towards spawn with no one from TSM noticing? That double kill was nice too. Really helped the round for Envy. Now the whole thing's back. Inspire doesn't have the trip set. Just hopes to work together with Exeter, who still has a flash. Place the teleport behind. TSM doing so quietly, letting Seven's Odin distract them. Oh, but Timotino first contact keeps dropping first, and there's layers to TSM. You have to peel all of them back.
Oh, no.
And Envy are on the way, but now the Resurrects come through, and TSM are back at full force, and Envy will have to force their way back in. And Poppin, well, the slow orb in his way, so it's not going to be a good fight. It'd be up to KaneZera with the up, but they're smoked off. These are just not good situations for Envy unless Exeter creates the opportunity. Off the Prowler, off the Flash, TSM give them the space. Good macro so far for TSM on top of the Sage. Whoa, KaneZera was ready. Oh, this is a very small site to play with the op, and it's just hunting season. And TSM, oh, now they gotta face the KaneZera ultimate. Well, I feel like that kind of nerfed him. They had a heads up. And Vora's done some great work too. 1v1. Poppin has to stop the defuse. It's being held. Alvin Boy doesn't think it's being held. Oh, the mind games.
Once again, talking about Poppin being the player who's just gonna do something that you would normally think is kind of silly and somehow walk away with nothing but victory out of that one. Unbelievable stuff. They invest the convergent paths. Like, that is an Envy that is so confident in the midst of all of this. I was going to say this felt like a reminiscent to how Team Solid was playing up against Envy, in just how TSM liked to just take these team fights, immediately just kind of crash out on everybody on Envy's side, and then Envy just don't simply have enough firepower to get themselves across the finish line on Lotus. But that round shows the individual prowess, the willingness, honestly, from all of the individual Envy players to take those risks every single time, even when you're not expecting them to go for something that crazy as that. And they will walk out on top of it. KaneZera going absolutely massive with an operator as well that round. Like, it's just, once again, so many chaotic little puzzle pieces fitting in perfectly to secure these rounds for Envy.
Like, I'm stressed, and I don't even have a favorite team. Like, imagine either side when now these last couple of rounds have been decided from 1v1s where both teams are extremely injured. I also wonder if Envy were able to recover the op that KaneZera dropped in the middle of the site, because that'll be a factor for TSM to consider going forward. But TSM have done such a fantastic job off of Vora to deal with the Inspire trips, which, I mean, Timotino hasn't been able, or hasn't been stopped unless he's been shot at by a well-timed swing from Envy. So Inspire may have to change up how he sets his trips. TSM were the ones that just took a timeout, so they're feeling the pressure.
Yeah, good time just to try and pull back some of that mental. We actually see Exeter playing now with the Bucky. Seems like KaneZera is out of shotgun jail and Exeter's right in. Not able to be as sharp as we necessarily would have expected. KaneZera, though, looking for an angle here. Will be spotting, oh, Alvin Boy, but just misses that timing there. So Alvin Boy at least gets the information on where that operator is, as it's going to be a fast play. onto the C site and trying to flush Inspire out.
Oh boy, the trips. Well, Envy knew where those players were, but because of that slow orb from 7, there's no engaging into that. But there's no wall from 7, so oh, there it is. Got broken down already at Waterfall, and off the blind, the double dash from Kainzera. It's good for 1 before he recalls out of the fight. But TSM kill everything behind Kainzera, so now you have to try and opt into this very deja vu from Envy. Smokes in place, though. Being broken up. TSM just trying to stay at a distance from the sniper. And now it's just up to Kainzera, who's gonna go and keep the op smart. Heard the footsteps, wide swing, good job from Alvin.
Yeah, make sure that operator cannot continue to be a threat, but at the same time, like, you know, we talk about dealing with Inspire, so good coming out from TSM that time around. Like, you see how they zone out that Cypher from getting any value off of those kill trips, because they 100% are set up to not guarantee information, but to guarantee the kills. And it's a bit of utility here. A shock bolt just to kind of zoom him out every single time Inspire was ready to push back in. Honestly, TSM doing an excellent job at zoning Envy in that util game so that they can take the kind of like head-on clash against Envy without losing anybody in the midst of it all.
Envy were not able to keep up the momentum from the Thrifty into the 3rd round, but as soon as that timeout came from TSM, they're right back on their horse. TSM are right back to just staying in spawn and letting Envy's aggression bite them in the butt.
And no information really given over at this point. As a TSM, like, they're just waiting for Envy to kind of pop out here in order to kind of find one of these kills, but this position from Inspire could pay off a little bit more, but GMD's so ready for it. It's like they just know exactly where all of the Envy players are.
Only chance is if Envy get lucky enough and TSM hit the C site and they walk right into the Bucky. 2 Buckies. But TSM will still not underestimate what Envy can do on these lower buys and still choose to drone up as early as possible and take the long sight lines.
30 seconds left.
The Sheer will keep Poppin honest here, but you know Poppin gonna go for it anyways, so you're at least aware of this position, and Alvin Boy is just watching it like a hawk.
Even breaking up the focus of TSM could be important, but the op is still in, and Kainzera's in too, and I guess he gets 1 with the Bucky. Better than nothing. Still a very clean round out of TSM. When they have these higher buys, they are at least converting 4 of those weapons.
Yeah, they always are. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen Kainzera have a Bucky in hand and walk away with like 4 kills on a round against rifles. And so like, I never want to kind of discount that out. But this Waylay style that you see Kane playing with right now, TSM are also prepared for that. Like every single time Kane flies in, everyone spins around and tries to deal with that, so it minimizes the amount of damage the shotgun can kind of walk away with. And so once again, it's just looking really clean from TSM as Envy are very quickly trailing here. It's now 7-3. Kainzera going for an aggressive peek, and they've read it like a book. Both Kane and Ion go down.
Yeah, just the predictable double dash. TSM have done their homework on what to expect out of Envy. And how much depth can we see out of Envy to change things up? I mean, that was a different look. Kainzera starting to get more active. And Envy are trying to create chaos, but TSM are so good at navigating it. This is not their first rodeo. This is like their millionth rodeo against Envy, but as soon as Timotino zooms out, takes the L from Egster.
Oh, man. Egster having phenomenal performances in previous matches here has kind of been the X factor when Kainzera is not able to show up. Like the Dust talked about, having a little bit of a slower start. Egster more than happy to kind of pull up that slack, but this time around, once again, TSM, it just feels like they know exactly what Envy are going to do.
Convert this many rounds with a double sentry is huge for TSM, and the trips Inspire changed it up, but the Stinger did not pierce through Alvin enough. Plot armor is real. Poppin unleashes the Nightfall, and as soon as he swings out, Alvin Boy humbles him for good. Spike plant. Now Exter stomping away, ready to take his ones, and Alvin Boy does not trust this. The Steel Garden. Exter will kill you with a butter knife if he has to. 14 HP to 37. Boy just has to listen to the spike and lock in. And Exter knows exactly where he'll be sitting, and Vora stabilizes TSM.
I was just about to say, given the damage on the TSM players, like that classic it's literally just going to be one bullet and then he can walk away with that kill. And it just comes down to a little bit of individual prowess. Zera laughing after getting kind of off there. And, you know, once again, that's the type of energy that Envy are really bringing every single time they kind of come out here. Like, they always just look like they're having fun, and that's why they're not afraid to kind of go for some of this ridiculous shenanigans that we've seen from this team. But Vora locking it down. An excellent way to end out that round. TSM now up 8-3, as Envy are really struggling trying to get anything online on this defense.
For Exter to be that aggressive with a Bucky and a pistol, like, that's crazy. Scott Inspire in the wings. Just fades away, forces TSM to use util. Inspire does the same thing. Getting all these shock bolts out from Vora. There is one. Are TSM gonna trust this corner though? And the one way, GMD senses. And the dimensional drip pops out from Exter.
Oh my goodness,
just gonna counter pressure into TSM, and Exter is trapped in there with them. Either way, he's dead. It's a great response for TSM to respect that ult and to go anywhere but there.
The information being given away from Exter, just like, they're all over here, guys, and then just go, oh no, pop in, excellent angle here, finds two before going down. Resurrection available as the Ion trying to poke out, but Seven ready to counter that one. Zera though, still alive. Timotino finds that kill.
Why does it always come down to 1v1s?
30 seconds
That's
left.
stressing me out.
Spike planted.
Inspire on the flank. Timotino doesn't know. He's going to be at the top of the site with an outlaw. It's going to be difficult to scrap at close range, and he's getting kind of far from the spike. Inspire will be on his tail. And Timotino has cleared so much. There's only one place Inspire can be. And Timotino's going for the a legendary wraparound. But now Inspire did just hear maybe that jump. Wants to get him off the spike. Inspire.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, the mind games, the chess match, but there's only one king in this playground, and it's Timotino. 9-3 half for TSM.
And you know that they needed to make sure that that one was going to happen. Like, Timotino, cool as a cucumber. Both Inspire and Tim had no idea where the other player was just up until that very end there. But once again, just the awareness from TSM to counter so many of these Envy plays has looked so clean coming out from that squad. And yeah, they're showing no signs of slowing down here on Lotus. Probably watching what Team Solid did, and we're like, yeah, we want to make sure we guarantee this map in our matchup against them.
And TSM are settling in, and so are their fans in the crowd, because guess what? There are fans that have flown all the way to Brazil to support TSM through thick and thin. So let's go say hi to them.
Eu estou aqui com o Enoa, que é o maior torcedor brasileiro da TSM viva, é verdade?
Não só no Brasil, mas no planeta inteiro, meu amigo.
Dude, I'm here with Enoa, the biggest TSM Brazilian fan, but he said to me that's not the Brazilian, he's the biggest one in the world. Mas sabia que eu era, na época do LoLzinho, era louco pela TSM, tinha foto, tinha foto, ó, tinha uniforme, tinha tudo. Mas aqui, tô com os caras ainda, assim?
Ah, cara...
Se for contra a Team Solid na final domingo, você é quem?
Cara, TSM, all the way, baby. All the way.
I asked him if on Sunday they play against Team Solid, if he's gonna support Solid or TSM, he's gonna support TSM. Mas, mano, por que tanta paixão pela TSM?
Cara, começou no CS e depois veio pro Rainbow Six, que é o jogo que mudou minha vida. Foram campeões mundiais em 2022 e eu sou fiel a essa org até ela acabar. E ela não vai acabar.
He said he's following TSM for a long time, other games, and he has a deep, deep love that's not gonna end, and the team's not gonna end. Tomara que não. Método por vocês hoje eu sou TSM.
Posso dar um shout-out?
Pode dar um shout-out.
Shout-out to all NA fans, all TSM fans on Discord. I love you boys. And we're gonna win, baby, all the way!
Acho que vai, acho que vai. Então bora ver se a TSM vai ganhar. Valeu.
Well, the TSM fans are hype. Envy fans, where we at? How we feeling? 3 to 9. Hey, it's okay. After what we saw against Team Solid, you don't stop. You don't give up at this point.
So do you think that was a paid fan? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah.
I'm completely joking, but like, you know, like we've seen TSM kind of go up against so many other teams from LATAM as well as Brazil, and then it's just like every single time they've panned to the audience, it's just like 2 guys cheering for TSM. So it is really nice now that we get to see so many other fans for TSM still be there. And you know what? Like Envy has a massive fan base online. So, you know, even if they aren't necessarily showing up to the arena, so many people supporting their squad and want to see them bounce back.
Oh, a big pistol, an important one for Envy to win if they want to come back into this game. Most important round of the game, and Inspire already falls. No, GMD taking care of business. Envy ready to trade. KaneZera and Ion versus the world, but the world is on its way. TSM have a lot more members rotating into the site. Ion tries to isolate, but TSM take both pistols here on Lotus.
And here we go. They get up to double digits, and it's just, once again, just so clean and coordinated coming through from TSM. They know exactly when to play off of each other. They're watching each other's backs. They're so ready to swing out together and make sure that they guarantee those kills. It's so funny to me watching the Envy style, because something that has consistently worked out for them, mind you, is the fact that Inspire just kind of leads the way in on that Cypher pick, especially on their attacking rounds, and somehow will walk away with a couple of kills. Well, TSM, they understand the strategy and are so ready to punish Inspire before any of the shenanigans come online.
Well, they just keep testing TSM. When will you learn? 2 bullets and an Outlaw, 2 kills. An Envy. Now, what is the alternative? After dropping Poppin and KaneZera, 2 very important members to get an offense going in the drone. The jig is up for Exter, and he's the next victim on the death note of Timotino. At least it'll be over soon, Envy. It'll be over soon.
They're still going to be fighting every single way, as Inspire going to be the next one around. Fora just ready for it. Ion under so much pressure here. Has this frenzy. Spots at 1, but immediately will get traded back. TSM can simply do no wrong. Look at all of them. They're playing so well together. The vibes are high. It feels like every single time they're making a call on how Envy is playing, it feels like it is so accurate. The fact that Timotino, once again, could just kind of step out and find 2 very important kills there, and then double dip for more to punish Eggster. It's just looking sublime from TSM, and honestly, at this point, like, it is tough for Envy. 3 to 11. We're going to be seeing their weapon buy-ups, but I think that on this map specifically, this is just an outclass from TSM.
Standing ahead. I mean, Envy have been one of the few teams to pull off a 13-0 to, what was it, like an 11-2 comeback? Like, I was there, and even that was a blur for me. I think a lot of teams try to forget about that. I don't know about a comeback here when you've had some very slow starts on the Envy side. At least the first blood bodes well, and Envy have a buy-up, so it starts here or it ends here. And TSM have not missed a beat. Now hiding back into B. Envy, the road has been set. It's been cemented. But Timotino, he's the hunter on his perch. There's a stare down between him and KaneZera. As soon as the smoke dissipates, there will be blood on the floor. KaneZera, he hides, and it's Alvin Boy who's the first victim. Envy, they step forward, and now the confidence starts to swell. And TSM, they can afford to dance. How do Seven and Vora play together? And you got a recon, 2 shock bolts, and Vora senses the step up and gets completely surprised to crouch from KaneZera. And Seven just shoves the judge where the sun don't shine, but I don't know. He could heal himself, but I think he wants this to be over too.
No way.
Someone has to check the spike, guys. Someone has to check the spike.
They're here. Okay, we're good.
That was a little close. Okay. And then they all die. They all drop their weapons.
Except for one. Seven, like, That's so funny. He finds the first kill and it's just like,
so
you
weird.
know what? I think there's just enough time for that defuse to kind of work. So let me just go in there. And then you can see Envy are like, uh-oh. And then they all swarm towards the site. So as it goes off, they actually drop so many of their weapons. I'm not sure if that was necessarily like in the playbook just from the start here, but regardless, 7, a very good economical round as a result of all of it. As that's, I think, 3 rifles that get dropped to the ground, and the buy from Envy is not exactly fully solid.
Bulldog Guardian, Raster rifles. So Envy though, I'm more worried about that lapse even happening. TSM, the wallop into tree, and Envy break in. They disrespect TSM yet again, but 7's Odin is the ultimate Envy op. And Exter is against 4. He's been one of Envy's best, at least on land, but he can't hang, and it's match point for TSM on their map pick.
GMD hyping up Alvin Boy as well, but that was all 7 just staying alive on the Sage in the backline. And then you can see Envy just kind of like telescope in. Oh my goodness, we have to deal with 7 at the back of the site. They're all kind of getting ready to kind of push in there. But that opens up just a few more gaps for the rest of TSM to kind of make their way in onto the site and allow for so many of these kills to come through. GMD here was instrumental at supporting 7 and keeping him alive in the midst of all of that chaos. And so it's going to be a save coming in from Envy. TSM up at 12, as it once again looks like TSM ready to just rush us into map number 2.
Yeah, Envy gonna want to go out kicking and screaming, but it's gonna be more like quivering and cowering at this point. Sheriff's getting into position. Exter's already getting tagged. Spams on all sides. TSM want to end this on better terms. And Envy at the front door, bodyguard. Showstopper doesn't get a kill for Timotino. Kane Zero covers a rifle, and now he's the final boss. But Envy can't depend on Kane Zero for everything. The res is disrespectful, and Ion's on the high ground, so he has a nice angle. But he still has to get the spike, and TSM gonna let him do it.
Yeah, in the midst of all of that one, the spike never goes down. And suddenly this is such a tall order for Ion, who has been consistently punished in this game. Currently only at 4 kills. Honestly, does a great job at kind of anchoring things down for Envy. He's able to kind of find these pop-off moments, and this is when that has to happen. TSM so aware that that spike probably going to be rescued away, but it's okay. They've got 3 members ready to go and a lot of utility to back them up as well.
Oh, funny thing, that 11-3 comeback I was talking about from Envy, it was against TSM on Haven. Different map, but same scenario. TSM, no, they got to take every round seriously, even ones where Envy could thrifty. Ion even got a rifle. Paranoia doesn't make contact there from GMD. Ion, he has a teleport if he just wants to get out of here, but he says, come at me, bro, and he creates his own little arena. But 7, the Odin, continues to be so annoying. What a dominant first map from TSM, 13-4.
Yeah, look at all those TSM fans in the audience this time around. Definitely not paid actors this time, showing up to support their team. There he is. He called it as Envy. They just simply could not find anything to get anything started. And I think that this is really TSM kind of watching what happened with Team Solid yesterday, understanding their own gameplay and their style, and just kind of leaning into some of the weaknesses that we've seen from Envy. Every single time, once again, that kind of like the group up mentality that TSM had, always ready to trade, always ready to punish Envy whenever they went out there. We weren't seeing those moments of Envy Magic come alive besides Kane Zero kind of clutching up a couple of key rounds. And so a really tough start for Envy, but they have always lost map number 1 before they come back and win this thing 2-1. So I don't want to, I'm still holding my breath on this.
Some intense scope, and yeah, Envy just became way too predictable. Where Kane Zero was dashing, where Inspire's trips were. Ion had a slow start. Poppin tried to keep the team alive, but whew, it'll be at least Envy's choice of map, and the desk had a lot of thoughts on Abyss, and we'll hear them again very soon.
remaining. Remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. And then there was trust into Aya.
Going for the evening.
First map in the series, we got Lotus, a TSM 13-4 victory, a team that has the methods. Ash simply said.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like TSM 13-4, you've got the fact that Seven's like indoctrinating other members of the team into the nose strip called Roy has joined them as well. His is not as visible because he's got the skin colored one going on.
Oh wait, that's
but
true. That's true.
yeah, I know. He's saying that his breathing is going kind of crazy, and I
Guys.
feel like give us a sauce.
Guys, listen, I have so much oxygen. I completely understand TSM's whole game now. They're onto something, okay? Like it's just basic math. More no strips on one team, 0 no strips on the other. It's just all adding up. Most consistent team, highest ceiling, continues their domination here versus Envy. They win every single clutch. Every single person that's clutching has a no strip. I mean, just where are the facts wrong here, guys? Where I don't know.
I don't know. This maybe kind of sounds like a little pseudoscience, but the proof's in the pudding because TSM so far have just been lights out. So you know what? For right now, I'll believe it. More nose strips, the winner, because we definitely saw that on the first map of the series. I mean, Lotus is a map that we've got to see a bit, especially too coming out from this NVN, but getting into the actual server itself, I mean, Roy, it was TSM that just flew them out of the water.
Absolutely. I mean, just from start to finish, right? It felt like after the pistol round, they kind of kept things rolling. Yes, Envy did win the bonus, or the anti-bonus, I should say, but it was just lights out from TSM side. It felt like at every single situation that maybe could have been won by Envy, someone on TSM stepped up, whether it was Gimos 3K early on, or whether it was the Vora clutch or the Timotino clutch. Like, there's so many instances where this half could have been competitive, but it went in the favor of the TSM side. Individual performances have stepped up. The macro game for TSM is on point. It's all coming together nicely here, guys.
It really really is. They were so good at getting proactive in the attacking half, like ensuring that they were taking the right measured risks to deny a lot of that space from Envy into those retake moments. We saw Timotino being so selfless with how he was looking to garner those areas of control for the rest of the TSM to set up very nicely into those post plants. And for the side of Envy, we definitely saw bites back from them. Kinzera and Poppin had an incredible map, having clutches of their own there for Poppin. He had like 2 1v2s that he was able to win out, but it just wasn't enough to take Envy over the line, and they didn't have that much room to work with either when we headed into that second half after a TSM started off so strong with that 9-3 and then winning out that second pistol as well. It really closed things off.
I mean, it's a TSM that has looked so strong and just going to continue that going into the series. And a TSM that across the board has just had such a level of consistency. They said beforehand that playing their own game is something that they're doing. And yeah, you just get to see that game improved upon. Looking over at individual player performance as well. I mean, Envy, we had highlighted a little bit of a composition switch coming into this game, and it was interesting to see the Waylay. I mean, Kinzera definitely got some numbers on the Waylay, but just Roy as a coordinated team, it just wasn't quite enough for the team and just everything that TSM had to offer.
Yeah, and I'm not really entirely sure how to interpret these like last minute changes that are coming out by Envy. I don't know if it's like a feeling thing, or maybe things are not working internally, or maybe it's all part of the plan. I really don't know how to interpret it. It's really hard to say from the outside, but to me, I have been pointing out the fact that Envy's map pool has looked a little bit weird. There's been some red flags, and I feel like the I don't want to get too ahead of myself, okay, because there still is a second map, but it feels like TSM's map pool is a direct counter to Envy, and it feels like Envy just has their number. They're very comfortable with this new identity that they've created themselves with the Vice, with the Sage. It feels like everyone's role is so on point here for TSM. I can kind of understand why these results are a little bit one-sided. I'm going to be honest, though, I didn't think it would continue to be this one-sided even the third time around.
Definitely think a little bit of a surprise coming into the series, just to not see the scoreboard be a little closer at this point. But TSM, I mean, they picked the map, they're well-oiled machine and looking so strong on the day. And there's been a couple individuals from the team that have been very highlighted as of recently. We've talked so much about Seven, we've talked so much about Timotino, but Ash, it's about time that we give GMD his flowers, because, I mean, we've talked about his consistency throughout the year. We've gotten to see a lot from him, but we've just been talking about the others too much, and GMD just had such a fantastic game.
He definitely flies under the radar at times, but he's just such a consistent player here for TSM, like you were talking about. Like, his utility is always just so strategic, very well placed to help, whether it's himself to get set up or assist in his team and help with that space taking. The Paranoia is always consistent in hitting, but when it came down to how he was playing on Lotus, he was making plays for the side of TSM, and that also gets kind of scary, I think, when you look towards the last 2 maps that we have into that series, continuing on that Omen and the value that he's able to bring to the table.
And I feel like that value that he does bring to the table is so easy to forget, because he's one of those players where, despite he's still kind of young, he's in his early 20s, this dude's racked up like a literal decade of FPS experience. Like, he's been competing for so long. There's not many people that can say that at his age, to be honest. I can count them on one hand. It's kind of insane. I feel like the value that he brings, the consistency that he brings, it goes under the table very easily, especially when you have people like Timotino who have been really stepping up, Seven as well. Obviously, Vora and Alvin Boy are also monsters as well on the server. It's kind of hard to forget, but every once in a while, GMD has these performances where we kind of remember that, you know, he can shoot back and he brings a ton of value to his team.
I mean, something that was in the discussion is what we see in the next maps, but at this point with next map, Envy fans, it's looking a little scary. It is Envy picking up Abyss, and this is one of the maps we did see between TSM and Envy the last 2 times they faced, and it was a TSM win. And then Envy go and switch up their comp, going up against Gaming here, Ash. That one was a lot closer, but still, we get to see them bringing out different identities. It was a loss last time, so what do they have in store for us now?
I think that's the big question, right? And really, when we're looking at those compositional changes, it's largely been KaneZera on the side of Envy. So I don't know if we're going to be expecting to see the Waylay or if we're going to look to see the Sage here in this map. But the fact that they have the confidence to be picking into it does give me a little bit of hope here for the side of Envy to be able to expect, okay, they've looked to make the changes. They understood what some of those struggles were. It was a very close match in that Stella Gaming with that Sage composition that did come through. A lot of like small micro moments, I think, are what kept them from trying to take that one over the line. And if they are able to be disciplined during those moments, it would make all the difference.
And another change comes out.
Wait, another change. Kane again, this time on the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, I think there has to be some level of discomfort for KaneZera. He's still trying to find his footing, I feel like, on some of these agents. I do like the return to the double duelist, though. I'm not going to lie. I feel like he's been a lot more effective at finding value with being disruptive rather than trying to rely a lot on utility. I like this, guys. I do want to bring us back to the last time these two teams faced on this map. TSM had a phenomenal start to that defensive half. They're looking to run it back despite Envy, coming back a little bit later in that second half. I still feel like Envy's key to victory here is that disruption. Do not let TSM run their retakes. Do not let them get comfortable in these post plants. Make sure you're disruptive, disrupt their defense, push and pull a lot. Try to devolve TSM style into something that you can come out on top with.
Yeah, we haven't seen him pull the Jet out so far during Ascension, and the return to it, like Roy was saying, I think maybe just a little bit more comfortable. He has definitely had pop-off performances on the Waylay throughout this tournament, but the Jet is something that he has more of those reps on. Kind of crazy that we're seeing 3 different comps here for Envy on Abyss.
I mean, switching it up. He had a strong performance in the first map and back onto this Jet. It's time to see if third time's the charm, not just in the composition switch up, but their face off against TSM. TSM 1 map away from finding themselves in the grand finals. It's time to head to Abyss to see how this one's going to shake up with your casters, Marks and Lemon Kiwi.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, TSM are not playing around, guys. 13-4 on that first map. I don't think I remember the last time that's been one-sided between these two teams, but seems like Envy have a few more tricks up their sleeve, Marks.
I'm hoping those tricks are really tricks and not just treats for TSM, because at this point, picking Abyss is such a strange move from Envy. And one of the things too, having KaneZera swap around on so many different agents throughout this tournament, to me, it's a little concerning. But at the same time, this should be comfortable for KaneZera. This should be comfortable for the rest of the team. And like the desk was saying, I'm really hoping that Envy has done their homework here, because otherwise this map pick feels like it is just going to be TSM sided.
Just that drone alone from Poppin pulled 3 to the left side of the map, so it's all up to GMD. Can he hold back this tidal wave, this avalanche? Okay, I got really scared for a second. Not a real Yoru. But Envy will be at the forefront of the site and GMD managed to keep himself alive, but looks like Envy want to go hunting before those rotations do come in, and GMD gets sliced and diced by KaneZera. And then you have Poppin watching the flank. He's going to have a lot on his plate. 7. Oh, just missing that timing. And he'll have a knife and a flash. Envy really starting to turtle up on the site, and you hate to see it. There may be a crossfire, but they're about to get crossed up by TSM. It's clutch or kick, and it's just Egster. You have to pull off a 4K, and the defuse not getting stuck, but it is now. TSM with the pistol.
Yep, TSM starting things off on the right foot that time around. And once again, it feels like that buddy system is just so strong from TSM. Obviously, I got a little bit scared. You got a little bit scared. Sometimes it's going to be a Yoru clone just walking off the edge, and that is totally fine. But a couple of mind games being played right off the bat here, which shows Envy are ready to play a little bit more tricky. They're coming in here. Clearly, they've got a little bit more of a game plan than just kind of rushing in and kind of running it down. And I think that it's like those little slip-up opportunities. If they can find the upper hand on TSM, then they should be able to win things through. Still, though, a great start for TSM. They're going to be buying up here fully. They're going to try once again to keep Envy in check. It's going to be 7 and Timotino watching this site, as it will be just the clone walking through, but nothing found on either side.
Only knife info from 7-2, and TSM are 3-0 on pistols now, and Envy want to change the 0-3 stat line about this map, but the firing squad stands up, and so does Seven.
Yeah, it always feels like that moment that you see Envy initiate onto the site, right? Like, it's like, okay, they're running in, wait a single second, and then you see the rest of TSM flood in and are ready to counter push them perfectly. The flashes always time out perfectly for TSM to be able to run through, and the fact that Seven stays alive in the midst of all of this, with GMD just watching from up top. Once again, the dynamic duo of TSM making it look nice and clean. Statements being made in these first 2 rounds. Once again, this is Envy we are talking about, known for consistently coming back after having such a hard first map. And of course, losing a couple of rounds is going to be nothing for them as they're already in.
Vora in trouble, still manages to be a trade, and TSM's defense holds until Envy find a weakness. Now it's about defending, it's about the post plant, and Envy get on the high ground. Now the approach and the flank. You gotta expect this TSM flank at this point, but how much do Envy want to commit to looking back at it?
I think the real question is, how much do TSM really want to push them in? I think at this point, if you're TSM, you just try and make that presence known, make them feel like they have to hang out onto that site and look for those opportunities so they can die and drop their weapons.
Just shooting through that box from TSM revealed the strat, and now Envy just gets to take the duels that they're known for, and Envy are on the board.
Yep, and a good round coming through from them. It's just a nice, easy, simple push. You see everything kind of working out perfectly for them, besides Alvin Boy being a little bit of a thorn there still. Just navigating so smartly around those cyber cages. Able to find a couple of kills, and yeah, once again, just good contact from TSM, just knowing when to swing off of one another. To guarantee a couple of, to mitigate a lot of the bleeding here, but when it comes down to those raw gun duels, Envy, they come out on top. The utility is not going to deter them any bit whatsoever. And it is going to be TSM buying up here, but all low shields. And so this means that they will be a little bit easier to cut through, but the run through from Kainzera comes out good.
Just the Congo line right into the side. Envy just keep doing the same thing, but they just improve at the hits even better. So now TSM have to retake with 2, but Seven's got flashes. GMD has his own blind. They're gonna take their own angles while Envy lets Poppin sort of isolated away. Poppin gets out the window. Many threats on the Envy side that TSM have to deal with, and GMD, that's a good opener, but he's got no teammates, and he's got no hope. Envy, match band for band, 2-2.
It really feels like the Envy strat right now is just snowball them over. You know, run them down. We're seeing such a classic, typical engagement onto that site, and every single time they're just going in the same thing over and over, but it's starting to work out now because, once again, they're just aware. They're learning this placement that the TSM players like to set up, and so they're so ready to just try and take some of those duels and go in and secure those kills. An excellent round for Envy to stabilize here, and this is more what I was expecting from them, to be able to tie things up on their map pick. As Exter has the dimensional drift, will be going in onto this A site here, but the rest of the squad still hanging outside of B. Does get caught by the 0 point though, so a lot of information being given up to TSM.
Yeah, TSM have not been down on this fake, but I mean, Envy have created an opportunity, so you gotta take it. Spike's on his way. Vora is still lingering, and now rent-free in Exter's mind. And it's taken back over the site for TSM, but it's went up to the window. And he wins a duel, so this is still possible, but Envy now have to scrap more than ever. And the security is gone. The spike is down, it's recovered. Lion's on top and is winning that against Vora on the flank. GMD with the stinger. Paranoia. With Envy expecting a fight at the top side. Oh no, they got pretty much a cheerleaders pyramid going on post plant, so Envy win streaking.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that one in Valorant. That's kind of crazy. Set up the pyramid. No, but that time around, like, once again, it's just the let's all just run in together strategy that really seems to be working out for Envy pretty well. Off of the dimensional drift, they get a lot of information around where the TSM players are going, and you know, things don't necessarily go great on the other side, and the squad is a little bit late to this hit, but like you said, it was a scrap, and Envy are always ready for a scrap. They're going to make sure that they're just watching those angles, and they're going to try and take those gunfights. So excellent stuff from Envy. On TSM side, I need to see them try to use their utility to stall them out a little bit more. Add a couple of gears in, or sorry, wrenches into the gears. Then that way they can punish some of it. And Alvin Boy is poised to do that.
Just one shock bolt from Poppin just blew open the setup of Alvin Boy and Timo Tino, I guess. Well, I don't want to say what I was thinking. But Envy, they're going to stay steady. As Timo Tino's going for an ace, and you better be ready. Get your fists up. Not your funny up. Envy now have to encounter this. They picked the wrong side, and GMD robs them of the ace. But TSM not letting too much momentum on the Envy side.
Yeah, and this is something that I like about TSM on this defense. Whenever we see that kind of like contact going through, it is very much like, you know, you see someone pop in forwards, try and go for a couple of kills, and immediately escape. Timotino obviously playing the Jet. That's a lot easier for that character to do. I think this pick on to Inspire actually was just kind of a spray, trying to hit somebody else, and then just, you know, because the movement hadn't fully just locked in yet, Timotino finds that kill as well. And once again, the duelist, that is the highlight of TSM. You can even hear it there. Actually random, that's kind of crazy, as the blades are online, all tied up 3-3, but a lot of ultimates for Envy. Especially with how they like to play here, you know, it's just going to be looking for those opportunities to pop those ults, gain maximum value, or secure a couple of kills, and then just snowball that into an actual win.
Now that TSM can get consistent info with 7, and already forces Envy to pivot and right into the trip of Alvin Boy, but Poppin has been good at clearing that out from even back towards Lotus. If you're expecting TSM to be that close, I mean, even a Hunter's Fury wouldn't be a bad idea, but they're just going to fight fire with fire, and the Hunter's Fury is just a cherry on top. And now the site is clear, and the goal is clear for Envy to plant and get ahead of this game, and even getting Timo Tino out of the picture to force a save out of TSM.
And you want to talk about the aura of Envy, because as soon as that pick comes through, immediately GMD and 7 just run for the hills. They know that this is not going to happen, because they know as soon as they start to see Kane's era heat up like this, they're just going to be simply hunting, looking for those opportunities to try and punish these players. And so the call to save gets made extremely early, but that will be good to make sure that they can keep those weapons and not yield more to Kane's era, who just kind of, if I'm being honest, just kind of went in and popped off. Obviously with the support of the Hunter's Fury as well, based off the information that was gained from Kane, it was just a very fast execute from Envy to overwhelm all the different areas where TSM have classically hung out onto the site in order to punish them and find those kills early. So very well orchestrated by Envy, as they show absolutely zero signs whatsoever from slowing down at all on this attack.
That's the thing with Envy. They ramp up, you get them angry, you poke the bear, and they come in with claws out. And they're starting to really exploit the sentinel trips and they're finding those weaknesses. Even when Envy get revealed, they have backup plans. And that's that level of depth that we were hoping to see more of on Lotus. And now that Envy are winning, they don't have to necessarily change what's not broken.
Yeah, and you know, like, we're seeing them move away from a lot of the classic style on Abyss that we've seen Envy kind of play with, where they're like I said, just kind of like plucking feathers out of the other team while they're not paying attention to it, just kind of isolating them one by one and then making it so that they can just kind of go. But this time around, they're like, pedal to the metal, get in the van, boys, we're just taking over this site. And it's really difficult right now for TSM to kind of deal with that. TSM shine when they're on that retake, you know, like every single time they've kind of yielded the site and just move back in, they're great about that. But the speed that Envy are kind of running them over with, it really reminds me like back when they were still just like rankers and just like running it down in your face. They don't care about planting the spike. They just want to go in for the kill. And at this point, like TSM, that pressure is kind of overwhelming them on that defense.
It's such a different comp from Envy. I mean, they are constantly switching things up, and they were broken 0-3 on Abyss until we'll see what happens on this map. But even Envy weren't running, I guess they were running Sage as the Sentinel, which it's not the Cypher, and it wasn't the right call against Stelle when they went to that 19-17 overtime. But Envy are confident about their map pick here.
Poppin just getting a little bit of information here, but 0 Point will at least give a little bit of info about agents kind of creeping up. And finally, after that tack timeout being called, Envy, they change up their style. A lot more patient this time. TSM, they're just waiting. Right now, TSM have completely given up the middle there. They're just relying on that single trap to try and get any information. And meanwhile, look at that trap. Ready for if Kane's flies in.
What an interesting trip, yeah. No.
Oh, jeez.
Hook, line, and sinker. Well, to the bullet, I guess. And everyone is blinded, and everyone's getting pinged. And now nothing obscures Envy from another round of win over at B. But it's a 3 versus 3 in the Steel Garden. Comes out from Inspire. As soon as he senses that fight, smells blood in the water. And it's just GMD in a 1 versus 2. If anyone can do it, it's him. And he even gets surprised by Inspire and locks in when it matters. One target, and it's Poppin, who has to play within the site because of that smoke and maybe wants to tuck away and make GMD waste as much of his time as possible, clearing out every angle. But he uses the smoke, teleport in, and now Poppin doesn't know if he's gonna hold this defuse. Is he walking into his demise? He walks into the back of GMD's head. Easy for Poppin.
Yeah, and you can tell based off of that timeout there, the calls being made by the coach from TSM, just like, hey, we know exactly where Kane's is going to fly in. Just get ready to punish that. As soon as Kane's flies in, get the kill, back out, see what you can do. And like you can tell, Vora and Alvin were both ready for that Kane's push. It just comes down to the micro, or sorry, not the micro, but the mid-rounding being done by Inspire. Always going to be so clutch in these scenarios, and you don't expect the Vice to just walk right into your own territory, and Inspire is just so deadly on that lurk. Envy now up 5-3 in once again what was honestly surprising me on this map choice, but they're making it work out pretty well against TSM.
Yeah, you haven't put TSM in a difficult position like this in quite a while, and Paranoia pierces right through Envy, and the reinforcements, this focus is split, but the decision is clear. Envy go kill, and that's all it's gonna take to win this round. It's Alvin on his way with the Sheriff, with 4 targets extra low. And all of Envy are gonna play out of sight, out of mind, so Alvin Boy has money to play with, and let's go see him do damage.
Yeah, looking for an extra just on the other side. Once again, it's just fast and furious from Envy. So just storm their way onto this A site and ready to dominate. Yeah, you're not going to be able to find that. Extra finds that kill there, and it's looking really clean from Envy. This is, I swear this happens every single match at this point. When Envy lose map 1, they feel that pressure. It makes them only play better. This time around, it's the TSM fans in the audience that are rooting against them. But they're still more than ready to prove the crowd wrong. Envy right now are looking extremely sharp, and all the duels, honestly, are going their way.
Envy have faced TSM on this very map, and they lost it, but at least there's tape. You learn the setup of Alvin Boy. You know where these early knives are going from 7. And Envy, sometimes they just scrap it out when push comes to shove. Now it's time to push, and it's the dimensional drift that'll aid this. Some trips, though, could catch Envy. Gotta be careful. Now Alvin Boy gets in position, and Timotino's on the flank. And now he's got Envy paranoid. And he got a Hunter's Fury into the mix. This is the chaos, and this time it's TSM creating it. And the spike didn't even get planted. What's it even doing over there? What seemed like such a clean plan from Envy gets completely broken apart.
Wow, and you could just see the trap being set up from TSM that time around. You know, at this point, Envy, they know exactly where the traps are going to be set up. They're going to be ready to punish Kane's. And so it's just Timotino being hyper aggressive in your backline there to make everybody from Envy kind of turn their heads for a second. And then the Hunter's Fury comes through, makes it almost impossible for them to get set up. And that's when the TSM kind of crunch happens, where they just walk in and gun down everybody from Envy in those uncomfortable positions. Extra up against 4. Looks like he wants to at least try and make this one work a little bit here, but it's still a very tall order.
Oh god, triple flash. Wait, Exter got one. Oh, with the high-low eventually steadies back up, and that was real scary. And their TSM respected the heck out of Exter to not even push the high ground, which Exter was focusing on. They just smoke off the spike and line up, but almost line up to their demise. That was scary.
And yeah, Once again, here's that Hunter's Fury. Like, look at all just the raw util that kind of comes out there. And it kind of forces Envy into these awkward positions where they feel like they have to go and take that fight. Obviously, Timotino applying pressure onto the backline as well. It kind of pushes Envy to be like, okay, yes, it is our turn to really just go through things. And okay, another timeout, I think also being called by TSM here. A little bit interesting. I'm a little surprised that we're seeing that happen, especially after that last round win, but looks like coach has a little bit more to say to the squad against Envy, as Envy, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, they don't really take their timeouts unless things are getting like really bad.
Yeah, the 6-3 start, because you don't want to let Envy get ramped up. And even like on the player cameras, I'm not seeing like Envy go ballistic, you know? They're not getting up, screaming, going crazy. Like, they know that they have to settle in and focus and not let kind of the environment get to you too much. And I mean, thank God they're not going up against a Brazilian team like Team Solid again, because then the crowd would be a factor here. But this is a very familiar foe, and Envy are trying to rewrite history.
It would, man, if they're able to actually win out on Abyss, that would be like the most Envy thing ever. But then they would finally break the curse that, like, at this point, all the other teams are like, oh yeah, Envy on Abyss, we got them. But if they're able to at least make it like challenging for other teams, then that is really good moving forwards in this tournament. And this time around, another slower, patient play from Envy. They understand that TSM might be using a bit more of their util to try and flush him out, but instead we'll be just trying to take the duel. Inspire winning against Timotino.
Yeah, TSM may be trying to get more proactive in these early rounds, and now they just get wiped out. And the trips have been different for TSM over at B, and they thought, okay, let's take advantage more of A, because Envy haven't immediately hit that side too often. But just any site that Envy want, they get.
The fact that Inspire walks away with a couple of kills there against Timotino and GMD, who have both been playing really good this game. And next up is going to be 7 here. Who understands the rest of them coming through. 7 finds 3.
Down A. Somehow, some way, 7 will make it happen. And now this round can be very different than how it started. But Ion is very injured. At least the spike got planted, so... Would Ion even want to invest the ult to try and get behind TSM? They can't watch everything. But that would be a risk to leave KaneZera alone. He can just focus, because now TSM don't have anything to zone off the spike with, smokes-wise. Boric try and force some panic, and there's the ult, but Ion, that was a little late, and he's gonna commit to it. It leaves KaneZera to kill everything, and Ion just won't be a witness.
Yeah, like Ion just kind of uses that to, you know, make them panic a little bit more, just like second guess themselves. And meanwhile, KaneZera completely undetected, just watching up from a perch, completely unchecked, and is able to just pounce on them perfectly. I don't know how 7 got away with 3 kills there, just kind of spraying things through, but it was looking a little bit scary for a second here. But still, another excellent round win for Envy, as they're really making Abyss their own map now, as there's only one more round left in this half. TSM trailing behind them 4-7.
And TSM are out of timeouts. Envy still have both of theirs. That's going to be a factor if the second half goes awry. The double duelist having to swap sides. But for now, Envy being aware of the TSM walk up at A, and looks like it'll be an A hit.
There. And once again, very slow. Like, it's been 2 completely different styles from Envy. And I think that this comes down to, once again, the preparation that they've done. Got the teleport set up nice and early. Timotino on the angle, gets popping.
The spike down, and the clone was almost there to maybe eat that bullet. Now Envy have the Steel Garden invested to zone off TSM, but lurking about a 7 at the top window, and usually Envy dedicates someone to pressure that. And there it is, Ion, as soon as the smoke drops, gets that kill. So TSM aren't going to have the angles. They have to funnel all in off this paranoia that was thrown from GMD. And Envy, they could just cower away, stay in safety. And there's a flank too from Alvin Boy, but it may not matter at the end. Envy win the frontline war, but here comes Alvin. A 1v1 against the GOAT. And how can you stand? You can't stand at all. 8-4 half for Envy.
There we go, Kainzera heating up. I'm convinced at this point, Envy are just cursed to always lose map 1 in almost, I don't want to call it an embarrassing fashion, but it never looks good for Envy on map 1. And then suddenly when map 2 comes around, then all of the players individually start to shoot so much better than their team. I have to say, like, you know, Envy using the Steel Guard and zoning people out of there was a fantastic job to kind of push TSM away. And then you see that the intention is to just set up immediately, make sure that there's no room for TSM to just kind of walk in. And the fact that 7 goes down so early on makes it that much easier for the round to kind of work out the way that it did. But of course, Kainzera at the very end, looking for that, so confident, so ready to just run things down onto Alvin Boy. And finds that nice, clean, easy kill through the box once the information is spotted. So Envy, an excellent job going 8-4 in this map pick, which honestly, I did not expect them to play this well.
With the double duelist, they needed to put up those kind of numbers though. When Envy started on defense on Lotus, we didn't get to see that true potential, but it's kind of the story of better late than never when it comes to Envy, who kind of need to warm up before they really heat up. You gotta worry because Envy have a solid start going. TSM have scratched the surface and really exploited mistakes out of Envy. For example, like leaving the spike as far up as they did on the left side of the map. But Envy will be jumping on defense and they'll have both timeouts to really perfect that half and see if they can get to the finish line.
Yeah, still a lot of questions being asked right now, but Envy, they're feeling nice and confident. They feel like they're playing their game right now. And that's what you want to see if you are an Envy fan. TSM, the team that has consistently foiled Envy. Envy have never found really an opportunity to try and beat this TSM team that honestly has just been so on fire lately. And right now, a lot of people's favorites to win the Ascension tournament altogether. But Envy, I don't want to call them like the dark horse because everyone knew that these guys were going to be coming in here shooting their guns like crazy. But they're going up against this Titan, and honestly, it's looking really good on this second map.
Yeah, to say that the TSM or the Titans here over Envy, like, if you were in a coma through all of stage 3, like, you would have been really confused about that statement because now Envy have a new challenger to go up against. If anything, they have to try to take the crowns back from TSM. And TSM have started to show kind of some op play, and it's another layer that Envy have to worry about if the economy reaches that point. But it's an important pistol for TSM to win if they want to catch up to Envy.
Here we go. Eggster and Kainzera both have 12 kills in the lobby. They're heating up like crazy right now. It's TSM, their game plan is actually to pressure into mid here. The last time we saw this Envy defense, it was Kainzera on a Sage. Just trying to hold that one down and consistently getting diffed. But it really feels like that this is just a completely different team here. As Kainzera has been really feeling it and honestly not deterred. We haven't even seen a shotgun in his hands at all on this map yet.
Yeah. And with this Vice choice, you're not going to have as much information, a camera, these trips. And I mean, his mid goes completely unwatched or mostly like Ion is kind of watching it. And on the other side, like Envy didn't take advantage of mid at all. And TSM don't want to take that risk quite yet, so it looks like they're going to end A.
Looks like it will be the case. Sidestepping a lot of that Vise utility as well. Just going to be on Poppin and Kainzera to hold this one down in the flash flood from TSM.
The sort of high-low, and this Sheriff hits like a truck, and Kainzera gets traded. TSM have an opening. And then the rest of Envy cower away to the top of the window and a recon to try and tag the spike carrier. And the spike didn't even go down, so Envy have really shaken things up. But that was only a delay. Now more time for Envy to work with when it comes to this retake. And Ion pokes and prods through the top of the window, getting TSM's attention while Alvin Boy watches the forefront. But Envy are so scary with these Sheriffs. And they'll take the pistol. And they want to get to the end of the road.
Yeah, and this time around, it's just a little bit of a better understanding of the positioning of where TSM are going to be setting up. And you see, like, just immediately how things go, like the recon bolt kind of comes through. I thought that was actually a really fun play where we get to see TSM actually just rush the tower. You understand, like, there's probably somebody hanging out up there, and they're probably gonna just try and play off that recon bolt. So yeah, let me just take it to him. Vora going in there, but immediately the reinforcements come through from Envy, and then that's when we get to see, like, the individual utility coming out from Inspire, specifically with those flashes, have been so impactful. I'm pretty sure Inspire's mostly just using them for himself, but then the rest of Envy are playing adaptively around them, making sure to swing out off of them as well to try and isolate those moments. That is like the level of coordination that we want to see to enable these individual frags to kind of go nuts with it.
Just knowing that Kane Zero was that close, snipe util 7's going to be a huge part of giving that information. Vora still has the recon. Now Envy just going to hold ground and let Poppin see if TSM are still committed, and they are. What is it, to a W or an L? The spike is down to TSM, trying to absorb as much space as possible. Take over the top window even, or at least reestablish the smokes. And TSM have a chance to get proactive. GMD even gets an upgraded weapon. That's why he's going to lead that charge through the top of the site, but the window now becomes a problem. And Ion drops down. Envy win the front battle, and it's just Vora left to pick up the pieces that TSM have left behind. 1 versus 2. Wait, Ion kind of chokes. Defuse, though, halfway. Vora trusts in his intuition. 19 HP versus, well, you know, Vora wins 4-10. TSM are not dead yet.
Nope, they're still showing major signs of life there. And honestly, it was just like a let's just rush them down with the pistols, pick up their weapons, and then play things smart. I was a little bit concerned when we see them just kind of rush out into the backline, trying to pull out a strat from Envy's book and really just take the battle to them. But you know what? They're able to walk away with it in the midst of all of this chaos. Like, it's just such an easy double kill that kind of comes through. Timotino running a little bit rampant, but it doesn't quite work out at the very end here as Vora is able to find Exter just there. And so that is going to be TSM being able to win out that second round and be back onto pistols, but there's still so much that TSM need to do if they want to pull this one back.
Envy diffused. I just noticed. Yeah, Vora didn't get the kill before the defuse, so Envy absolutely robbed them. Yeah, I know. I just noticed that too on the replay.
I'm so sorry.
Yo, no, that's good. I got bamboozled too, and so did TSM. Jeez. That's insane. Coming down to these last 1v1s, and TSM flash, don't want that smoke.
Yeah, and well, TSM, they've got the better weaponry here. Envy reduced back down to pistols. 2 sheriffs in hand for Inspire and Ion. As a TSM, they're just kind of working the map right now. It genuinely seems like they want Envy to overextend because they know that some of these players are looking for those opportunities, and then just pounce on him. Get that punish online, make it so that it's a lot easier to try and take this space, but it's so slow from TSM right now.
Should be a one-sided round, right, TSM? How clean can you do it? Spiral will be in the back corner. There's no escaping. It seems to be the inevitable when the blinds come your way, and TSM wipe the floor with Envy. Who do cause some damage to TSM, but still will be 4 guns being brought into the next round, so it's not unwinnable for TSM, but it sure is going to be far away.
All right, this time I am confident TSM won the round.
Yeah, right? That was
surely. Based on what I'm seeing, TSM won that round. But yeah, no, jokes aside here, like, once again, it's just kind of the flooded and making sure to really close off any of the individual Envy players. It seems like it's so hard to kind of predict how Envy really want to break into some of this offense that TSM are kind of doing. But, you know, they're just still as confident as ever trying to find something. And Kane gets flashed, but is able to get one.
Nice little double swing, though, for TSM. But even with a nice execution like that, they still drop a member. Even when you outnumber Envy, they're just worth their weight in gold. So at least the orb was acquired there for TSM. Vora's 1 away from the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. It's really annoying that 7 went down because that was the null command.
Can't stop this now, and just uncloaks
down
right in
A.
front of TSM. Just goes 1 for 1, and this is... The trades are so good, like, you're just not having these decisive rounds, but Poppin is in a difficult position. TSM still can't deal with them.
And now it's all up to GMD. Spike on the other side of the map, nowhere close to having the ultimate online. Yeah, once again, I feel like the game plan here for TSM was to really rush in with the null command, but
30 seconds left.
fortunately, it gets dropped right off the rip. So TSM, they still will have economy coming out of this one to buy up their weaponry here, but still not good. And they will be able to get themselves to now 11 points against TSM's 5.
Envy really getting comfortable on stage. And to look just as dominant on the second half when they're on defense with the double duelist. Like, they just fight fire with fire, and they know they don't want to get... They don't want to let TSM get set up with their utils, so Envy keep trying these surprise swings, these insertions. Like, Poppin got away with murder there and didn't take damage.
Yeah. And I think that this is like really telling of Envy on this defense right now. Talking about like trying different things out. It's either as patient as ever or it's an ego swing. And it's like, what are the others? There's no in between. This time though, null command gives good information.
Oh, you couldn't confirm some of the kills off the TSM information they had early. And now it's a scrapyard.
No.
And Envy just do not care what is in front of them. Vor now has to step up 1 versus 3, and the Guardian wins. Inspire truly is the guardian of that site. And Envy, match point.
You say that Inspire is the guardian of that site, but honestly, it's just the fact that Exeter goes completely unchecked and just kind of runs it down. So many players in that position have found multi-kills, but the fact that nobody clears this out means that Exeter can go absolutely massive, giving ample time for Inspire to kind of find that rotation over there and then close things out. That was a statement round and a half, as Envy now find themselves onto map point, which once again was something I did not expect to say when this map started off.
Absolutely. Especially... Well, Timotino's still doing well, but not getting as many first kills as we're used to seeing. First Bloods have been heavy in favor of Envy. And Bora's down, so... And 7 doesn't have a knife, so you're operating on very little information if you're TSM. It's gonna be a battle for B. And stepping up, KaneZera gets the spike down. That's so cooked. And Alvin swings to help, and there's no help coming. 4 versus 1. Timotino gets put to rest by the first time Jet on Ascension. We go to map 3.
And Envy coming out with the Abyss pick. A changeup on KaneZera's agent yet again. A map that they've consistently lost since coming to the Ascension stage, and picking it against TSM, the team that has honestly made them doubt themselves the most. The fans are quiet, and that's the type of energy that Envy continue to thrive on. They do such a great job at somehow, like, you know, the first map they get absolutely slapped around. It's like, what team was that? That couldn't have been Envy. And then immediately on map 2, bounce right back into things. And honestly, map 3, Haven just on the other side, this really could go any other way.
I've said it enough during the regular season, but Haven is such an avoid map if you're going up against Envy. That was their bread and butter for so long, one of their best maps, but that was also when they were running a lot of Yoru ISO. And who knows what KaneZera is going to pick next? First time Whaley in Ascension, first time Jet on Ascension. Who knows? But I know people that do. It's the desk. We're going to go check in with them soon.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Exactly what Core needs to do. Trotch in, and there was Tristan to Ion.
Going to the evening.
The third meetup between Envy and TSM. Whether third time's the charm for Envy to finally take the dub in the series remains to be seen, but it definitely turns out to be the case in terms of their Abyss comp. They've switched it up multiple times, but Roy, finally they land on something that works. A dominant 13-5 victory from Envy to take us into a map number 3.
They continue to prove to us, guys, that they cannot be underestimated. Even if things do not look good on the surface level, even if we underestimate them, even if I doubt them, they are still Envy. The individual talent, the heroics on this team is definitely not to be trifled with, guys. I'm learning my lesson here slowly but surely, but it feels like Envy has bounced back, a beautiful bounce back at that. Exactly what they needed to kind of get their momentum rolling, because I feel like where we're going, they're going to need every bit of edge they can get.
They looked really comfortable on that Abyss attacking side. It really felt like we're going back to that Envy that the community has grown to know and love throughout that regular season. The way that they were approaching it, really going and marching to the beat of their own drum and setting the tempo in that first half. You were pointing out some of those like A execs, I remember, Roy, when we were talking in the green room, and Kane Zera was just honestly playing on Abyss like it was his playground on this jet pick, like constantly getting that tower control, really making it awkward for TSM to even get any of those retreats.
They did exactly what we kind of highlighted that Envy needed to do, right, on that attack side, which is be disruptive, take away some control. Don't let TSM, run the retakes that they've been very successful at. You kind of have to devolve the round, and I feel like Envy did such a good job at that. And whenever they, in the beginning of the half, they started dominating that the kind of the B side of the map, right? Or sorry, excuse me, the A side of the map. I feel like that A side dominance allowed them so much room on that attack side to switch things up randomly, go B, and they were just constantly rotating between hitting A, hitting B, hitting A, hitting B, and it felt like TSM was always one step behind.
Yeah, we did see some adjustments a little bit later in that first half after a couple of those timeouts that were called by the coach NBS on the side of TSM. We saw like the swap to move Timotino over towards that A side of the map, be a little bit more proactive in trying to contest that space in the early rounds. But there were a couple of those micro mistakes that felt like just not having the utility set up to go and support some of those first engagements. The spacing not quite there. Very small mistakes that cost TSM rounds on that defensive side. And then you swap over to the other half and they didn't have much room to work with after Envy managed to take that pistol in such like a comfortable fashion there. We also saw like moments where Inspire was popping off too on the side of Envy. This is the map that they needed to clap back on here, not just because it was off the back of a TSM win, but it was an Abyss pick that raised a lot of questions.
And the fact that there was so many questions from the get-go when we saw Envy pick Abyss, to just see how it played out this time around, they definitely have done their homework. And I think what you said most was like, it looked like a level of comfort. I feel like this was a little bit more reminiscent of the Envy that, I mean, we've seen throughout the year, throughout the stage, everything else, right? And even if, Roy, there was going to be worries with just this constant composition swap, I mean, that's not something that necessarily sparks confidence when you see it firsthand, but one that's definitely going to work out in this case, because Kane definitely looked a lot more comfortable in this series.
And I think that's the magic of Envy, right? Is that there's just so much individual talent. There's so much X factor on this team that they could kind of patch up their weaknesses with just how much strength they bring into the server. And just to point some things out, guys, Exter is 4-0 on the openers, okay? Kane Zera 7-1. That's 11-1 across both of these players. That's so many openers just between the two duelists. I mean, it's very rare that we get to see Timotino dipped on the opening, and I feel like Kane Zera and Exter did such a good job on this map to kind of get Envy that early advantage. And it was just like those sight hits, the kind of the disruption, those first picks. That was really the edge that Envy was getting to secure these rounds.
And I mean, to really just lock into a player, because Exter has been having great performance throughout a lot of this Ascension run. But when we do see this agent switch so much, I mean, we'd be remiss as to not talk about Kane, because again, 3 different agents on this map, but this Jet, we haven't seen it in all of Ascension, and I'm glad we finally did.
Yeah, going from the Waylay to the Sage and now to the Jet here on Abyss. 3 different agents for 3 different times that Envy have played here. And we were talking a little bit about, you know, the success that both the duelists found with those first bloods, right? That was kind of the discussion that Roy was just leading before we head into these Kane Zera highlights. And for Extra, it felt like he was definitely still doing his job as that entry, but it felt like we're going back to like the first 2 stages of Envy that we saw, where he was a bit more on that supportive role. He was flashing out, helping Kane take that space where he's the one going for a lot of those first engagements. And I love to see that change up in dynamic, kind of adding more layers to Envy to try and keep TSM guessing. But you look at what is being pulled out here. Roy, we're going back to OG.
Oh, they're running it way back, guys. I love it. I actually kind of like this compositional change. I feel like Kane Zera ISO has been missing a little bit in this event. He looked so good regionally on that agent. I feel like right here, he's going to pair very well into the breach, pair very well into the potential trap setups that TSM likes to do. We know that TSM likes to challenge a lot of that A control early on their defensive side. My eyes are on Envy to see how they're going to be playing around that, whether they want to clash into it, whether they want to play around it. It's going to be very interesting to see how things are going. Just a reminder, last time these 2 teams played on this map, guys, it was very streaky. So I'm looking to see how things will be different this time around.
Yeah, both these teams comfortable playing each other in this agent head-to-head for these compositions. That is for certain. With TSM starting out on the defense first, I've got to have my eyes on Timotino to try and get that operator online. But that ISO definitely being one of those hard counters with the shield to try and disrupt that first shot.
2 of North America's best, a 3rd map in the series, and a ticket to the grand finals on the line. The last 2 matchups, it's been TSM to take the win. Can Envy finally break the curse when it matters most, or will it be another TSM victory? It's time to head into the map and back over to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Marks.
Thank you, Sierra. It all is decided on Haven. Such a familiar map between both of these teams, and we finally get to see Kane Zera on something he's very familiar with. And Marks, I'm excited because that's what they were beating everybody with during the regular season.
Like, It's crazy. It's bonkers, right? And you're right, because this has always worked out for Envy here. And I think that they do an excellent job at kind of playing off of that ISO. But once again, only one of these teams can come out the victor right now. North Americans team number 1 and North Americans team number 2. Only one can find their way into the grand final. And already Timotino's seeing a lot of pressure down on Seaside.
Oh, I like that dash because that was looking real sketchy. Envy. Oh, the clone gets shot, and that really hurts TSM's chances in this fight. But GMD is insertion, talking about bullets through the chest, and Envy, what looked to be such a good start, is going to end quite badly unless Inspire wins this duel, which he does not. TSM look much more stable now with a pistol under the belt.
And I was going to say, like, I feel like right now the breach is going to be absolutely massive to try and use some of that utility to kind of stall down this Envy push, because, you know, Shield's going to be coming up and then the rest of the squad are just going to be walking through. And I'm so curious to see whether or not there is a little bit of a change up in that strategy that we've seen Envy kind of play at, because there's the opportunity right now to kind of force those mind games to be just a little bit more in your face at this point. So super curious to see how it goes, but once again, Seven's utility, and honestly GMD's as well, is going to be key for slowing down this Envy just aggression.
TSM 4 out of 5 pistols. Seeing how strong this bonus, or how many weapons they can bring into the bonus. And Envy already just don't even care what weapon they have in their hand, and they're just bringing so much aggression already. And TSM know to expect it, so they've calmed them down.
And now the spike has to go all the way over to this A side, but they're just running it down. They're making so much noise. Inspire on that flank, hoping to catch somebody out here, but everybody from the side of TSM are just so aware.
Double swing, double kill, easy for Vora. And now it's TSM with the same 2 rounds that they started with, like on Abyss, but this Envy rifle buy-up is what could really dictate if TSM could keep going forward with the wind in their sails.
I'm getting like flashbacks right now
I
to
know, right?
when rankers were like running things down. Obviously, like, this composition was birthed when ISO was broken for a couple of weeks, and like you could just do everything. And then that is honestly when Kane Zera really kind of stepped into the scene, making it known that it was just a better duelist compared to everybody else. The fault line very early on makes it so that Inspire can't do too much there. And meanwhile, the rush in Garage is going to be very much online. GMD just on the other side of the smoke, hoping for a little bit of over-aggression, while MD, they decide to back off and potentially push up with Inspire's space that he's been able to get.
GMD has been the Envy kryptonite, just from that second round to even changing his positioning out the window, being in the hallway instead. Got the cameras so Alvin can play safe. And he's a threat in its own, and based on the pings, Envy can just play this from front to back, just like the good old days. Kane Zera wall to block those initial shots, maybe a deep TP from Megster, but now it's the decoy out, and that's been already shot yet again. And Egster in hell. And TSM hope to set up 7 for success, and he's got the whole arsenal ready. But on the flank, this could really change things up, and Poppin already get ahead of the game. Sees that smoke from GMD. Timotino doesn't know what's coming. GMD has to get his revenge, but he just gets shot through the wall. A huge moment for Poppin. And Envy have their hands full at the top of the site. Aftershock helps TSM break in, but they get broken down.
The Aftershock there just guarantees that they're not able to leave there, and then you just see Seven, Bucky in hand, kick the door down, hop around the corner, shotgun, just boom, and is able to at least find one. But yeah, that time, Envy, they're going to be shooters, and they're shooting real sharp there. Poppin, locking down this flank was so important. And yeah, makes the call as well. One more flank incoming, and it just shuts that down immediately. It mitigates a lot of any of that pressure that kind of group up mentality that TSM had. So it did a great job at kind of foiling that potential retake TSM were trying to get online. Now, there's going to be the rifles across the board. Seven, though, trusty Odin in hand here. The cyber cages get deployed, and Alvin Boy gets plucked right out.
Just the confidence to know that Alvin Boy was going to be there, and no longer is. Ink hits the paper for Kane Zera. And now he's on his best agent, and he's really finding his stride. But the double flanks, so predictable from TSM, right? And guess what? It's Inspire that's going to check that, and he has trips too, so TSM going to try and hit from all angles.
Yeah, GMD is going to be the one to try and go around the trapwire, but teleport might give up that sound, so Inspire still should be ready for it.
Dash into the smoke, and Timotino under fire. Kane Zera humbles him, but TSM, it's a multi-angle front. And it works out, but time is running out, and all Ion has to do is spam the spike, and it's a clutch for the Omen.
Whew. It was looking a little scary there. You see TSM just kind of push in. The fact that Inspire goes down as well pulls so many of the members of Envy away from the actual site, and so then it coordinates perfectly with the push through. The paranoia though coming through from Ion was absolutely massive at just ruining all of the momentum that TSM had for just a split second, but it allows that escape to come online, and as a result they can play that C long angle. So Envy, they clap back immediately. Kane Zera, after using that kill contract last round, is already 3 orbs up. So you know what? We're gonna be seeing a lot of people just kind of yoinked out into the gulag.
Oh, the plot armor is real for Kane Zera, literally. And now they'll cut into C site. TSM wanted to get proactive after the vulnerable gets thrown out. You do not want to tussle. Oh, and it's a struggle. TSM have no safe space to linger because Kane Zera is getting active.
And this is the Envy we expected. Just running it down. The spike's not even down. They're already in the spawn. They're already ready to just dominate everything. And it is just off of the prowess of Kane Zera. So confident on this ISO. I commented on a previous map. For some reason, it looked like Inspire was always leading the charge of the team. But this time around, it is purely just Kane Zera. And everybody else is just playing perfectly off of his contact. Of course, Kane not getting gunned down in the middle of it too, so that's a great boon. But at the same time, everybody following up to make sure that they can secure those kills onto anybody who tries to come in and find that ISO.
TSM should be well happy with this round because of that first blood from Bora, but you got a Rolling Thunder. You just have to lay the trap, and Envy will step in it eventually. Oh, Envy are about to get bulldozed by Rolling Thunder, and yeah, I guess you don't even need the ult at this point. Envy are just walking into a flurry of bullets. Plant will still go down. TSM awfully quiet. Negster loud and proud as usual. Rolling Thunder in position. Who's there to execute? Swing from Alvin Boy. Makes contact with Negster. Couldn't flash his way out of that situation. Pop in and Ion just have to protect the spike, which seems easier said than done, and maybe Envy just are done in this round, and 7 really muscles in a win for TSM.
Oh man, yeah, just the Odin spray kind of coming through there, and ironically, I think it was a smoke from Ion that actually protected from the flash that Exter was trying to get off to be able to escape and play his life there. But unfortunately, the smoke kind of gets set up, making sure that 7 does not get flashed by that, and then it's just going to be the spray down that just works out. 7 has been a very strong Odin player thus far. Sorry, I know I said it was 7, but it was Alvin Boy who found a pick onto Exter. And yeah, lately, that Odin can simply not be stopped, and especially on a map like Haven, it's been getting a lot of value in the hands of 7.
I think there's still a lot of ults for TSM to suppress Envy. Looking at this Hunter's Fury, but first kill contract for Kane Zera. He's 1-0, and he just kind of blindly pulled it, just knowing like the back of his hand what TSM setup is at C when Envy have hit it almost every single round. Envy quieting things down, droning up to make sure the C long nook. Make sure GMD is not lurking around. Ion taking a deep teleport to check out the site. Pop-in helps to evacuate TSM. Now this will make the Kane Zera kill contract fairly easy to grab when you're all funneling TSM into its range. But the Hunter's Fury may delay things for TSM. The spike does not get planted, so it's an opening, a weakness for TSM to exploit. And 7 lurks around. Gets bested by Kane Zera, so less worries, less threats for Envy to address. And Nexter's lethal as ever. Still only numbers for Envy's side. The vulnerable forward does not care. 1v1 against Poppin. All Poppin has to do is settle down, play his life. Spike will be within sight, and Vora knows he's got to tap it. He's got to tap heads too. Oh, and Poppin, just deja vu from before, although it was Ion's clutch. Envy ahead by 1.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've seen a lot of questionable Sova ultimates coming out from Poppin, from just being like just a pure confidence, like, I'm gonna get him, it'll be fine, everything will be great. And that time around, it does an excellent job at kind of just closing out the members of TSM, and you can tell that a lot of them were playing back to try and just mitigate that kill contract from getting any value. But just at the very end, when Envy needs him most, Poppin still alive in the midst of all of it. And make sure that Vora cannot walk away with murder when Vora had an excellent spray transfer to punish the 2 members of Envy who were on site. Eggster, though, not a great buy coming through, only has a judge. The dimensional drift is available as well. And so I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing some duelist shenanigans.
Maybe the judge is very intentional. Does Envy settle in the courtyard? They have eyes on A. And the kill contract was gonna get something. See if KaneZero will convert the rest of Envy. Oh, GMD gets the best of KaneZero, so Dimensional Drift has to be the win condition, and he cloaks right in front of Timotino. And the judge is enough to execute. Now the jury is still in session with Vora, who has to put his ruling down, but he has to rotate from Narnia.
Spike planted.
And Envy have more than enough in their back pocket to secure this round.
And a great round from them. It just felt like Envy this time were just popping around corners, ready to just gun everybody down. I'm genuinely surprised that GMD was able to win that duel against KaneZero. But of course, you see immediately the crunch from Envy. Walk around, get ready to kind of secure that. And make sure that even if GMD wins it, gets immediately gunned down. And then, yeah, like I said, it's just Envy hopping around corners, ready to just spray them down, and are catching all of the members of TSM off guard. It's that flood in from all these different angles that TSM just can't really deal with too easily. And to be fair, who can when you got to watch like 3 different angles at the same time with utility flying in your face? So Envy, they win out that round, continue the streak going now, 5-3, while Vora is able to save that rifle.
Envy are starting to get to an economical point where they could even buy an op and kind of throw another factor into the mix, but with their sort of front to back style, using the ISO wall and the extra clones take care of a lot of the trips that could stand in their way. Like, Envy don't really have to overthink these rounds.
Well, they really don't. Like, even listening into the comms for a second, right? Like, it's just like they're going in and there's somebody there, kill him, and then everyone just kind of turns and immediately goes around. And you know, they're making those call outs even though the individual players are usually the ones who end up finding those kills. But you can tell that it's just that like minute to minute, or sorry, not even minute to minute, that second to second pacing that we see from Envy, ready to just look for every opportunity to kind of isolate and find those kills. So TSM taking a little bit of a timeout now because the Envy team fight feels like it is consistently overwhelming them. I want to see TSM kind of lean more into that retake style that we know that they're very strong with, but they just have to be so careful because this Envy crunch has been coming in very different directions, usually around that C site, and they just have not done a good job at mitigating a lot of that space presence that Envy has taken.
And you could tell this is such a comfort position for Envy to play a comp that they know like the back of their hand on a map that they've played so many times. And even at moments that you see Envy falter, like KaneZero losing in his kill contract. Envy are so aggressive, they chase down and kill GMD after he comes out of the ult. So Envy will not cower. The ISO wall just denies so many sight lines, and even Timotino's getting a little nervous on starting off 1 and 7. Like, this is so uncharacteristic for someone who was looking like the #1 duelist in Ascension and Envy. Oh my god, they just win every duel, but wait a minute. Timotino and 7 are still together, and now they've been split apart. One smoke was enough. Timotino, is he enough? 1 versus 2. And he finds his duel, and it's a little shaky, but Inspire holds on.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, maybe there are a little bit of nerves at play here from the side of TSM. Like, Timotino pulling the Bladestorm there and just not able to secure some kills that we've seen him do multiple numbers of times. When the desk first pulled up that head-to-head between Timotino as well as caneZero, like, you know, it was looking like, oh man, Timotino can do no wrong. He's the god in the server, all of that type of stuff. While caneZero was kind of quiet. But I genuinely think that caneZero has really started to come back, and it's that punishment onto Timotino that has made this so much difficult for this Jet to kind of come online.
There's still plenty of rounds for TSM to climb back in.
Revealing area.
Now the real hit is happening at C, and TSM are investing so much to try and stop that, and Timotino eliminates the Envy lurk, but they're actually still Inspire in mid. I think Seven's gonna hear a lot of this, and if he gets one kill, that Rolling Thunder could come in for TSM.
Once again, I like this positioning from Seven because if there is that pressure in Garage, you can send out the fault line. You know exactly where they're running, and especially with that kind of going down, there is evidence that they might be doing that.
Oh, and TSM drone out, Envy! Look for the source! Oh, and they just download TSM, but
down, C.
Vor at least has been... Why is the spike there? Oh, geez, Envy have done it again. But at least there's just 2 people left, surely, right? Envy kind of forget there's an objective to this game, and it's not to just go kill. But Timotino, he's very familiar with that. May have just swung the round in TSM's favor.
30 seconds left.
Now, Egster, you gotta plant the spike.
Oh, jeez. And a good read by Alvin Boy. Wait until the spike is guaranteed to go down and then use the neural theft, guarantee that position. And you can see at this point, Alvin Boy and Timotino, they're going to try and take this fight together.
Try to give some false information. You get pinged on the other side. Try to change your position. But Alvin Boy, the trigger was ready. That's a fantastic ult. And that's just a lot of respect given to Envy to invest that.
Yeah, what's important about this round is that Timotino gets to heat up a little bit more, finding that perfect timing on the flank, is even able to deal with the double check outside of Garage. They both walk out there expecting it, and Timotino just walks away with 2 kills. A great way to kind of increase the confidence on this player. And yeah, you talked about why the spike was up there. You could tell that that was one of those fun Envy crunches where they were going to go through Garage all the way into the back of the site and then probably end up on B, but they get shut down that time thanks to Vora making sure that he was ready to punish as the spike goes down. So it's going to be a timeout this time on Envy's side, because it really does feel like that was the round that TSM are going to start feeling themselves a little bit more and be a bit more confident when they're ready for these pushes.
Yeah, kind of surprising that Envy want to take a timeout here because things have still been going pretty well. They're 3-1 on the last 4 rounds. Maybe it's just a caffeine break or meditation. You see that, Envy? It's not about hooting and hollering. It's about shooting at the end of the day. And there's starting to be these pop-off moments from TSM that they got to bring their own firepower to this party or they're going to go out swinging.
See, this is what happened when you don't have the nose strips, you know? You got to make up for it with caffeine, and then suddenly anxiety strikes when you're in the middle of the stage and all that type of stuff. But no, like I think that was a really important round for Envy to kind of take that time out because they want to make sure that TSM does not start to get heated up here. And like I said, that was a pretty big momentous round for them to really start to turn the script. And they still have more than enough economy to do this. Vora 1 away from the Hunter's Fury as well. And 7 still holding on to that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, that was such a big round when 7 had his first Rolling Thunder. Envy do not want to get crunched or be part of that pain sandwich. Kind of an interesting trip, too, from Alvin Boy over at Logs. Thinking Envy have really prioritized that right side. And TSM want to be nowhere near this Envy push towards C.
Inspire, though, so deep. Might be able to find the 2 lurkers. Come out now.
Trip gets dealt with. Oh, it's so easy! Oh.
Excuse me?
Just towards spawn. TSM's flanks have just been figured out. And they're going to need another plan. After that timeout, Envy just locked in. Now the rolling thunder. Does it even access Envy? They're in safety too. Someone has to go execute, and Seven has to be the one to do it. And to cancel his Hunter's Fury. Even through the trip, he does not care. Seven hoping to save the day, but unfortunately there is no time left. And Inspire even gets to farm the kill and deny the weapons, so that's pretty big.
Yeah. Inspire at that time, like it was very unconventional on that Envy attack. You expect them to go push all the way into the spawn, why don't they, and take all of that space, and this time it's just so disciplined. And of course TSM, that means that they can take that space for free, but it really is just Inspire so ready for that, so deep in the back line, punishing that one and making sure that there's more than enough time to be able to play this out. This time around, just playing off that Hunter's Fury. Seven really trying to make that one work, but Inspire has been so consistent in these middle rounds. And that is going to get Envy up to 7 now. One more round left in this half.
Camera in the corner, Trip in the back left this time. With support, blinds, fault lines, everything TSM need. This has been the popular side of the map. Envy thinking about switching things up, but Timotino has had first bloods before at this very spot. It was against cainzera, so they have to be familiar with the potential of Timotino over here.
This time it's going to be the 5-man rush. Inspire leading the way yet again. Never mind, it's going to be backing out here. The duelists get ready to go.
It's you and me.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury, or sorry, the kill contract. Can't get out of this one. cainzera now 2-1 on those kill contracts. Can depend on him, on one of his best agents in TSM. With the Hail Mary Hunter's Fury to try and divide and conquer Envy. Try to draw them in to Seven's Odin. Got sight lines. GMD will be on the high ground. TSM are not letting any lapses, any gaps go through. This is going to be so hard to try and retake. And where the economy is at for TSM, at this point, you just save. They haven't really gone in yet. And as they do, they just get cut at the heel. It was a nice thought on the Paranoia, but all the weapons drop, and it's a 3K for Poppin.
Yeah, and a great round from Envy to end out the half. 8-4. Envy so ready for this rematch. So ready to take TSM down. And, you know, like that time, like I have to compliment cainzera's ultimate usage. It never is really just kind of like the Hail Mary. I think we saw one just at the beginning there where it was like, yeah, let's just pull him out there. But it always is off of the guarantee of information. And usually it's when the agents are nice and close by. So then just in the event that something goes wrong in that kill contract, then it's like that one where we saw against GMD. The rest of the team is ready to punish. Right now, cainzera is really leading this Envy squad, and they are playing brilliantly off of that kill leader.
Just can't believe it's been 12 rounds. My bad. I totally forgot it was the first half already. Like, Envy just finished their rounds within 20 seconds. No way, bro. Do not mock me right now.
That's
Man. Envy, what is with them dropping map ones and running away with the rest? It's a little bit of a warm-up. And to kind of drop that 13-4 too, like, they're able to settle in, answer back with a 13-5. 8-4, this is all gonna ride on this pistol for TSM, and they have been so strong. They've won 4 out of 5 pistols. So if TSM convert another pistol, we could be in for a long ride, Marks.
Once again, this would be the most Envy thing that I have ever seen. If they're able to win against TSM here to guarantee their spot into the grand finals. The only thing that would be more Envy than that is if they won grand finals after losing map 1 and 2 or something like that, because it's the best of 5 in grand finals. But still, the heat up, the glow up that we see every single time after map 1 is something that should be studied. cainzera starting off so slow suddenly becomes the linchpin in Envy, making sure that they can win out every single round. And TSM, North America's #1 team, the one team that looked like it could very confidently handle Envy every single map, are starting to show a little bit of signs of weakness. Envy came in here, switching things up a little bit, kind of coming a little bit rambunctiously into this one, but everything is working out for them.
TSM have so many players that can take over the round and have the firepower that Envy have just haven't shown it all the way. Like Timotino, it's not a game of Valorant if he's not dropping 20 kills, you know, and it's been more of Vora, some moments out of GMD, but Alvin Boy has been figured out, and Seven's trying to enable this team, but once Envy gets set up, it is so hard to take them down.
Well, swapping around this time. TSM on the attack now. Looking for some sort of overextension here. And Inspire has just been so good. Like, you see Inspire on some of these defensive rounds really go for those lurks, but then immediately just changes up styles to be so patient and just play off of these crazy trap wires that are aimed purely just to generate kills. And TSM, they don't want to give up anything too early here because they know that Envy are going to punish any unmetered aggression.
TSM have just been so good on the pistols, but I'm sure the pressure is on when what happened on Abyss, what's happening here and now. Now it's time to face the music as TSM have to deal with trips and no, not enough. 7 caught, spike down. Weakness being sensed from Envy, but they still will be at bay thanks to those smokes placed from GMD. Now there was a delay, but Envy, they always come knocking. And now at the top of the window, Inspire gets vision, and it's a crossfire. Envy are starting to get shredded, and it's Timotino, the tip of the spear. And he just cooks through anyone in his way. Oh my god, the 3K, hello!
Oh man. I was gonna be like, yeah, that classic Inspire. He gets a kill with the trap wire, mind you, not with the pistol, and yet still, just a simple crossfire being set up from TSM, as they are actually the ones who kind of swing out on Envy to make sure that they find those kills here. And yeah, like, it just works out perfectly. They're making sure to cover all of their different angles and close the door on that round. A much needed pistol round from TSM, who have been clean with it thus far.
Cover going
up. Let's see what he's got now. TSM gonna be buying up a little bit more. Timotino does have that Phantom, looking for those opportunities to try and find these kills, while Inspire just on the back line here, trying to hold Garage, as it looks like Alvin Boy is gonna be making sure that that unmetered aggression outside of A is kept in check.
TSM can't win almost every pistol and lose a series, right? Like, that's the whole premise of Valorant, right? Win pistol, win game. Like, it's TSM, though, they know they gotta respect Envy. It won't be off of Sheriffs, though. That's where I think Envy would be the deadliest on the lower buys. Classics all around, and Envy investing into the long game, while TSM, even with Ghosts, are also investing in that long game.
Look at that. Inspire actually checking the spawn as well. Was just like, I'm so aware of these shenanigans on Cypher. I know how deep those Cyphers can wait, but now that it's all cleared, it's gonna be that 5-man retake, or at least the 5-man potential punish on TSM trying to escape here. Is uncharacteristically, Envy are actually gonna give this one up and just look for exits.
Destroyed.
Wow. Oh, what a flick from Alvin, jeez. And 7 has to scrap away. He's trying to exit, collect some orbs for himself. Oh. Now it kind of all boils down to just giving a big old hug to the spike. Now TSM get to think about the long-term plan of how they hope to come back into this game and series.
Yeah, and you know what? They're at least able to carry that Phantom into this next round. I think I saw 2 Spectres as well, so not a terrible bonus here, but Alvin Boy gets the jump on Inspire this time. Inspire, one of the players we've been highlighting so much and being so deadly on those Cypher lurks, but Alvin, while not nearly as much time in the sunlight, has been doing an excellent job as well at holding his own against this Envy team. And it's going to be a fast push up through A side, even on this defense here, as Extra's ready for this push.
He's ready to... Okay, he's hungry for more. Okay, heard the fall line, leaves it to pop in. Now he takes over the mantle. Somehow GMD gets all the way back there from A short. Quick thinking, quick on his feet. And TSM have legs underneath them yet again. How did Envy get back into this? You got flashes, you got blinds. See if Ion can line it up, and Boy takes a big risk, but Zera's elbow is found. The setup has been stopped, but it's just Vora. TSM tried to get proactive, and it bit them in the butt.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the style that we saw TSM come out with that time was very Envy in the speed that they kind of just wanted to take things over there. But it's so difficult, the fact that Exter walks away with the kill so early on, especially too onto Timotino, who has been kind of that player thus far for TSM to try and take those opportunities. But it's fast and furious, right? Like, that's the reason, honestly, that we see the flank come online for GMD, and then you see the advanced positioning. You think that maybe TSM are trying to find those opportunities to find cheeky kills, just like Envy would. But, well, you're playing Envy's game, and Envy are just going to be a little bit better at it. So, Envy stabilize on that third round. TSM buying up their weapons. 7 got that Odin in hand yet again. It's going to be a very quick cam from Inspire. That gives a lot of information as to where these things are. Keep note as well, only one of the trap wires has been used on that B site, and a little bit of defense off of things. So Inspire does have a little bit more to work with if things get dire on C.
7's at it again. 4 2 away from the Hunter's Fury. See where TSM end up, and Envy don't want to give up any unnecessary gaps too. The way that GMD snuck up on them, and what looked like such a sealed round for Envy got really dicey until Envy had to clutch up. But double digits on the horizon for Envy. It's TSM that had to find a crack in the armor. Maybe trying to find timing, and had to grab like that teleport quickly.
Okay. Yeah, Timotino. So low HP. Just going to take one bullet here. And yeah, that's enough to really make TSM just back things out here. Once again, though, Inspire going to try and play spoiler here, but 7 finds it through the smoke.
Oh, speaking of smoke, Ion. Wow, survived.
Like this.
Through a double push. What? How? So crazy. Now TSM may feel safe enough to plant, but not with the smokes, but they're going to be forced to with 12 seconds, and removing Zera was huge. And Alvin Boy has his back, but the reswing from Exter, you don't expect that. Vora yet again, a lone wolf, but if anyone can do it, it's him. A 3K to save TSM.
Vora, the IGL on TSM's side, has low-key kind of been cooking. Has been looking really cold in the server lately. We've seen these opportunities where he's kind of just forced into, you know, these weird scenarios where he's up against the world. And even though, generally speaking, Envy come out on top of him, he's made it so painful for Envy to walk away. And this time around, down to the 1v2. Dodges a flash there, gets the kill onto Exter, and so ready for pop and swing right around. And that is an excellent confidence booster for TSM, who once again are trailing on this map, even though they are the favorites to win this out. And Envy so ready to play spoiler to everybody's expectations.
Now TSM need to take over this game. They've kept the 2-3 round deficit, but need to get back into the lead. And there's still a hero rifle, and there's still a hero in his Zera. They'll have to trigger this trip to get the flank going. And at the forefront is Exter with a Bucky, but Timotino goes sniping. He dashes into the faces of Envy, into the face of danger. And Envy want to get involved before it's too late. And now is Shorty's the one that's the MVP. So Zera is just going to take a seat.
Yeah. You know, give the team a little bit of a break, right? That time around, it's literally just Timotino. The 2 weapons that only have 2 bullets for each of them. And every single bullet finds more than enough. Wiping the floor there. And yeah, TSM, an excellent round. And most importantly, getting Timotino back online. Especially on these attacks. We need to see that Jet be able to find those moments. When we see that Timotino shut down so early on in the round, you see TSM struggle just a little bit more at trying to make their way in onto the site. I think that just goes to show how much that Jet is important in just kind of paving the way forwards for some of these steamrolly rounds.
Envy aren't the ones to purposefully play for retakes. It just feels like unmitigated aggression from Envy, and with the ults that they have coming in, it's gonna be one explosive round coming up from Rolling Thunder on offense, Neural Thefts, Dimensional Drift on defense. So who's gonna pull the trigger first?
That's crazy. Sorry, I didn't realize it was actually just a single bullet that found those 2 kills. But yeah, actually, that's more than enough to get Envy to call a timeout here. And I like that you highlight all the ultimates that are online. Whoa, quick zoom in on K0 there. Surprised me. Didn't see that one coming, I'm not gonna lie. But there's a lot of tools for Envy to work here. But on the counter side, I'm seeing TSM with a lot of ultimates online for them as well. So I'm wondering if this is going to be one of those things where it's a little bit of a Cold War scenario between these two teams, just waiting for the other person to bust out like the Rolling Thunder and then try to counter with the Hunter's Fury. But then if the Hunter's Fury comes out, then you counter with the Hunter's Fury. I feel like this is really going to be one of those chaotic rounds where it's just a lot of ultimates kind of coming out, unless one of the teams finds a lot of damage with just a single or 2 ultimates before the other team can kind of get going.
I think it's going to come down to that first contact play of whether you can get the Neural Theft going immediately. If you're on offense, just maybe you want to make things easy and just Rolling Thunder blindly. I mean, who knows? And then you want to maybe save your ults for a counter, and it's going to be very rock, paper, scissors, I think, coming up. And good on Envy to take the time to really think this through, because Envy are 4-1 on this half.
Yeah.
And the comeback could be real.
You know, like you see Extra running with the Dimensional Drift. Oh, the team's probably coming. All right, let's just toss out the Rolling Thunder. Oh, the Rolling Thunder's back there. Let's use the Hunters. Like, it genuinely could be one of those rounds.
Fault line drone, Timotino clears out a long. A lot of the trips from Envy set up on the A site this time, leaving Ion to fend for himself at C.
Slow as ever from both of these teams right now. Honestly, I think once again, just kind of waiting out the utility. It's going to be a very slight poke and prod to try and bait out the other team to try and do something. Try to get the other team to react, and then that's when you can kind of pounce on them because you know exactly what they're doing. Right now, it's so quiet in the server. Finally, TSM, they will make that first advancement, walking into Inspire. Tucked away in heaven right now, nice and safe, and will get this information.
If Timotino dashes, he could be caught, and Vora, what a punish on Inspire, leaving that open on purpose. It's Envy that are the first victims.
Spike planted.
TSM, the post plant's gonna look so good, and if TSM want to get going quickly, Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder. How much does TSM want to invest? Dimensional Drift, Envy trying to creep their way in, and Exter right in TSM's faces finds an opening. He's gonna need some help, and it's Ion that has to take back over. TSM don't have sights. They have to use the Rolling Thunder to stop the defuse. Envy are shaken up. Can they throw back against TSM? Oh, the fight that wins in TSM's favor, or Envy's favor. Man, that so many ults just came out there. Crossfire at the end. Woo! Everyone from Envy stepping up.
Like you see so many ults come out, but like there's still like 5 ultimates online in total between these two teams. It's kind of crazy, but it's just, once again, the Hunter's Fury alongside the Dimensional Drift. You confirm the space. You're able to find a couple of clean, nice, easy kills thanks to that Hunter's Fury. And then you see immediately the Rolling Thunder comes out in response, but it's Ion just tucked away in the back line here. And is able to get that first kill onto 7, which is massive. And Alvin Boy, sure, gets the punish, but enough time has kind of passed. The rest of Envy are going to just swamp right over them. And now TSM, it's going to be their turn to take that tack timeout. As we get closer and closer to the end of this map, you don't want to give your opponent any advantages whatsoever.
And for Envy to win that round is pretty huge. You got Rolling Thunder out, Hunter's Fury out, Dimensional Drift. And through all that chaos, I'm just not sure about the Neural Thefts and what's left, but all I know is that there's no more timeouts, so there's nothing left to think but to just clutch up on the round, and Envy was barely in this based on how this half has went. That was only their second round win of the half, so, and that took a lot of ults, and that took some courage from Egster to just dimensional drift in the middle of TSM.
Also, I just want to point out, I think GMD took the nose strip off. Maybe that's what's going on right now.
Oh God. No more oxygen diff. Okay.
The brain was over oxygenated and the gameplay wasn't quite working out, but it's still okay. We're getting back into it. Putting the jokes outside the room now. Moving into this next round here. It is a little bit of an awkward buy for TSM. They really have to make sure that this one works out because otherwise it's going to continue to be even more awkward. We're seeing a lot of light shields being bought on their side while it's full force and fury from Envy as they've got an Odin as well. And it's Kane Zero holding that one, which that is a throwback and a half. I have not seen Kane with an Odin get immense value in a hot minute.
Oh, Elven Boy now gets to use the neural theft, a big risk from Egster when he thought that Cage was misplaced and he could have got a pick. He got so eager to find that first kill to set up Envy for success. Now it's going to be a lot easier for TSM, and they even have the Hunter's Fury if they're really worried about it, but Timotino's going to take care of business himself. And Envy find themselves on the back end, but at least on the high ground. That is no longer smoked, and that's the spike down. There's a window for TSM to plant in, and they couldn't get it done in time. And now they're just so cooked. They're out in the open, and Envy are taking full advantage of this. Just when TSM had the first blood, it's up to Vora.
Oh my goodness.
And a 1v1, and Inspire will confirm the kill. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. I was worried who we were on board with, but there we go.
Yep.
Envy up to 11.
And once again, this is the Kane Zera ISO ultimate, the kill contract being utilized to a smart level. It's so easy to look at Kane Zera and be like, oh, of course he's just gonna use that ultimate right off the rip because he knows he's gonna be able to win here. But I really got to admit, like, there's a lot more intelligence in that play coming out, making sure that you can guarantee those rounds. As soon as I saw that Heaven was not smoked and the spike was nowhere near on site, I knew something was going to be up. You can't leave those openings to Envy because they are going to punish you. And it made it so much more difficult to get that spike online. This time, though, Egster with the judge just around the corner here, hoping to try and bait somebody out as TSM very slowly making their way down as they will have to fight Poppin on the site.
And GMD took damage from that spray, but hiding away is going to be more important. But does Egster push the envelope?
Portal closed.
He hears the steps. Can he even teleport away? Let's see. Oh, there it is. Kind of is using it delayed with how slow TSM are in the early rounds. He doesn't want to have that expire on him.
Yeah, looks like this time they will be going on to B, and Kane Zera already tossing out a bit of util to make him scared, and it will do just that, so Egster's position still has a lot of value.
Does patience pay off? It does! Vora is down! And he just drops the 20 bomb, and Vora has the Hunter's Fury. Envy are ahead! First blood, though. You know, TSM are still so scary, especially when the leader's still involved, and Envy, it's a united effort! Storming TSM, and Seven's left on an island with no raft. And Envy are officially on match point, series point.
This is unbelievable. The amount of value Egster has consistently gotten on that little nook there has been crazy. And every single time gets a single kill, and then after that first kill kind of comes through, you see the fault line comes out to try and get Egster, but he just teleports away. It's happened so many rounds in a row. And yeah, sure, a little bit of shenanigans happening on this site, but this was a instrumental round for TSM to be able to win. And exactly like you said, TSM now have to find 4 if they want to win this out against Envy, as already Poppin swings around a little bit scared, spotting out Timotino, but Timotino not dead yet.
And there's still a Stinger and a Bulldog. TSM, this is not them at their full and final form. And the Hunter's Fury does some work, but Envy are done playing with their food. Vora and Alvin have to settle down and recollect the spike, or Envy, we're gonna collect a bigger check towards the end of Ascension, and Vora is down. And revenge is sweeter. And getting to Ascension Grand Final is even sweeter. Envy take the series.
Unbelievable. Finally beating the streak of losses that Envy have faced against North America's first seed TSM. Consistently, TSM has looked like they have figured out how to foil Envy, and especially too coming into this one, cainzera not having the best stats in the Ascension tournament. Meanwhile, TSM have always looked like they are just right comfortable at home. And yet still, it happens again. Envy dropped the first map. It looks like a slap, and then suddenly they bounce back on map 2 and map 3 and make it their own. This is North America's #2 seed, securing their spot in grand finals for the Ascension tournament.
And it's not the end of TSM. They'll go off and face Team Solid in that lower bracket final, but the courage, the gall of Envy to pick one of their worst maps of Abyss and have us all questioning this 0-3 stat line. And I knew once it went to Haven, it was all over. And then you saw cainzera lock the ISO, just like the good old times.
Oh, good old times, right? That's what they call them. But yeah, I mean, honestly, big shout out to Envy, because like you said, they pulled out a couple of things that people were not expecting. Picking Abyss at that second map, making those compositional changes kind of coming into this. It didn't seem like this was going to be what they needed in order to win. And yet still, they come out on top. And Lemon, I'm sure you're feeling nice over there, because I think your Preds today were pretty darn good. I can't remember if you picked Envy or not.
No,
but
I didn't.
Oh,
I
dang it.
literally picked Envy every single other time, but I was like, they're 0-2 against TSM. You would be crazy to pick Envy. Well, why don't we go talk to Crazy? I know Sierra is jumping out of her seat right now. Say hi to the desk, everyone.
Hello, everyone. It is us, the desk. I mean, Envy proving what's old is gold. It's their old comp. It's something familiar to them, and a return to old play styles as well. A little frozen camera. But hey, going into this series, I mean, Ash, there was questions, there was concerns at TSM that seemed to always best Envy, but when it mattered, when it was a spot in the grand finals on the line, it's going to be Envy to take the dub.
It absolutely is. And we've talked so much, I think, about how cainzera had a slow start to this tournament. But in this rematch up against TSM for this upper final, he's waking up just in time. Hopefully feeling better from whatever illness was plaguing him previously. But he was on lock from map 1 into map 3. It's an incredible performance. Like Lemon was talking about, yeah, you go to Haven, you see Kayn pulling out the ISO that we know him for on this map, and then you've got the Odin on top of that. It's just like so frustrating to deal with because he has that shield. He's constantly putting up that pressure. And I think what's kind of wild too is we saw a very different attacking side from Envy. Last time these two teams faced off, it was so defender-sided heavy for both of them. And for Envy, they were completely in control of the map there on attack.
Against all odds, guys, Envy stops history from repeating itself. It's really nice to see. They clinch a spot in the grand finals, and it really does feel like this is an entirely different team, right? Whenever cainzera is feeling it, I feel like when that front line is, you know, they're having success. They're getting a lot of those openers. They're feeling nice, you know, on the entries. They're combating a lot on the front line. That's really when this roster, it comes alive completely. That's really when the system, the identity kicks in, right? Opening up the lurks for Inspire, making people react into him while he can exercise his game IQ. I feel like really this form of Envy, this is what we know them for. I'm happy to see here coming out when it matters most to clinch this grand finals spot. It helps them immensely for that map veto advantage coming into grand finals. But wow, what an insane match we just watched, guys.
It was crazy. I mean, for the side of TSM too, I think we talked about some of their win conditions with how they love to play this map. A couple of those contact plays, those trap plays coming from 7, and a lot of the times also looking to set Timotino up on that defense. But it's also hard to kind of want to get that operator online when you are facing up against the ISO composition, just knowing how that shield can counter that first engagement that you're looking for there. And it was difficult to just get him started. I think to really get proactive with how well Envy were playing. Inspire, even though he wasn't putting up like crazy numbers or anything like that on the attacking side, he had so much value. Like you know that he's always going to be either in attacker's spawn or somewhere late into mid, and he was constantly cutting off those rotations where TSM were trying to flank on the retake.
Just looking over at this, just lights out performance from Vora. I mean, the shooting from Vora, some of these saves as well, Roy, was just crazy, but it was just not enough in the end. When Envy just gets going, when they feel that confidence, it was just too much to bear.
I mean, yeah, Vora he really was stealing a lot of rounds away from Envy. It felt like a lot of the opportunities that could have gone, Envy's way actually came in favor of TSM. This could have actually been an even more dominant finish here for Envy had things gone just slightly a little bit different. And also, Envy lost, what, 5 out of 6 pistols, if not every pistol? And that's kind of crazy. That's a testament to their gun round percentages, right? Which is the real test of VALORANT. That's really where the consistency is found. So I'm happy to see Envy find this form here as they clinch this grand final spot. Obviously, we do not say goodbye to TSM. They're only going to descend into the lowers grand finals to play against Team Solid in a best of 5. That's going to be a banger as well.
Oh, it definitely would be. The 3 remaining teams that we have are just so strong, and this could have shaken up in so many different ways, but it's going to be Envy, one of the favorites throughout the year, to claim the first grand final spot. Now, I'm excited. We have a post-match interview with Kane Zera on the line, chat a little bit more about this victory, what it means to be in the grand finals. Kane, 2-1 victory. You're in the grand finals of Ascension. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Definitely feeling good.
I mean, we got to talk about this series and everything else, because the last couple of times we've seen you go up against TSM, it's been a little bit rough. You and TSM have been really, really closely matched in this, so I want to know what preparation was like going into today to make sure you can get the win over them.
All right. Well, today I woke up and actually no, I started with last night. Last night I was asking my coach and like Poppin, and I was like, bro, these guys farm me every single time. What do I gotta do? And they're like, bro, yours is better than them. Like, you just gotta swing them and you just gotta kill them. And I was like, damn, they're low key right. So going into this match, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in the mindset that no matter what I do, like, I'll just kill them if I just run at them, just like I did against like Team Solid. And I think it worked out very well.
I mean, I love that mentality shift because, yeah, what we've gotten to really see from you throughout the year has just been running people down. So, yeah, the coaches are right here. Just run them down. We've also seen throughout Ascension from you. Apologies, that is my phone. My dinner's ready. We have seen from you throughout Ascension, you have been on 6 different agents, including 3 different agents for Abyss. So, like, what has that been like for you, having to just switch on so many different agents, constantly switching up compositions and everything else?
I mean, they're just like kind of like my choice. Like, after the game, when I play bad, I'm like, yeah, no, this agent's not gonna cut it. I tell my coach we're gonna have to change it. So then he like gives me like 3 options, of like options I can play, and then I just like choose the best one every time. What I think.
I mean, hey, the Jet choice was a good one for Abyss, so glad you picked right on that one. Now, last but not least, you're in the grand finals. This has been a whole run throughout the year where Envy has been considered one of the favorites. Like, what does it mean now to be just in this grand finals, knowing you're one best of 5 away from this Envy taking the VCT Americas spot?
It definitely feels good. And I think we get like 2 map bans or something. So like we'll have a pretty heavy advantage. And I feel like I got my confidence back. And hopefully by then I'll have no more sore throat and I'll be like 100% primed. And yeah, I'm just hoping that I get lucky. And I think we'll just dominate. Like, I'm so like confident in our abilities now.
I mean, glad to hear that confidence back. I know you've been sick for a good amount of this, so I'll let you go rest. But Kane, congrats on this win and best of luck in the grand finals. Thanks for chatting.
Of course.
Thank you. Back over to the desk for us. There's
a lot to unpack here.
These are the options. Pick one. But you know what? It's working.
Yeah.
We have
Choose
said
your own
throughout-
adventure.
It's, you know, we've said throughout the year that Envy, they have their own style, right? They do their own thing, and hey, they let Kane Zera pick something he's confident on, and he shows up in the end. Works out.
This is all just so foreign to me. Like, I've never heard of this before. Like, bro's picking agents like he's on DoorDash. Like, it's like he's just choosing an order in the highest stake matches of his career. It's crazy, but they are that team. They are the only team that could probably pull this off, and I think that is the magic, is that they keep doing it in the most unconventional fashion. I respect it. I just respect it. That's all I have to say.
I mean, the conversation has been like, let's get Kane to get his confidence back. Being able to be on an agent that he's comfortable with definitely showed off in the series when we saw the Jet, and something that continued on forward. And with this victory as well, Envy now in the grand finals of Ascension. TSM, they're not out of things, but they do have a little bit more of a difficult run, because now they're going to be sent into this lower bracket, Ash, where Team Solid awaits.
Yeah, that is going to be an insane match for our final elimination match of tomorrow in that best of 5 series there as well. It is going to be absolutely crazy. These teams didn't have a chance to face up against each other so far. Throughout Ascension have dodged each other, but I also want to talk, I think, and throw back a little bit to our earlier match of the day with that with that Team Solid versus Winthrop match. Team Solid looks so good. We've talked about this roster, how there's so much veterancy on it, how you also have players that every single one of them have reached that tier 1 level. But for Winthrop, we had to say goodbye to them, and we didn't really get to give them their flowers earlier. I really want to give credit to how much that team has grown, how much they've really proven these esports programs in collegiate work here, boy.
Guys, this is shaping up to be so insane, right? Like, TSM has not been shaken up in this event at all. This is the first time they're descending into the lowers to play against Team Solid. This is maybe the only matchup that actually hasn't happened in this event yet. It's going to be a completely fresh thing. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. And of course, Envy's map pool gets saved here in the upper bracket with the double map advantages. These last 2 remaining days, guys, they're about to be an absolute movie. I'm so ready for it.
We always love when we get to the best of 5 part of the competition, because being able to see these teams really just go toe-to-toe, it has been amazing. All the teams today have put up such a phenomenal fight, and even if One Dreams had to end with Winthrop, I mean, it was still well fought, and we'll get to see who can move on tomorrow in the lower finals match. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a great time with TSM and Team Solid tomorrow. But that is it for us today. My dinner is ready, as you all got to hear with the alarm. Apologies. So we'll wrap this up. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It has been a great day. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Not having Dijazine in this round could be the nail in the coffin. Havoc still has the up though in Nightfall, expecting an A-lobby fight. And Team Solid, you have them cowering. You have them revealed, and Rafa's still gonna step up. Because you would never expect that, right? Oh, the paranoia clip! The captain, the leader of this ship! Puts Team Solid to bed! And as 13 checked, TSS will address the problem head first, and does exactly that. Spike about to go down. Winthrop don't have anything from Governor. No information. They'll have to go in blind, and Dijazine will actually be outside of the side, and the rolling thunder thrown into the mix. It's gonna be easy for Dijazine. Dijazine for a job here. Did just hear that teleport from Glyph, and no, he loses that duel. Now on the high ground, Winthrop have a great position, and they're gonna come in off the Prowler. Now it's all about the duels, and the Odin rings true, and Team Solid has the clutch now more than ever in this 2 versus 2, and it could be Havoc from the 6th.
10 seconds left. player standing.